Everybody, and welcome back to SAL. I hope you're doing well on, at least for our European friends out there, at least those living in Europe. A very hot set of days. As you see, I myself have moved to a different spot to make it literally possible to live through this week. But fret not, because I'm lucky enough to be joined by one of the hottest and coolest people out there. It's the one and only Foxe. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Debut the stage.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of time off to watch all the games on the back end, and I'm happy to get back into it. And of course, I mean, they had to give me the best host possible to do it side by side with, so I'm excited to be back on the SAL with you, Milosh.
Well, you and me both, buddy, because although this week is quite hot, we got some cold, hard facts to get into for all these matches. Today we got Furia, Loud, that's Fluxo W7MV, Lost, Imperial versus NIP, Team Liquid Alienware, Black Dragons, and FaZe versus INTZ. Looking at this from your perspective, Fox, what's a game or two that really stand out that can have an impact on the standings? We're getting deeper and deeper in this stage.
I think for me, it has to be Furia Loud, right? I mean, two teams, they're close enough in points. It's going to make a big difference if Loud can get a win against Furia. You know, just one of those teams being able to get a little bit more of a lead, it puts them in a better spot. We still have a lot of games to go left in this the points phase. So at the end of the day, it's not the biggest thing in the world for some of these teams that are still lower in the point standings. That being said, you know, for me, best game of the day easily has to be Furia Loud.
Absolutely has to. There's a lot of stuff to look at.
Well, the first game.
How about that?
That should be the one. We should not be muted anymore. It's just how it is. The heat is forcing all the tech to mess up. My laptop is actually pretty hot as we speak. However, you know what's hot? The top teams here in SAL. Let's pull up that standings sheet just for a moment here, just to show you where we stand at, because the last play day was all over the place. I think it was the upset day overall that we've had in SAL. It left us with these scores. FaZe Clan at the top. I don't think that surprises anybody. Furia just after. But then it's kind of a big fight in the middle. Not much of a points difference. Anything that's surprising you so far, Davide?
I think Black Dragons being so low as they were, I mean, they're one of those teams that have always sort of been able to keep themselves in that top six. Them being stuck at 4 puts them in a very scary spot if they're not able to get points. On the other end of things, Los, honestly, been very impressed with how they've been performing this stage. I think they're a team that we've consistently seen at the bottom, always struggling. But that being said, it really looks like they've found their comfortability. They've had a really difficult road of teams that they've had to go up against. And that being said, for them to be able to sit with 5 points in the middle of things with an easier run of teams coming down the line, it looks pretty confident. It's safe to say that the top teams, the top 6 that are going to be going to playoffs, it really isn't a given that there's going to be the same faces that we're used to seeing.
Absolutely. That's something that last week we got used to seeing a few different players on here, like JP, for example, from FaZe. We're kind of considering our third co-host here in the show, or Diaz from Furia, just because we get to see them every week. And Diaz specifically said after their tough game against Imperial last week is, you know what? This is SAL. You cannot underestimate anybody, because at some point somebody's going to have a bad day, a problem, and they're just going to get pounced on no matter the situation. We were talking specifically about the Liquid Loud match where Loud were able to take down Liquid, which was a huge surprise in its own right. But even for Furia, they got pushed to max OT against Imperial. Not anything that you were expecting anyways out of that sort of match. So even from these top players in the region, those that have been all around the world, lands, different regions, and the like, they're telling you, the viewer out there, and us, be careful. This is SAL. You cannot take anything for granted, because you would lose this spot. I think one team that's felt that a lot this stage is Team Liquid Alienware, but the conversation around them will have to wait until we get deeper in our day. We'll just get into Furia versus Loud, our first matchup for today, and it is worthwhile to talk about them. But last week, or over the past couple of weeks, you've heard Mr. Alamo talk very loudly, right? This is the Farmers League. This is what it is here in Brazil. They made a whole skit around it, hilarious, by the way. But this Farmers League is all about planting. It feels like Alfama is here because we've gone completely vegetarian. Look at the amount of conversions. 100% plant conversions. That is sustainability at its best. I don't think it gets any more eco-friendly than SAL.
I mean, I wouldn't have expected SAL of all regions to be a team that's objective focused. They've always been the ones that are guns blazing, running in, getting these kills. But so far, I mean, we've been seeing some absolutely amazing plant statistics. I mean, NIP themselves, they got so many players that are consistently getting plants. I mean, Baseto was getting 5 plants in their last matchup. Hayes had 3. Every single team is really focusing on this objective play, and it doesn't really match what the other regions are showing. The other regions are having more difficulty being able to find plant opportunities. So SAL pivoting from being a very aggressive style of region to now being more objective focused, I think it just goes to show that since they haven't found success internationally, they're trying to find something else that works, something that FaZe has already been doing. That's the same style of FaZe gameplay of getting those plants down, being objective based. So now it seems like the rest of the SAL is following in trend.
You know what, Fox? I think I want to be vulnerable for a moment here and say this. After we're in the middle of the World Cup heated conversations in football and all of that, but this is something that I've heard in football analysis, and I want to echo here, is that I think we've all, outside of Brazil, outside of APAC, we've had this kind of idea from day one where they've entered that, hey, they're just aggressive for the sake of it. The thing is, they're aggressive in the goal of being able to plant, and we've kind of had this wrong idea at times. We're kind of fallen into this easy to do bit of explanation, and it's something that we need to pull back and understand that, hey, it's always been in order to plant. We just tend to forget that a lot of times when the action really heats up, and that's where SAL gets very tricky to analyze. I know being able to look back and do telestrations is something that allows analysts and everybody around to understand, like, hey, there's a lot of reasoning behind all this aggression. This is why these actions were taken, and it really helps us realize it. Whereas here, we don't get to do it all that often. However, top 10 in plants. Look at that. Felipox at the top. Yes, he's got a boatload of plants at 6 here, but are they enough to put Team Liquid Alienware higher up in the standings? Not really. The rest, though, doing pretty well for themselves. FaZe Clan, even though they've only got those 4 plants between KDS and Vitaking in the top 10, they're still able to retain the number 1 position pretty comfortably.
I mean, FaZe is one of those teams that it's something that they're always going to have in their back pocket. At the end of the day, we know what FaZe are capable of. I think, if anything, we're seeing a lot of these names that are focused on getting that objective down, and that's a good takeaway for the SAL. I mean, also, like you mentioned with Felipox, just because we're focusing on the objective doesn't mean that it's transitioning to wins. So at the end of the day, you have to use it as a piece in the arsenal to be able to force the other team to move, play those post plants. There's an art and a beauty to playing post plants, and a lot of the time we're watching these teams, even though they're getting it down, like NIP, they've been monumental when it comes to getting these plants down, but in these post plants, that's where they're losing it to the retakes. The trades aren't necessarily there, so still a little bit of room to work with, but at least they're doing the hard part and getting that objective down, and then they have to figure out what the issue is and go from there.
It is, of course, Pride Month after all, so it makes sense. We've got to work on our transitioning from one situation, one position to another. Something for our teams to look into. However, my friend, that is kind of an overview of what's happening in SAL, the plants, the Farmers League, and all of that. I want to move on to our matchups first. And up first is, of course, Furia. Last week they had a very tough match. I'm not gonna mince any words. I think DS was very honest about it. They had a tough time against Imperial. You cannot underestimate your opponents, but they realized that. Problem is, now you have to continue on to hold on to your top 2 position, because on the other side is a team that has also played the upset game in our last play day. There's so much talent, though, on this Furia roster. Fox, at the beginning, like after the Invitational, we're looking at all of the transfers in SAL specifically and thinking, wow, they kind of just brought everybody from all over the world, put them together. Is this actually going to work? And I'm very happy to report that, yes, it has.
It has worked. It has worked a little bit. I mean, when you look at the side of Furia and how they're able to find their wins, I mean, they've been doing pretty good. I think a lot of their wins come off of the back of players like Loira and Boxer being able to get their entries. But you're right. They did struggle in their last matchup against Imperial, the last place team currently point standing wise. It's not a situation that you want to see yourself in. And again, it comes down to them not being able to find the opening kills against a hot team. And I think it's safe to say that that's what Loud's looking like. They're looking like a very aggressive team that is able to find those kills. And one of those players is Flashtree, that I've been so impressed from, because he's had his ups and downs throughout the years. But so far in this stage, he's really been hitting the ground running on being able to consistently always find double-digit frags in all of their matches. I mean, he's just one of those players that has really been able to put his team on his back with being able to shut down teams. And when they played against Team Liquid, that was probably the biggest upset win for Loud, like you said earlier. And a lot of that came from Flashtree being able to be in these clutch situations and close out the rounds necessary. Even though they're not getting these opening kills as good as some of these other teams, they're still able to close out. They're able to play around each other. And Flashtree's been one of those exceptional examples at being able to close out rounds.
He really shined in the last matchup. This was kind of a big point of criticism, I would say, on Loud, or on the part of Loud, just because you're watching the team and you're thinking, oh, well, you got Gabu, you got Live, Resets. Like, there's good players on there, but Flashtree needs to be the one that spearheads, is the spearhead of the team, and it's taken a while to warm up into stage one. Over last match, he showed up when he needed to, and being able to take down Team Liquid Alienware, not giving them a single point, is huge. Now, Fury on the other side, it was VODs that had that effect and impact on the team. I'll say again, they got pushed to the edge. Max OT against Imperial on Clubhouse. It was beautiful performance for Imperial. Yes, Furia win. They gather 2 points, but they were wounded. They showed us that they could be taken down, which so far, they've been pretty successful in the first 3 play days of this stage. If it weren't for VODs, maybe those things would not have worked out as well in the last play day, but it was a team effort overall to get it across the line. Today, difficulties to get through on Loud, you cannot underestimate them, but I think it would not be unfair to say that Furia do hold the advantage going into this matchup.
I mean, they sure do. I think the biggest thing in their matchup against Imperial was them underestimating them. They went to Clubhouse. That's one of the maps that you don't want to take a team that you know you're better than to a map. So when you're looking at the map bans against Loud, essentially, you don't want to go to an easy map. I don't want to see any clubhouses. I don't want to see anything that's too slow. I know that VODs has been a big successor at getting those plants down, but something that we know Furia is good at is finding those opening kills. So I'm hoping to see something like a Chalet, a Border, something that's going to be very aggressive, because as we've seen from Loud, Flashtree's been consistent. The rest of the team, when you look on the side of their supports of Stemp and Resets, they have been struggling to be able to find kills themselves. If you take them to a gunfight-oriented map, that's where Furia gets their edge, because they're able to consistently get those opening kills.
Well, Fox, your wish is my command. Let's pull up that map and the map veto itself, and let's see what map we're going to be playing on in this series. Again, last week it was Loud on Nighthaven, Furia on Clubhouse. So what do we get in this one? Well, none of those two. We're going to go to Fortress. Okay. So that was Furia's decision to go there instead of Bank, where Loud get to have the first pick, starting on defense. This is, to me at least, unexpected.
I don't think it's too unexpected with Furia banning out Border. Yes, I know it is one of Loud's better maps, but that being said, banning it out is the questionable part. But once you're left up with Fortress, Cafe, Bank, if you're Furia, don't go to Bank. You don't want to bring it to a utility battle, and I'd say that's a map that's on par with Clubhouse. Very defender-sided. You can bunker up. You can win rounds off of just pure utility. Furia going to a map like Fortress, it's still very undiscovered on how the proper approaches are to work. Very gunfight-oriented map. If you're fast on those attacks, you can absolutely shut down and pick off Loud. So I think it's a very big map, very spread out. It's a great way for them to be able to isolate the supportive staff from Loud and find those opening kills that way.
So you say that. I will raise you another thing. I can bring shields. And that's something that usually grinds Fortress to a halt when there's shields that are in play. There's a few staircase power positions to deal with, yes, but with shields in play, long sightlines can be shut down by attackers. but you can't get over aggressive, right? Your Monty is basically the only person that can do that sort of thing, but it's very easy to isolate either a Monty or anybody else. Though on the defense, we actually had this this chat and even pulling up a replay around it where Clash was being used extensively by the defense, trying to play stairs. It's just a very strong position. So the front stairs by the main doorway. And what do you bring? A Dokebi, right? You go in, you have to tank the damage if you're the Clash, or go and try to 1v1 the Dokebi in front of you. And it's not an easy decision to make. So nothing is set in stone here on Fortress with an ever-evolving metagame. I think it's going to be tough regardless of which side you're going to be on here, because there's always the counters, there's always the adaptation, but the attackers always have, nowadays at least, more things that they can play around with. However, our game is almost set. Let's bring in our casters and say hi. Joining us today, so one and only, Desert Chew and Mr. Asa Pirate. My friends, how are you doing in the middle of this heat wave?
I'm a lot better now. I've just seen you, because obviously I have all the cameras over here. I saw you say, "Oh, it's time to bring casters on while you're not wearing a watch." It really made me laugh.
It's
really
time.
tickled me. That's a great start to the show. Thanks, Milos. It's really made me laugh.
All right, we'll answer your question, Milos. I'm not faring great in the heat wave, but it is coming to an end, so it cools down tomorrow.
Inshallah.
We'll survive. We will power through for one more night of Brazil. It feels like we're in Brazil. It's all fun.
Well, I wish we could go to the beach and continue watching the game, but that's just how it is. My friends, it's Fury Aloud, it's Fortress, have fun.
Shall do. Thank you very much, Milos. All right then, Tim. A few good games to get through today. And this first one for me is very interesting because Furia, I spoke about how good these guys look. They've looked like pretty serious competition to a lot of the usual names that we've seen up here at the top. I think Loud are punching up a little bit as well. It does feel like maybe a bit too much to topple Furia, but we saw what happened in Salt Lake. We've seen that the wagon can completely come undone. It can lose its wheels, or can go sideways. Hopefully that doesn't happen today.
Well, I mean, Louder on a little bit of a run at the minute, Des. They beat Team Liquid Alienware last playday, so, you know, yes, I would agree with you and look at it and say, should they beat Fury? Probably not. Is it possible? I think it definitely is. You know, they're a team with a little bit of momentum behind them. Fury are taken to max OT in a difficult game against Imperials. So, look, who knows? Anything could happen. Do we expect a Fury win? Yes. Are we necessarily going to get one? Who knows? We will start things off. Round one on Fortress. It's going to be what looks like a standard rotation here. So we start in office and bathroom, and then we will move on. So expect to see I'm going to say 2 or 3 pressure points from Loud. I'd like to see at least 2. I'd like to see some attacking towards games and dorms, get that south area cleared out and a little bit of pressure. We've actually been seeing more use of Courtyard lately, despite it in early Fortress days being written off as an absolute, death zone. We have seen more Courtyard use, or this is the other area that we're going to see. So 2 out of those 3, White Stairs, Courtyard, South Side. Loud need a couple of pressure points.
They do. I mean, we've watched a lot of Fortress, it feels, over the last few weeks, Tim, since we've come back into casting EUL, of course, EML, and of course back into casting SL at the same time. It's been one of those maps where I think it really shows teams up who struggle to work their way through it, because it is honestly quite a big map. There are a lot of rooms to work your way through. There's a lot of things that you have to check out in terms of little corners that people can be hiding inside of, a lot of utility clear through, power positions that you have to unsettle. I think it really tests even the best teams. And so I'm really excited to see both how Fury attack and defend it today, and equally the same of Loud, because I think you're going to learn an awful lot about both of them as this game goes on. Gabby being very aggressive here out towards this south side and gets the down onto 1 and a second. That's a little bit too easy to start the game off.
Yeah, Gabby's just absolutely styled on them there, getting that shot. I think it was on the back of a Geschmack mine. He gets the shield break on the Blackbeard and then manages to take him down. But the second over the top of the handrail as well. Beautiful stuff from Gabu. And it leans exactly into what I was saying about Fury, getting those pressure points, getting those points of pain. That's one shut down now. Games and dorms should be largely safe, and Gabu can now become a nuisance himself, focusing on that backstab. There he goes. The focusing on the backstab towards Horse. That's exactly what he does. Brilliant stuff from Gabu.
And he's here on the main stairs as well. Here we go on the swing, shotgun at the ready, and sure enough, he was watching off towards his left. Boxera steps in and brings it down to a 2 versus 3. There is still work to do though, Tim. We've got 60 seconds to go with here, and now they've still got to play the standard take you might look at, looking in towards what's going on, in towards meeting side, but does finally get rid of Gabu. Sorry that he got prior. Now into a 2 versus 2. Surely Loud don't see a 4v2 being lost.
Just going to be looking to get themselves out. I think they're just trying to separate themselves here to basically not stack up and offer kind of a, you know, a 2 quick kill situation. But that was always the risk that you were going to take in the 2v2. If you lose one, you've then got a situation now where Diaz has to find both of these without any real challenge. Resets is going to manage to get the second. Well closed out by Loud. Good finish from them.
I was thinking to myself when we were at about 75 seconds left and we'd seen Furia manage to recover the diffuser, get a kill on the way through, bring it down to a 2v2. I was like, oh no, it can't start out like this for Loud. Surely not. But resets, nice and stable there. Holds things down around Horse. Promise that wasn't a pun because of the Sable thing, but gets in the first round. Now we just find ourselves on that top floor, switching to the other side. So you defend up towards the northwest, and eventually you move your sight down towards the southeast on that top floor, and you flip things around. There'll be an extension up towards the site we just played by the defenders, and the attackers can either then choose to ignore it entirely, go for a breach on south side and make a very direct execute work, or they can go for a top floor clear and try and get full control of the map. We'll see what the approach is once we get ourselves locked in attacking-wise. Defender-wise, though, Tim, I'm not really surprised. We're seeing a lot of trap operators still being brought along. You've seen the Blackbeard once, you know full well it's going to appear again.
It's going to be a consistent thing. They dealt with it very well last time. They're going to bring the Ela along again. It's not going to be Gabu this time. It's going to be resets on the Ela, but that's obviously their method for dealing with the shields. It's going to be the Thorn with the Razor Blades, and it's going to be the Ela with the Gashmot Mines. That's going to be their primary focus. You'll probably see them even shifting around inside of the round. So once they know where Volps is pushing from, we're going to, after all this, we do it every time. All the conversation, Volps is going to switch away to Sens. So once they've seen
that's why I didn't say anything about it, Tim. It's why I talked about the defenders.
On an alternative. I think, and this will be valid for future rounds, had we seen the shield, you might have seen Resets actually maneuver his position once they knew where that pressure was coming from.
My eyes turn towards Volts in this round because he's playing on the Sens. And we've had a couple of conversations about Sens lately, especially how teams like Shopify Rebellion have made great use of the operator when attacking on towards border to confuse and deceive enemies. And because the Warden, of course, can no longer see through those light screens, it's essentially an uncountable operator outside of destroying the light screen emitters that roll across the ground with things like impacts. But, Tim, your eyes don't deceive you. There are no impacts. There is only a single C4. So Volts can get an awful lot done in this round with that gadget. So where he sets himself up is where you know the action's going to go down.
I hear that Dorkaby call coming out. Of course, we have seen the slight changes coming in recently, so there's a little bit of a cool down now, a cool down on those calls, which I think a lot of people will be happy with. Dawn is going to manage to get a call down. I mean, it's not too far from accurate, is it? But that's going to be the Dorkaby completely, totally, and utterly cooled down, Des, as Boxera gets taken off the board. We're going to have Loira down, but not out at the minute as well. Not sure if he is recoverable or not. Herd's low health. Not looking good for Furia here again.
Might have said the Dockerby has been put on ice, Tim. I wish I was on ice right now. It's starting to get very warm in my room, and we're only in the second round. Oh no, it's going to be a long broadcast. We'll see how we roll. What I will say is Furia across these first 2 rounds, they've lost out very early on to roamers that really they should have an answer to. And I get it. It's a bit like an ego swing in a way when we had Herds trying to round onto one box, then stepped up towards the door and tried to get a similar swing, and Live has punished them hard for it. They're lucky to be able to get one back up here and get resets and bring it down to a 4v4. But I think that early round needs to get a lot tighter.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think they're certainly making things difficult for themselves. You know, you've got 2 operators there with less than 40 health between the 2 of them. One bullet would quite easily finish, both off at close quarters. So, yeah, tough one for Fury here. 45 seconds left to go. 2 of the main gunners, Loira and Herds, are going to have to be careful approaching this, and that is it's not boding well for you when you're trying to speed things up, when you're trying to work against the clock, when you've got things like Toxic Babe canisters going off. That would finish either of these 2 off very, very quickly. We've still got Urge trying to work his way around underneath. He's just chasing that track at the minute as Diaz does get things going with a kill onto Gabu. Volps onto Live. I tell you what, Des, they might just get away with this. 4 versus 2. Loud are going to be kicking themselves if this does not go their way. Flasher holding this long angle now, just shooting in through the sense. Here comes Stemp, gets one, but it's not enough. Phelps makes it 3 in the round, and Furia have done a great job to win that.
I want to believe they're just making it hard for themselves, Tim, because that round was almost very eerily similar to the first one. If we'd seen a couple of kills come out of Flastry there at the end to convert things back round their way, then I'd have been saying this is basically an exact mirror of what we saw in the first. We've seen Furia come in, have a tough time getting early map control, losing out on a player or two, but recovering really well in the mid round, and then looking good and strong going into the late round. Just back in round one, they were in quite difficult positions coming up against resets. So I want to see them get a bit more control of that early round. Equally for Loud, I want to see more mid-round control. If you get that kill, let's stack up together. Let's play as a team a little bit better in the mid-round and not give freebies away to the other side. It's all well and good thinking, oh, we've got one, we could probably get a second here if I hang out on the roam a little bit longer. Yeah, but then when you lose that player, you've completely lost the advantage that you worked so hard to set up in the first place. So earlier control, critical for Loud. Sorry for Furia. Mid-game, that's where we're in round. That's where I really want to see Loud come into life a little bit more and playing as a team.
Yeah, definitely. The round was theirs to take there, really. And like you say, I think maybe... I don't know if Loud have maybe just been a little bit passive there as well. Furia had a lot of time without any pressure on them. We saw them kind of stood still, droning, deploying gadgetry. No real pressure onto them. They weren't being hassled constantly. Nobody was playing... They were playing near, but they weren't playing onto the vending window, for example. So stood near the breach. People just weren't really worried about it. And I'd like to have seen Loud maybe feel like, This is our round. We've got a lot of damage done. We need to chase this a little bit. And, you know, often we can be critical of that. I appreciate that. But, yeah, I think that was one of those situations where you recognise it and say, do you know what? We're going for them here. We've got blood in the water. We're gonna take them down.
I like the use of the Solus as well to make sure they know where the intel is coming from, where are the drones rolling in from, where's the Docky making calls from, for example. You'd hope they'd be able to do something about that, but no, it's the smoke that falls down first here. Never ideal. One of those operators that I often say their power spikes later into the round, so really you want to have that smoke alive as late as possible, especially when there is a shield bearing down on you. So Furia corrected their part in terms of getting the early round right. Can Loud recover and rebalance in the mid round? We'll find out.
Solus is going to be spotted out there. The question is, what do Furia do about it now that they've got the actual visual scan on the Solus? They are able to start sending in those tracks from Deimos. So that's going to be exactly what Boxzera does, and will now try and hunt down this operator. Just having a little look through the soft services. Does manage to get a little bit of damage onto Stemp there. Needs to get himself out of danger, which he does for the time being.
This is the horrible part for Stemper. This is what I referred to back in the previous round. Like, don't hang out on the roam here and get punished. You're up against a shield. You're up against a DKB. You're up against a Deimos. If they want you dead, they're going to kill you. They've engineered a lot of their competition around getting control of roamers and making sure they lock it down with things like the gridlock. What they don't have is loads of utility for the execute itself. However, Deimos doubles up for that, and to be fair, so does the KB. It's certainly not the end of the world, and finally they get the punish. He's done well there, Stem, to be fair. He's wasted a lot of time, but now they're down to a 3 versus 5, and Fury are looking full control here.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see that difference between these two teams now, where Furia are punishing Loud for every small mistake, whereas Loud haven't done that in response. Herds manages to find Gabu, 5 versus 2, resets half health as well. Big trouble for Loud coming up. 45 seconds left to go, and Furia can take their time here to build the pressure. There's a shield still on the board. There's still 3 Dockerby calls, by the way, that Live could be receiving. Won't need to, as Boxzera manages to get that final kill.
That was probably the kind of round I expected from Furia from the off. I think once they control that early round well and they deal with these roamers with caution, making use of the utility, making use of the shield to apply pressure, for example, they can punish the gameplay, the game style that's coming out from Loud, because as I alluded to back in round 2, they're hanging out on the roam a little bit too long. And look, I get it. They could look like geniuses here. If Stemp stays out on the roam and picks up a couple more drones, gets a kill, and then slips back to site, he gets all the praise in the world. But my worry is if you then lose that when you're in a 4 versus 5, you find that Furia is going to run you over. And I think after the first track and the KB call coming on through, knowing there's a shield, you probably think, you know what? Yeah, we should just back off a little bit here and play behind our utility that little bit better. Maybe they now feel a little bit figured out, and that's why they're launching us into attack timeout to see if they can course correct here and get themselves moving. Because, like you said at the start of the game, Tim, they are 4 points behind Furia. If they win this game, they're in 3rd place. They're 1 behind Furia, 2 behind FaZe. That's a dream spot to be in, but they have to win the game.
Oh, it absolutely is. Given what we've seen in the first 3 rounds, I would now be very concerned about Loud winning this game. You know, I sold them at the beginning. I will continue to sell them. It is possible, but Fury are just looking a cut above at the minute. So the reason I say that is this tactical timeout is going to have to really do some work for Loud. They need to recognise, I think that they've maybe not been aggressive enough. I think they've been playing with maybe a little bit too much respect. I want to see more of Gabu round 1. How great was that? He got aggressive, got up in their faces, and Fury crumbled to it. Round 2, Loud have a good advantage. They've got 2 players at 20 HP or less. They've got 1 player dead. They've got a numbers advantage, and they just sat back. And I think take the fight to them, show that little bit of aggression, show that confidence. Forget the respect, get that out of the window and get stuck into them. That's what Loud need to do here. But at the minute, Fury at 2-1 will now start on attacking the same sites again. This time they are going to be doing it without the snake. That's going to be the ban coming through from Loud. And by contrast, Fury take away the Ella. So expect to see pressure towards Old Tower, much like we had last time, because it was the Ella that held them back, if you remember. It was that play from Gabu that I just spoke about. They're not going to be able to rely on that for the shield break. This time, we are going to have the Blackbeard coming along. So, Loud, you need a plan B to deal with that situation.
And equally, the Deimos was a bit of a threat for them. You know, we saw it in the early track onto Stem previously. We've also seen it used for the main use case you see for Deimos, which is to threaten players from below when you're executing upstairs. It was very much free back in the second round for, I believe it was Hertz, to get underneath and put the challenge on, force players to move. What I think he was looking for back then was to move players into the sightlines that his teammates were holding. Once they got a kill, then they all moved in and collapsed together. And that's why there have been so many trades at round end moments where, sure, a Fury player might die to one of the last 2 surviving players on Loud, but then the clinch is there immediately from somebody else to ensure there is a trade coming back the other way. Furia have been excellent at that so far. My main worry is now with an Ella off the board, they can move that a little bit faster. They played Ella in every single round, it's worth stressing. Here, what have they got to slow down the attackers? Nothing, really. They're trying to play more Turtle, which I think just means to Fury, you can shortcut the weakness in that first quarter for them, which was the early round, and to say, right, let's go straight to the mid-round where we've been brilliant so far. I'm nervous for Loud in this round.
Yeah, if anything, it's less aggression, not more. And like I say, I think that's maybe a little bit of an error there. Furia have shown that they've been able to attack well, even when short of time. So let's see what happens here. Almost a sniff of an opportunity there through the drawn hole for Herds, but didn't quite manage to see his man. They're going to put the Maverick to work just to take the electricity off the wall. There you go. They get that cleared up, and now they can start thinking about the rest of the breaching process. But interestingly, yeah, it's going to be Herds on the Grim, I think, just looking to use that hard breach charge. There we go. Gets it on the wall. That's going to open things up.
Okay. This is a halfway point in the round, and they've got that kind of halfway point at the map, right? Often speak about how meeting is that fishbowl in the very, very center, which you just kind of chuck in a blender and say, whatever comes out the other side, I'm sure will be good for one team, but terrible for the other. It's where a lot of scraps go on. And this has been a very controlled round from Furia. I think maybe even a bit too controlled so far, but they have been very, very cautious. But knowing Furia and what I said about when we cast them in week 1, they're a nightmare to deal with because they can go from playing slow to playing very, very fast all of a sudden. I think we're now starting to build up towards that fast point. They've got all the stuff they need. They've forced players back with utility. They're ready to go.
Just now going to start pushing Horse. We can see that utility, as you say, Candelos will start to follow as well. The pressure is going to ramp up for Loud now. Next couple of kills are going to be particularly important, and Loud need to make sure that they go their way. Volps is just on a little bit of a rotate, as we see there, to join Diaz. I think he's just thinking about a plant position ultimately, but they are now in position. It's time to go, Des.
I'm telling you, they're just going to explode, and it's going to be chaos. But let's go for it. In they go, off towards the left 2 swinging, 3 from the right hand side as well. 2 in front. Look, Tim, they've absolutely slaughtered them inside the space of 5 seconds. After 2.5 minutes of crouch walking through the map, clearing out bits of utility, so on and so forth, they explode and absolutely destroy Loud.
Please, Furia, next time you are on an international stage, can you play like this?
It's terrifying, isn't it?
This is what I want to see. This is what I want to see the best teams in the world try and face up against. Right now, Loud are certainly having a problem with that. They find themselves 3-1 down on the defensive fortress. So, Let's not forget they've got Furia's setups to play into yet in the second half. But we continue on. It's round 5. We're going to move down to that south side site again. It's going to be Games and Dawn last time around. This was the one where I felt like Loud had a real opportunity. They were, I think, 4v4 at a point, but they had Lyra and Herds both super low health. They got the Dockerby off the board. Like, they'd done so much work, and then they just kind of sat back and waited for Furia to play the round, and boy did they. Volp's got a 3k. He's only 3 that he's had in the entire game, and it won them the round. So Loud, you've got to get a bit more active. You've got to get stuck into Furia. Don't let them set themselves to those 3-2-1s.
The thing is, what worries me is, like, they've tried both styles. They've played the defensive style. We've just been clearly demonstrated that is not the way to play against Fury. You can't let them have all 5 alive at the execute. In rounds 2 and 3, and to be fair, in the first one, they played a bit more aggressive out on the roam. Really, round 1, the one that they did win, came down to Gabu getting that 3k that really set them up for the rest of the round. Outside of that, although, yes, they might catch out a Fury player or two, and Fury go, haha, fair enough, you got us. Now here we come. They always find a way to fight their way back into these rounds. Now, I like this from Gabu. I like him being aggressive early on. But as I said, he needs to get a couple really to get the round going. I think getting 1 kill simply isn't going to be enough.
We did see some changes, or a change to Thorn recently as well. She's still been a very consistent pick here in this game. We will keep you, there was a refinement balancing patch last week. We will keep you abreast of any relevant changes. Oh, there we go. Stemp manages to get 1, but Box Zero walks around, manages to get a double, taking Stemp in a trade and live as well. Lyra on to Gabu. Resets is still alive. Flashtry manages to pick up Lyra. 3 versus 2. But the plant is successful, and now it's time for Loud to fight back into it.
Last time we were on this site, we saw the Sense being brought along too, and I said back then, like, I want to watch Volps, I want to see what he does. He's really gone for the same idea with those Sense gadgets, but previously they had the right idea. I think they were a bit closer loud. They were able to swing in and contest the plant going down, but were really effectively traded out by Furia. Here, they put pressure in around Horse and made sure all the focus is going in towards that top side. Okay, they're trying to clear top down. Let's go and meet them there a little bit. Then they've been caught off guard. They've lost a couple of players. Volps has got in, got the diffuser down, and that completely changes the whole dynamic of the round. The Fury are up 4-1, Tim, and I think Loud are now very much out of ideas. I can't see a way that they can win around here unless they have a really strong early, but Fury are leaving no gaps.
I think that's the key. It's getting in and getting themselves not only an entry, but 2 or 3 kills. You know, that's the round that they won, was Gabu went big, got a double, 5 versus 3. They were able to then play in a little bit of a different way, maybe with a little bit of extra confidence about them. But yeah, well, I'm sure that Fury are going to have something to say about that. They've had entries in the last, you know, round as well. Stemp managed to get it. It still didn't do the job for them. So we will see how we go. But yeah, to finish my point, as I was saying about those refinement balancing changes, one of them we've already mentioned was that Dockerby change. 7-second ability cooldown is now applicable to those phone calls. But in terms of Thorn, who we have seen consistently in many of the rounds, not all of the rounds, but 4 out of 6 we've seen Thorn, and we will still see plenty of Thorn. The change that came in there was the limping effect. So if you don't know already, when you get hit by a Razor Bloom, you have a similar limping effect that you would if you went into a Frostmat and freed yourself, for example. So the limping effect has been reduced from 15 seconds down to 10 seconds. So it's not as severe a penalty in terms of your movement now. Still doesn't seem to be having too much impact on Thorn's pick rate. I think she will remain quite high because still very, very powerful.
I think, honestly, she needs to lose the barbed wire if she's going to see a net notable reduction, because with barbed wire plus her 4 gadgets, you've got the ability to cover 6 parts of the map or 6 entrances where you know immediately if someone is coming from that direction. She's just so good at giving you information.
The thing is, the shield is still really powerful as well, though. It like gives you options to bring the shield and someone else to bring the lot. You know, I agree, but I'm not certain that'd even do it. Live manages to take down Lyra. Another entry for Loud. Are they able to back it up this time? Almost getting Box Zero as well. That's the big start that we really wanted to see from them. Box Zero needing to be particularly careful of that barbed wire. Such low health, it wouldn't have taken many ticks of damage to actually take him out. So definite care needed for Furia.
I'm not even excited about the prospects of Loud winning this round, though, Tim. I can't be, because I've just seen, even from this kind of position, them lose round after round still. And here we go. Like, I'm just like, you've got so much utility to sit behind. You've got smokes, you've got a mirror, a C4 with the warden. Like, just sit together, boys. You haven't got to peek and be aggressive, but it's what we're trying to do. And now Herds has found himself a second, again, live, swinging by himself, is paying the price. Now we may come up against something here and say, cool, there's a mirror. Maybe they can't move on through. They haven't got any breach charges. They have got a Selma, though, which might help them on their journey on through. But already it's 3 versus 3, down to the last 60. And again, I struggle to get excited for Loud.
Just going to see the opportunity for the challenge around the corner. Doesn't quite find his man. 3 versus 3. Super low health on Box Zero, though. So we're going to say 2.5 versus 3 for Furia at this point. Diffuser is down cold, and I think Furia might be aware of that, so they're just trying to make it as difficult as possible for Loud to get in here. Sorry, vice versa. Loud are aware of that and just making it difficult for Furia to get in there and pick that up. But now with a little bit of droning, I think Furia might just realise that they can go. Created enough space to go in and grab the case, which Herds will do. Come on. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Like, come on, man. I told you I couldn't get excited, and he might get an ace here as well. He's in for the last instant, but no. He gets the shutdown. 10 seconds to go. Can he hold on? They know exactly where he is, so, and they've got the diffuser. It's going down. DS has to do nothing but watch that angle, and Furia get a 5-1 half, Tim.
Yeah, look, it's just been clinical from Furia, top and bottom of that. Absolutely super smooth. You know, no real challenge coming in from Live. They're in big trouble. Well, I think we've got our desk ready to step in here. So, boys, what did you make of that one?
Well, I think it's very clear here, my friend. If Ace is unable to find a way to see the bright side of life here, then it speaks volumes. If anything, that last round was a very practical version of what's been going on in the game. Herds on his own, Diaz putting up numbers. Furia in general, Fox, have been in complete control, and that's on the attacking side. Yes, round 1 might have been a bit problematic with the way the Blackbeard got absolutely smacked and destroyed by the Ela. 2 players really on those stairs, but from that moment on, it was Furia in the lead.
I mean, that only round that Loud won was because of Gabu getting a big 3K, and every round afterwards was exactly what we wanted to see from Furia, what we didn't see on Clubhouse. You go take them to a very sporadic map, and then each individual kill you can see coming out in all of these highlights is Furia just walking in, they'll find an opening kill, no trade, no response, because the rest of Loud, even though Flashtree is having good games throughout this stage, it's a team effort, and that's what we're seeing Loud lack. They're not able to get those gunfights. They're not able to get those trades. They're spread too thin. This round from Box Zero was absolutely phenomenal and a great depiction of what we're seeing. He can just walk up a hallway. There's no utility, no information. He's isolating 1v1s. I think that was the biggest downfall, and obviously going 5-1 on your attacks for Furia on Fortress puts you in a great space to just be able to clean out and close out the game. I can't imagine Loud being able to get a foot back into this series on their attacks, especially since Furia, they're going to do what they need to do on defense, which is focus on those trades, bunker up, or if they're fighting, they fight all together. And the way Herds is shooting right now, if he has somebody with him, I'm sure they could 2v5 the rest of Loud currently.
Absolutely. I mean, you're seeing Diaz putting up the numbers for the team, and I'm fearful here that once Loud start on the second half on their attacking side, it's going to get real complicated. Now, operator bans, are we going to see a clash ban for Loud here, maybe to ease their way in? Is it going to be something else? No, we're going to see Mira and Deimos. All right, the Deimos ban makes a lot of sense. You've seen it a million times. All of that crowd control and targeted individual kills, great to have. But Furia can also go for Dakabi in the second side, but they're going to go for Monte. Okay, double shield, there you go. Nothing out of the ordinary so far.
Not at all. Very smart play. I think getting rid of the shields is what you want to do. You want to get rid of the Deimos so that they can't lose those opening kills through the floor. Makes things that much harder for Loud to get that opening kill. That's where Furia was succeeding on their attacks. And now when they're on defense, they know exactly how to counteract what Loud's going to throw at them.
So let's see if they can hold down the line. We'll send it back to our friends Ace and Dez to continue on with the second half of Furia Loud.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And Tim, look at where we are starting. Now, normally you'd see us start up on the top floor. We'd see both top floor sites. This would be the tertiary. Because it's seen as one of the weaker ones, it's quite difficult to hold on to for a large number of defending teams. Here, though, Furia said, let's flip that script. Let's start there, start with the hard one, and then maybe we'll just cruise our way through the next couple of rounds. Interesting choice either way.
Yeah, it's a... I'd normally say it's a little bit of a roll of the dice, a little bit of a gamble for Furia. But given that they're 5-1 up and the way they've been playing, I don't think it is at this point. Even if Loud get around, I think Furia know that they are going to have rounds that they will win up on that top floor. So, you know, why not? Just throw a little bit of a curveball, you know, and see if Loud can attack into it, see if they can get the job done or not. So let's have a look at the lineup for Loud. There's nothing that screams vertical play for me necessarily. They don't have a lot of verticality there. There's no soft breach charges. They've got a couple of hard breach charges, so they could go for the hatch. They've got the Capitao. That's why I'm thinking about the hatch, putting the smokes down there, maybe dropping in. But honestly, I think they're going to just go horizontally and look to combine those smokes with the glass more than anything, and just provide extra smoke cover for the glass. It effectively gives them 4 then. And I think we're largely going to see top floor kind of forgotten about, really, and it does at least take Volps out of things for the time being. He's up on the top floor, and he's the one that you would be looking to challenge the glass through that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, really, I do think we'll see the attackers have to get top floor. Like, it's a necessity. You need to get the verticals open up above med, for example, through site itself. If you try and go lateral, you're going to find yourself getting toasted from potentially the defenders who rotate upstairs. Hertz even come prepped for the idea and knowing they'll want to take top floor with things like the pulse on side. Looking in towards the attackers, like, they'll have to make something special happen because no shield on side does make this quite hard. And sure enough, that entry, not at all a bad spot. Herd should be feeding a lot of intel with that gadget out in his hand as well. But just like we saw a lot during the first half, so it's worth noticing 4 entries went to Loud in that first half, despite them not coming out on top. This is the critical difference, though. They get the follow-on kill as well. Now they can afford to pause for a moment and think about what comes next. They've got all the control here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these are the rounds that Loud have to be winning now. We've already seen them in this position and not walk away with it. Letting them back into it as Lyra manages to peek on into Stemp and find the kill. Doesn't take any damage along the way, by the way. I know, exactly. You really should have been taking at least a little bit. Lyra manages to find Gabu. That is the glass gone. Loud do respond quickly with a trade and keep themselves at the man advantage. He knows he's coming. Flashtree picks up the pulse on the scanner, takes down Herds, who was getting aggressive, and now it's 3 versus 1 in favour of Loud, all up to Diaz.
Yeah, look, Loud can't see this one go away. You've got, how many phone calls do you want? How many phone calls you still want left? Resets, please just use it. They know where he is at the very least. Make his life hell, unless he's already been called, in which case he won't have it on side. But no, he's full HP, so you will still have it. Use the utility, man. Come on, do something. The plant's got to go down in a second, though. Lane we go. Stepping in forward is live, and nade to force him away as well. Resets off towards his backside, waiting for a bit of a backstab here, and gets punished for it. They do get the trade, but my God, man, use the phone call.
Yep, there might be. If they'd not won that round, they'd have been wishing that they had done.
I can't see the reason why you wouldn't. Please.
Oh dear, you know, we've spent weeks talking about Dockerby's power. We've seen her, you know, balanced already, and you're not using the calls, man. You're not using the calls. Right, on we go. Don't forget, that was the 3rd choice site. It was a good win for Loud. They got in there, win a couple of gunfights. They did give Fury a little bit of a window, a little bit of a doorway back into it, but they were able to then clamp it back shut and get the job done. However, Furia now move up to what we would expect to see. They're playing complete in reverse here. So they've gone bottom floor. They're then going to go south side in dorms and games. And their final site is going to be office and bathroom, most likely. And Loud now are really going to have their work cut out for them. Furia have given them a little bit of a foundation. They've given them a little bit of a stepping stone by saying kind of, right, we're going to go to the 3rd choice site. Loud win it, and then it's like, all right, you've won a round. You're back in this with a bit of momentum. And given that Furia only needed 2 sites, I'm not really sure about that decision. Look, maybe they just wanted to practice the 3rd choice site. But I look at it and think, you're on 5. You need 2. Just go to the top 2 floor sites. Go to the best 2 sites. You could have this done 7-1, rather than, you know, giving that Loud that opportunity to get a foot in and to start at least feeling like they've got something going on the attack. But let's see if they can continue it now. Looking across the lineup, they're sticking with the glass. I'd expect to see resets working in underneath on the book and just trying to remove some of those power positions, but he needs to be careful, of course, because it's only a short set of stairs away for Furia to drop somebody down there to challenge him.
We'll see how this plays out then, because, you know, early on back, I think back in the start of the very first half, we saw a very similar style being set up defensively from Loud. The early aggression from Gabu in towards Old Tower, got himself a couple of kills. It was beautiful. Got rid of a Blackbeard at the same time. In fact, it wasn't even for this site. It was just him holding down there aggressively. And you've got Diaz playing in a similar position on the smoke, looking to waste time there and force them away. Very curious to see if Loud can carry on this trend, by the way. They've continued getting the entry. There's only 2 rounds in which they haven't got the entry. But those 2 rounds don't really seem to matter for anything because it's Fury that have got 5 on board. The masters of a comeback so far in this game.
Onto the drones they go. Out comes a little bit of smoke as well. Gabu on the glass is going to be itching to get inside of that. I was wondering for a second if it was an extinguisher, but it's not, of course, because it's just lasting far too long. But the glass not really making the most of it because he's on the drones. So I don't really know what the plan was there, if I'm honest.
Well, that a good look around and see, okay, no one's actually playing close here. They're all playing at range, so maybe we can get away with a really cheeky plant here. Opening up the small wall with the Hibana could be enough for them to start thinking about that. It's live one with the diffuser in hand on the DKB. Half respect he drops that one away because he needs to be making use of those calls when this plant is going on through. Resets again, continues being consistent in the mid-round. The kills that he's picked up is what's helped them get the 2 rounds they've got on board, but has also been something that helps them start to fight their way back in. Hasn't always worked out, but at least it's been something. Loira, I tell you what, Tim, if he gets away with this, this is just going to be absolute calamity. They have to know that he's there.
Surely you would have thought so. He's moving around plenty. There's, plenty of noise being made, but I guess time will tell. VODs manages to find live. Takes down the Dockerby. That's going to be a few less phone calls at least. Yeah, they are aware. Flashtree is sat here watching, but the thing is, it wastes time. They can't turn away from this position now because with 30 seconds left to go, they're going to be concerned about that drop. Gabu goes in and tries to put the diffuser down. Resets, does find one, but there goes Loira. Just time to perfection. Diaz Volps, 1 apiece, and it's all up to the glass. He can't do it, though. Loira finds the final kill, and that's going to be Furia taking the defense of top floor and putting themselves on match point.
It's that tempo play again, isn't it? Like, that is absolutely crazy. As the diffuser starts going down, that is when they choose to explode out. We saw this back in the first half. They can go from slow to fast and back and forth as much as they need to, but they save it until the last second possible. Loira drops down. They have this explosion. C4's coming out over the top, for example. It's almost like Loud was scared to pull the trigger and say, okay, let's try and make this happen, because they knew what was going to happen as soon as they did. And do my eyes deceive me, Tim? Are we going downstairs again?
Yeah,
they really don't. They really want to play this side, don't they?
It's a strange one, isn't it? They just really don't seem to want to play office and bathroom. I don't know whether that's Fury not liking office and bathroom or Fury feeling like they need more practice on the offside. I really don't know what it is. Like, this ain't a practice game, guys. This is about getting 3 points on the board and continuing the rampant progress that you've been making through the SAL this stage. But right now, we will go back downstairs. They obviously feel like what they've seen was enough to tell them what they needed to do, and they will mix it up this time, try and get the job done. I'm interested in Herds' position. He is above on the Solis at the minute. I think that's reading into the fact that Loud didn't play above last time. As I said, they really didn't bring any equipment to do it. They haven't again now. No Sledge, no Buck, no Deimos, no soft breach chargers, no RAM, nothing available for them to be able to really create that verticality beyond DMRs. So I think this is a smart play from Herds. Get yourself upstairs, and unless you get droned out, they're unlikely to do much about it.
I do want to say, Loira doing what he did in that last round was running outside over the top of the roof to get towards the top of Old Tower. I do not expect that will be the last time, nor will it be the only team that we see doing that. You will see that again in future because it was pretty ridiculous. Very smart, and clearly it worked out, but maybe now they've got something else crazy to try for this site in particular. Once again, we're not seeing any focus on that upstairs hold at all. They said, yep, you guys can have that, no problem once again. We want to play a lateral defense here, almost like using it as a scrim to try out something a little bit different, but Loira, finally a good entry coming through for Fury. It's been a long time since they've had one bolt into another. This is looking fantastic for Fury, Tim.
Yeah, really good start for them, isn't it? They managed to get another one from Loira. There was one along the way for Loud, but I think that's going to be all that we see from them, to be honest. 3 versus 1 at the minute. We've got even the GGs being called in the chat at the minute, but don't write Flashtree off. We know that there is, as long as there's at least there's a gun on the board, there's always a chance. However, it's now going to be removed. Now there is no chance. Herds manages to get the final kill, and that was the end of a very comfortable performance from Furia.
It was dominant, wasn't it? Just a level above Loud, who, as we said, are pretty close to them, but just sadly not close enough to them. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. There'll be work for them to go away and do. But Tim, every single time I've seen Tocasta or see Furia these days, they just look better and better.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, every loss is a lesson. Loud, like you say, will learn plenty from it. But Furia, I think, was a lesson for the rest of the world because they just look electric.
Absolutely. Well, I believe our desk is standing by. So, guys, over to you.
Indeed, we are sitting by, at least in this one, because, my friends, there was the excitement in the beginning of the game, and then we just kind of sat down after Furia started running away with it from round 2 onwards. As you saw Foxay, be it first half or the second, complete domination by Furia, as you're expecting 3 points that they collect today very comfortably. The thing is, I find it very difficult to criticize or find little things to nitpick in Furia after the way that they played today.
I don't think it was
they
really
could have done it
flaws.
better, right? They could have 7-0'd.
Yeah, I mean, they could have, I guess, at the end of the day. I mean, that big Gabu getting a 3K round 1, you know, you could look at that in VOD review and scrims after the fact on how we could improve on that. But I mean, going 5-1 on your attacking splits, I think it really was just confidence right there. I mean, they really came with a chip on their shoulder going 8-7 against Imperial. I think that was the biggest thing for them, that we looked and said, oh my God, Furia looks human. That being said, they take that, transition it into a beautiful, close to flawless game win on a map like Fortress. It seems like they had a good understanding. They didn't show that much respect when it came to their opponent today against Loud. They knew what they needed to do. They just had that confidence on all of their entries. They just needed the better map situation to go along with it, and they had that today.
It's kind of difficult to find a map where Furia won't be able to be comfortable on, really. But for that and more, let's bring in DS and have a little chat. Hello, DS. Good to have you again. Our co-host at this point. We've just been saying it. We're used to having you. You absolutely destroy in this playday. Talk to me first about that map pick in Fortress before anything else, because compared to what we've had before, it's very different. It's very different to what you played last week in that tight game, also against Imperial. What was the decision-making behind it?
So against Imperial, we kind of underestimated them, and our club was kind of weak. We didn't really practice that map the week before the game, so it was very, very hard. This week, we kind of knew that they were going to force us into Fortress. We lost it twice at the major. We looked kind of weak, and we also scrimmed them a couple times, and it was hard against them. So we just prepped the whole week, and we just played the game. And when we played the game as well today, we noticed that they were kind of shaky, so we just forced full clears, and they gave us a round, basically.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. I mean, you guys looked like a completely different team from that match against Imperial. That being said, a lot of your guys' entries were backed by the fact of big individual pushes or split pushes, and then you would just get 1v1 after 1v1. Were you guys expecting them to give you guys 1v1s, not necessarily have much utility set up or trade set up for you? Or was that something that, like you said, they were shaky, so you just noticed it and just tried to take advantage of it?
We kind of knew. They're a very like I said, they're not the brightest, so they give us a lot of 1v1s even in scrims. So that's why we forced like the full clears, because we knew that they were just gonna give us the rounds. And yeah, we just kept forcing that the whole game, and it worked.
Right. Oh yeah, I mean, I think that was something that we ended up seeing today. I mean, talk to us a little, now that you've had a little bit more experience on Fortress. It's been around. I still feel like the map itself hasn't really been broken down at what the defaults are going to be, so to say. There's a lot more creativity that comes from it. From your perspective, has there been any change since it originally came out? Do you feel like it's a lot more stabilized in the map pool now?
Yeah, I think it's pretty stable at this point. It's pretty simple. It's on attack, you can split the whole map or do like slow takes like we did. And on defense, there's a lot of like games you can play. You can use Bandits and Cade for like stepping back. You can play aggro. It's pretty default. Not default, but it's simple, I'd say. It's harder for attack, but with like all the operators, it's you can make it easier.
He says it's harder for attack as they absolutely smash 5-1 on the half. Diaz, thank you very much. It's good to see you again, and congratulations on a huge win. All 3 points. Tomorrow we'll get to see you in yet another game against Black Dragons this time around. Anything you'd like to say before we say goodbye?
No, that's it.
Very good. Thank you very much, Diaz. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
There it is. Again, great control from Furia as they absolutely trounced their opponents of Loud. Today, I'd say they were quite quiet to play on the name, but I'll stop. Yeah, Furia at the top, looking good. All 3 points. They're gonna be extremely happy with this performance today. You can't be laughing, Fox. I still remember the Waka Waka moment. That was on stage. That was not on just a at-home broadcast. All right.
Yeah, but the thing is if I make jokes, when I make jokes, like I knew that was going to be a cringy joke, so I said it satirically. You know, so at the end of the day...
Oh, you're ironically making jokes. All right, yes, well, Furia ironically trounced Loud today. Is that fine? They ironically picked
it was great.
Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, Furia made Loud quiet. You see what I did there? I took your joke and took it back. No, but they definitely made Loud look like a bunch of chumps, especially on this map. And again, we were talking about Loud being one of those teams that comes in throughout a stage. We're seeing them get more and more consistent. You know, Flasher, we were hyping him up. They have a team that has a good amount of plants when it comes from this roster. But unfortunately, we didn't see it show up today, and it's only going to increase the lead that Furia has within this top 2 margin, making it all that much harder for teams to pass them up. At the end of the day, for Loud, you just want to be in the top 6, so it's not the worst situation to find yourself in. Loud's played a good amount of teams that are on the higher half of this, you know, leaderboard at the moment, so they have an easier road to come. That being said, I mean, we interviewed him himself, but Diaz has been a big player for Furia that has been consistently stepping up ever since he went to the SAL region. He was on Liquid. Yep. He was doing good. He's really been a player that is a quiet constant for his rosters. He's always getting his kills, always being in the right place, being on these flex operators, and it's something that we're going to hopefully continue to be seeing. But all around the board, Furia looks a lot more of a team to be taken seriously. Little bump in the road last week against Imperial, swipe it under the rug, shut everybody up with the 7-2 against Loud.
Absolutely. That's actually one of the questions we asked DS last week. That, hey, we noticed that you're just playing better when you're back home, back in Brazil. What's the difference? Like, well, communication wise, we're all speaking in Portuguese. It makes it easier. I got great teammates on here, so I'm able to shine harder in my own position, comfort position in here, and you can see it. Diaz has been a very consistent performer ever since this roster has been put together, but even before that, as you mentioned, the Team Liquid stint that he had last year. I don't think Dodes were MVP here. I think it's quite clear, but Diaz is at the top. Furia are very happy with their performance today to collect all 3 points, and their story continues. However, for Loud, I will say Loud might have lost this, but they are still in 4th place. That does not impact them much, and there is the opportunity, as you said, because they faced bigger opponents in the beginning of the stage, that they would recover later on in it. But that is only game 1 of what we have in store for you, my dear viewers. Today, Fluxo W7M versus Loss is coming after the break.
Pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Fala pessoal, tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1, por quê? Pô, a mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Ah, que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... Ah, o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano, acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É É isso, pessoal. Essa foi Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Esse é o marco, essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Não, mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo...
Mano, tomar 7x0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
Eu quero ficar de boa.
Se der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê?
Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o time reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê?
Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal.
Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Um cara da Nico de pequeno filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram da rede que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV? Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Eu sabia que era pra esse. Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de trash pra essa galera aí, mano. Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu ia pôr o cara da Nico.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe. Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que mandar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. JV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vou tomar no c...
É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano.
Vai
Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E eu, Norris.
Norris?
É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Eu aposto um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e falar, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
The cutest hate messages that you can ever get are right here in SAL. Fox, welcome back. We continue on with SAL. Our second match is up for everybody to see. And for this one, we're bringing out at least teams that we want to see do better, but some are struggling more than the other. Fluxo W7M versus Loss, and you saw Loss Salt Lake City. You didn't see Fluxo W7M because, well, they kind of messed up at the last bit where they could just have gotten it over the edge, even after defeating FaZe Clan. And so far in this stage, they've been having some issues, but let's kind of zoom out for a moment here, get through our rosters one by one. We'll go through Fluxo W7M just up first and see what they could bring us for this Playday, because they've had this incredible up and up trajectory, but it's been faltering. Like last Playday against NIP, they did not look good at all, Fox.
I mean, one win throughout the stage for Fluxo W7M, and you can't even say that they've been playing great teams. Yeah, they played against FaZe. Yes, they played against NIP. They should have maybe beat NIP. I think the biggest upset was their first game. Maybe it stunned them a little bit. Just a narrow loss to Black Dragons. Black Dragons hasn't been looking too hot as well. I mean, their only win being against Imperial. And again, there's so many good contenders still left up on the chopping block for a team like Fluxo W7M. And it's a bit of a fall from grace that they have, fallen, because Paula, Loban, these players that we always talk about, we always see them putting up amazing stats, always being able to find these kills. Unfortunately, I mean, this team has just been struggling to really find comfortability. I really want to say, since they picked up Cons, it feels like this team's demise has been set, almost finding a difficulty of where to slot them in, how to be able to connect everybody. It seems like it's shaked up a lot of the positions from these players that they were very comfortable in. And a lot of these players, they're not necessarily the most flashiest aim players, but something that everyone says is players like Paula, players like Loban, Dodes, they're always in the right spots. They're always putting their crosshair in the right positions. They're so methodically sound when it comes to the brain game of Siege. But the thing is, since picking up Cons, it feels like it's really shaken that up, and that's been their downfall, so to say. Not to put the pressure on Cons' shoulder, because he's been playing well for his role, but it seems like the adjustments that they've made since then haven't really been hitting the mark for Fluxo W7M.
No, not really gelling together to make it work. It's kind of surprising, as you mentioned, the games that they've had so far. Yes, there's been some tougher opponents, but they've kind of looked quite limp against those as well. The game against NIP was, I think, a big tell. I was very excited for that game. Seeing how NIP completely manhandled Fluxo W7M was disappointing at best, because you're expecting more. You can lose the game, but at least show me that you have something up there. I can say that from my own chair in here, right? I can play Armchair General all day, every day. It's kind of what we do. But you got to show up. And I'm pretty sure Fluxo W7M are not going to be happy with that performance, but they have had a bunch of days to reflect back on that Playday, on that match specifically, and we'll see what they can change for today. Though their opponents on their opposite side is Lost were incredibly impressive. Last Playday, they pushed FaZe to the edge, and even though they didn't beat FaZe, they still put a lot of pressure on them on Fortress. They played an excellent first half, and even in the second, they had a couple good attacking rounds. It was impressive. They've so far had a pretty decent run, I would say, in this stage. And at least when we're looking at the overall standings, Lost is at 6th place. They are a point ahead of Fluxo W7M. With how volatile this middle section is here in SAL, this is a must-win for Fluxo W7M. If you ask me, if you win in regulation, you get all 3 points. Fluxo, hats off to you. I think you're going to be very happy with that, and I'll be very proud of you. However, if it goes to OT, it gets very dicey. You might win. In that case, okay, kind of recovered. If you lose in OT, that's not great. If you lose in regulations, then that's going to be really awful. There's only 1 point differential between the two, and with how tight things are, at every single point, and even a head-to-head victory might matter down the line to see who makes it into playoffs, because it's only the top 6 that go in there, and it's the top 4 that get immediately into the upper bracket. The bottom 2 will only be left with 1 life in lower bracket, Fox.
If Los is able to get that regulation win, it only puts them closer in contention of being able to just secure top 6. I think that's the claim to fame for Los, is they're always not necessarily hitting the mark. They're not getting there that close, but so far, I think it's safe to say this is probably one of the better starts to the stage. I mean, already being able to keep it close against FaZe in their previous matchup, a big upset win against Loud. They dominated Black Dragons. I'm really impressed with the way that they've been playing, and the road does get easier. They've already lost to FaZe and Furia. There's only going to be quote unquote easier teams that they should be beating based on the performance that we've seen from them. And it's not just one individual player. Each one has a big pop-off game because they're all playing their respective roles. I know Perez is the talking point for this team of being able to get those opening kills as the entry, but we're seeing Dash, who didn't really have a spectacular last year since coming back to SAL from leaving wildcard. He was having his ups and downs. Now he's been very consistent. Everybody on the team, Daffo, a player that, you know, was a little bit slept on when he had his stint on Liquid. Now he's also having consistency. So it feels like this team of Los really is put together, well-rounded, and so I hopefully don't see them get so close again but fall short. And it's games like these that matter the most, because Fluxo W7M, it's a team that they should be getting points over, keeping them lower on the leaderboard, being able to dominate them. If they can't be Fluxo W7M, it paints a really bad picture for the rest of the games that Los has to play, because yes, they have NIP, they have Imperial, they have these quote-unquote easier teams coming up, but Fluxo W7, I think, is the litmus test for how the rest of the weeks are going to go for Los.
Yeah, even if you go into the top 6, that's one thing. How are you going to fare once you get into best of 3 maps and games versus the best teams in SAL? That's the next step in it, and I fear that that's where it really shows what's lacking. However, as you said, Daffo absolutely has been a sleeper build for the longest time, and I'm glad that he's able to show his strength and where he is. We'll get to see maybe more of that today. It's definitely a game that is very important to show up in versus Fluxo W7M. As I said, Lost are only 1 point up, but they are at 6th place. It is a big fight. And where do we go? We'll go to Cafe Dostoyevsky. Banned out by Fluxo. They'll remove Consulate, and Lost decide to start defense on Cafe. So far, makes sense. Does this fit any one of these two teams right now, Fox?
I mean, I think for Los, it benefits them because I don't believe that they've played it so far when it comes to the SAL. There's a lot of room for them to be able to find that synergy when it comes to a map like Cafe. You're able to play together, close off. It's slower pace. You're starting on defense first. And against a team like Fluxo W7M that's struggling to find positioning advantages, struggling to find these openings, struggling to find that flow, you need to be able to micromanage time and taking space on a map like Cafe. And so far, Fluxo W7M hasn't really displayed that throughout the stage, that they're able to do what they need to be doing on attack, getting that due diligence, droning, trading, and being able to have time to go for the executes. It doesn't seem like they fit the play style of a map like Cafe as opposed to Los.
Absolutely so. Well, we'll see how it plays out. The defense start might be very important, but we'll have to put that guessing game aside because our two wonderful commentators are going to take us through the action. Ace and Dez, we go into our operator bands and into Cafe Dostoyevsky. Let's see what comes out of it.
Thank you very much, Milos. Indeed, this is a very interesting veto, I think, Tim, because on paper, I think it's fair to say Los's trajectory throughout the stage looks better than Fluxo's. It's been better results, even though they've lost. I put them on paper today to win this game, and then seeing the veto, I was just like, damn, this looks genius. They left Consulate and Cafe for Fluxo to choose between. Zero chances ever went to Consulate, because last time they played each other on this map, that was only 2 months ago, Los battered them 7-3. They knew Cafe was coming, and I just get a feeling that after they saw Fluxo playing on this map last week against Imperial, Los will come in saying, we know we're going to the map and we know exactly how to beat them here. I am nervous for Fluxo.
I'm nervous for Fluxo every week at the minute, Des, to be honest with you. I really am. You know, this is a team that should be doing much better than it is. It seems that the the loss of a player along the way there has really hurt them. And let's not forget, this is a team that we were often coming into the big major international events saying that they could win it. And I look at the minute and they're struggling to even get into the playoff spots. It's kind of crazy for them, especially with the names that are on there. So look, no time like the present for Fluxo W7M to start getting things going. But as you say, Los might already have dealt a blow in the banning phase, and they are going to want to keep themselves on top of it. They've had that taste of, international presence. They're going to want to continue that, and that starts by getting yourself into the playoffs. Currently sat in 6th spot. They need as many points as they can get to kind of secure that position, so they're going to be looking for some more.
I think it also demands consistency from Los at the same time, though. Last time you and I cast SAL, we did watch Dash drop a bit of a stinker. 1-14 he went in that game on Clubhouse. It was not a good performance, but his other performances haven't been too bad. He really has started picking up the pieces, so hopefully today is another good day. Either way, it's Fluxo that are on the attack. Let's put our focus onto them and what they're trying to get done here. We started things out with Dodos and the Brava, and we had a good chat last broadcast we worked him about Brava and when you want to bring her along. Typically when there's a Maestro on side, but Malusi also an excellent target for it. I think here it's more the abundance of things there are to take away, such as the black eye cameras, such as those laser gates, where he can really roll out the red carpet for the rest of his team to march on forward.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You want to look at, you know, what sort of how high value are the targets on the other side and how many of them are there? And when you look at Banshees, when you look at black eye cameras particularly, they are absolutely massive. No idea that there is a drone sat here, the player in reading room. It's going to be dark on the Valkyrie. Needs to be very, very careful because I'm sure right now Fluxo, I would hope, are trying. There we go. Now he knows. But I'm sure that Fluxo are trying to kind of tighten the net here and reduce the possibility of him getting away. Two of them do go into challenge, don't manage to find any shots, have to dip away. But I tell you what, Doc is not one for leaving this battle alone.
I will say it's been a minute and a half and there's been 4 of them stood at these doors here. One on the vertical rappel, one playing under a window behind him, 2 playing on snow door. He's not really able to take a gunfight. He's just wasting a lot of time, and now it's perfectly slipped away at the right moment. Back on towards 90. We're down to the last 60, Tim, and they're still trying to find out where this Valkyrie is, and they don't even find the entry.
Going to find another challenge coming in, but it's going to be Cons who gets taken. Loss are just running away with this. 5 versus 1 now, and we've got Palu. It's always Palu left alive, by the way. Palu up on the roof. 1v5, can do nothing. The kill comes up through the hatch. That's going to be a very good first round for Loss.
Well, I know Palu has been referred to as a mass beta for his team over time, and it did actually stack up in the numbers. Went back and looked at it for a while. He had like the most 1vx's being won. And that was because he was left in such a ridiculous number of 1vx's at the same time. Yes, he's a great player. Yes, he gets a lot of kills. Yes, he clutches up a lot, but he is always the one at the back. And you always naturally then have to ask the question, what happens if he's more forward-facing in this team? If he's the one leading entries for them, for example, it does make questions, exist. So far, we don't quite yet have the answers. And again, I'll come back to what I said in that last round. 2 minutes they largely spent there staring around pillars, waiting for the bout. Could never quite catch. By the time they finally got a look at the bout and challenge on towards her, well, Perez had got 2 kills. It was a flawless first round. Not good enough from Fluxo. We've got to see a little bit more bite in round 2.
We certainly do. It's not going to be difficult to find it, is it? They didn't manage to get a single kill. So anything will be better than what they have put down previously. It's going to be mining is our second. No, it's down in kitchen actually. Sorry, I'm misviewing our silhouettes. We've got a top floor hold coming in. Sorry, no, it is down in mining. I was going to say a top floor hold seems awfully strange. But no, it's down in mining. Mid-floor site where Los will be looking to defend. And aggression immediately. I like this from Los. They've managed to get themselves that first round and they're playing with confidence, but they also need to play with a little bit of care. Perez nearly losing his life already.
I don't hate it though. I think if you know the other side is slow and they're a little bit rattled, the best thing you can do is try and hit them off the rip. Because if they're sat there thinking, oh, we need everything to go perfectly for us, we need all 5 players to make this game plan work that's taken us 3 minutes to pull off. You take away one of those operators, you just completely force them to have to reimagine things from the off. And it's horrible. Either way, I think that's why you're looking at the Fluxo lineup and saying, no, we're playing this slow and cautious still. They've got a Nomad and a Gridlock on side. They don't want to be hit by these flanking players. They want to control Lost that little bit better, get this top floor control, and then look towards opening up the floor before thinking about the site itself. I just worry they're leaving themselves a bit too much to do in that eventuality.
1 minute into the round, we don't have anybody inside of the map yet for Fluxo W7M. They're not getting themselves too carried away. Attempt to jump out there from the Malusi of Dark will be taken down by Dots. Not an easy fight to have that when you're on upside down rappel, by the way, and you're trying to fight directly at the ground. I mean, it's kind of a funny one, is it really? Because it's just pixels on your screen and you should be able to move your mouse towards them the same as you do anything else, but sometimes the perspective just throws you right off.
I mean, he's bottled the jump out, to be fair, but you've got a Nomad and a Gridlock on side.
Yeah.
Like, where was the Gridlock? Where are the tracks inside White Stairs? I know they're on red normally, but you have enough that you can cover everything. So a bit of a slip by Lobin. However, they do get away with it, then lose one to a C4 not too long after. Again, this early aggression from Lost is running this clock down. Something spectacular. Only now have we finally seen the attackers get in on this top floor. They've still got a lot of work to do.
We'll start that verticality now. We're going to have an attempt at some breaching, but I think they're just concerned about the electrification that's on this wall from the electrical, so they will need to deal with that from above. They should be able to get an angle onto it once they start opening things up above. They've got the sledge of Palu. He's in there doing his job now, so once he can rotate through, they'll be able to get this wall open up and get the long angle that they're hoping for from White Stairs all the way through Fireplace and into sight.
They've just got a pretty good march on here. Knows there might be a flank coming through, and why wouldn't there be? We've seen so much aggression coming out of Lost that, you know, a flank is all but guaranteed to be a part of this round. Down towards the last 20 or so. Here we go. Sure enough, there's one trying to come its way at red. Con's had a bit of cover off towards the side. Dash gets rid of low bin. That's not looking too good. Tim, it's a 4v3 for Los. Okay.
Make that a 3v3 as Cons manages to find one. Dash has a response though, taking down Palu. Look at the health on the side of Fluxo, but Cons goes big. Dots as well. Look at the health though, they barely got anything. This is very winnable for Nux as the plant goes down. Dodes finds his man through the fireplace. And Fluxo, they managed to hold on. That was very, very close run given how little HP those two had left.
Well, Cons and Dodos are basically 1 or 2 versus 4 there. You and I will remember, you remember when we cast this back actually in the earlier weeks of SAL that we covered. Cons was a bit of a miracle worker for them. He won some really crucial rounds in the dying moments, more on the defensive side rather than on the attack. But once again, it's his name that is appearing at round ends and seeing his team over the line. Him and Dodo, I mean, Dodos especially for me, is still one of the best players that we have in the world when he's in the right team. Like, the old Los when he used to play with them, like, unbelievable as a player. And I'm glad that he's also got himself up on the scoreboard there and made himself a part of the ending round. I'll need to see pair of them really deliver big today if they're going to carry on winning rounds out, though. Because, again, that was a spot that they shouldn't have won. They were in a 2 versus 4, I'll remind you. That's more of a slip by Los than it is necessarily a big win by Fluxo. But take nothing away from them. Those two delivered big.
See if they can continue to deliver big. Last entry. So the entries so far have gone in the way of the winner of the round. So we've had 1 apiece. Keep an eye on how that goes here. Los showing that maybe it's a little bit of a struggle for them to overcome that man disadvantage that they had throughout the round last time around. Fluxo W7M could continue the pressure. They could keep it on if they're able to get that first kill again and put Los on the back foot. We do head down to Kitchen this time. No mistakes on my part this time around. Looking at the lineup, all fairly standard, nothing too wild there. We've got the Thorn. The Tubarão Kaid combination is always nice. That's going to help to keep that hatch closed for as long as possible. The Ram has been brought along by Fluxo W7M, so that screams top floor control to me.
Shock horror. You got the DMR wanting to sit inside of Bakery, go for these challenges. You know, Rooney, we've spoken about a number of times, obviously brings around a lot of valuable things to the team in general. Free rotates on the melee, bulletproof's never a bad thing. The laser gate's great for slowing down the movement of attackers overall, but it's that DMR that teams tend to pick up for these days. Very, very potent, very, very deadly, and great for those longer angles that you need to challenge. And Bakery might look at and go, well, it's more of a mid-range angle, sure, but it's still wonderful for clicking on heads, so really can't complain all that much. Connors has got himself in, though, on towards his first floor. I feel like this is a good adaptation coming out of Fluxo to realise, okay, we've been strangled for time here in these first 2 rounds. We need to be able to move through that a little bit more fluidly. What's a good way of almost letting you take map control without having to worry about droning it? Monty is a fantastic way of doing that. So, not in a bad spot here to get themselves where they are inside quick time. The Ram now going to work. We've got the Sens on side for Palu, who my eyes gravitate towards once again as the crucial operator in this execute. Not bad for Fluxo so far.
I'd expect to see Palu rotating back over to white. He's currently just been playing around red stairs, but I think it was just, you know, as a security thing. But then, saying that, we do start to see that Sense utility just sent down through the flooring towards Kitchen. Normally, we'd see a Sense on an attack onto Kitchen to deal with VIP. So if we have a look, we've got Dash playing over on the Tubarão in VIP, this position. So normally, you would put a light screen across the front of him, and that gives you the opportunity to move from white stairs on into freezer if you've got that wall breach. But for the time being, at least, Palu hasn't been over this side. A minute left on the clock. He is now at Fireplace, so maybe he will shift over here to support the Monty that's looking to bully this Tubarão.
I like it, and so far that bullying is going to start doing work for them. The flash that came on through wasn't quite enough, as Cons just manages to get past the Razor Bloom, takes 0 damage from it by the looks of it either. That's a bit unfortunate, but now they've got the Super Hour pinned down. But yeah, that's what you need, the challenge from the Monty. The second player in behind to ensure they can get their way through, and there is no support from anyone else on Los. That's VIP cleared, and they believe they've got restaurant control. Dot's in good for another. Daffo hoping to get something and does get away with one, but Monty's in there to convert. Cons once again doing a lot for this round, Tim, but again, we're down to a 2 versus 2. How are they giving away that advantage?
Well, the problem is that they've lost Palu, so any of those light screens that are out, they can't now be activated or deactivated, so they're going to have to do it without that utility. But Dordes goes in, looking for the kill, manages to find his man. The Monty was a big support there in the 2v1, could take a lot of attention, and Fluxo W7M get themselves round 3 and sit 2-1 up.
Do my eyes deceive me? Is it another 2vx being won for the side of Fluxo by Cons and Dodes? No, can't be. Another round where those two have been outsized in their impacts. The question actually turns to a round where things don't work out for them, where they end up being disrupted or taken out early. Can the other step up and make things happen? Palu, for example, 0 and 3. Lobin, 0 and 3. Both have been very, very minimal impact so far. Don't take it away from them. Those have been doing great work, but I worry that it's built on shaky foundations and they're going to need more in these next 3 rounds, especially now the Monty has been taken offline.
No surprise at all to see that Monty taken away. They didn't even need the light screens to deal with VIP. It was all dealt with by the Shield last time. So at least for next time around defending Kitchen, if nothing else. Because it's actually, interestingly, the only time that we've seen the Monty brought along as being to attack on Kitchen. So it is just purely based on that. I think it's, you know, we often talk about these occasions how teams don't go back to the same site straight away once they've lost it. Quite often they will wait for that banning phase, so they'll play their first 3 rounds in 3 different sites. They'll recognise problems. In that case, Monty was a real problem for us on Kitchen, so then that may dictate their banning at the end of round 3 to say, right, we'll take away Monty this time, so when we get back down to Kitchen, we're going to be defending without having to deal with that, that pain point, that shield factor in this case. So it looks like that is what Los have done. They are going to be getting aggressive here with Dash looking for the little pre-fire, the little spawn peak, doesn't get his man, dips away, no harm done, so they will continue 5 versus 5, full health.
That from Dark as well, just again ready to be a nuisance. We saw it back in the first round, right? A lot of time being wasted around Pillar. A good minute and a half, 2 minutes was burnt by him while 4 players focused on trying to clear him out. It was very, very effective, and now that he's got that hole underneath the window, he can either stand across underneath it and shoot up onto the window or get that C4 going skyward. Either way, Fluxo have got to be really careful here, make sure they've got the droning work done. It's another thing that's put before them as an obstacle they've got to work around, though, and given how they've been with the time so far, bar round 3, which they were very good, I will say, I think it feels like a good idea on the side of low, so just keep on trying to be aggressive in the early round, keep on shutting them down.
Nitro pre-ripped in hand, always love this, just to try and cover up that audio cue that comes along with it. Lopin, he's had the read on that, should have been getting the kill, especially there with Dordes available for support as well. That is a big loss for Fluxo W7M. Hopefully those track stingers had already been deployed, but there's no real reason, I don't think, for Lopin to be off the board there. If he'd have been a bit more patient, he just plays as the bait, waits for Dordes to get on that upside down rappel, and it is an easy kill onto the Valkyrie. Instead, he challenged and he lost his life.
Attempt onto Palu almost got him ripped off there, and it would have been the perfect point to be in a 4 versus 3 as well. Just as it feels that Fluxo are starting to get a bit of stability in the round. They've got themselves in the windows. They've got themselves inside top red. They're asking the right questions. But as you said a number of times, Tim, most of the team is still outside the building. Dots is the only one inside. And we're down towards the last 60 or so. It has been, once again, very, very slow.
And the thing is, Los will start to recognise this. They'll know he tries to send in the air jab to dislodge the Pixel player, but they're able to shoot it out instead. Sees his opportunity, though, and manages to find Perez. 4 versus 3, 50 seconds left to go. He has now got Dordes joining him inside of the map, so we've got both the Ace and the Nomad, but Daffo steps up, finds a kill onto Cons. Can he pick up his man? Long range from New Balcony all the way into Cigar Shop. Nux Does manage to find one, dash another. 3 versus 1, and surely Los hold on here. 30 seconds as Palu with about 15 HP takes himself up to the rooftop. He's going to rotate back away to Red Stairs Hatch, drop, and now try to find some more challengers.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was alluding to. What happens when we don't see Dodes or Cons pop off? And that was one of those rounds, sadly, where they got picked off relatively early on because there wasn't enough bite being shown by the players on the side of Fluke. So, yeah, inside top red with a minute to go. All right, cool. Is anyone else inside? Have we got pressure coming up white yet? Have we got someone pressuring on towards window above cocktail? No. It was very, very straightforward and direct. And that's why I thought Los didn't really struggle in that round. They were able to take the gunfights when they wanted on their terms, and Flukes were the ones left scrambling, trying to find some kind of answer. It is 2-2. Can't take it away from them. They've done good work to get the 2 on the board, but as I alluded to at the time, it's all been off the back of Dodes and Cons. They've had to work extra hard to get them where they are. Now we sit at a point where things carry on with both Palu and Lobin being 0 and 4, yet able to get themselves into the game.
2 more defensive rounds for Los. Then somebody needs to build some momentum here, really. We've had Flux OW7M win round 2 and 3 back-to-back. Los have got 1 and 4 to bookend it, and really we just need somebody to start getting themselves some momentum and putting the others under pressure. It's been a good bit of back and forth so far. Let's see if it continues. Los will this time be defending Reading Room. We haven't seen them defend it. Oh no, sorry, we did see them defend it back in round 1. It was their first win back in round 1. Are they able to do the same? It's going to be a lot of fighting over top floor, as we would expect. A lot of reinforcements, a lot of utility up there. We can see the Banshees. I like that Banshee position. Just kind of as you come through the door from Cigar into Long Bar, just a Banshee there on the wall is going to make it very difficult to progress quickly across and challenge into bar back storage, where we've got Perez playing.
Okay. Once again, leaning towards a similar thing we saw the last time they were playing here as well. That gridlock has been an ever-present part of every round to date. The Nomad dropped away for only one of them, so they've really kind of realized we need that control. We've got to stop them going wild on us, because it's all they've been doing so far. They've been very aggressive, and a good way to control them is with these operators. But last time, they allowed a jump out to happen. Very fortunately managed to stop it, and then got C4 off the same window. So I want to now, at least now most of the gadgets are down, for example, all air just deployed, all but one of the tracks down too. So looking better, they're establishing more control. I'm just watching that clock again because, as I keep on saying, that is where they're losing these rounds.
I'm fascinated to see so far that despite no ban onto the Dorkerbie, we haven't had a single Dorkerbie pick come in for Flux OW7M on the attack. Dots does manage to find Nux, 4 versus 4 then. That was a trade, however, as Perez did pick up the opening kill. So it leaves us without a smoke and without a gridlock on either side, respectively. Well, big loss in Nux. We do see one cloud of yellow smoke there, so it means at least one of the toxic bays was used, but otherwise the other 2 likely gone to the grave with him. So that's a big loss of utility for the side of Los, and area and time denial is going to have to come from somewhere else. Dafo, he starts to do a good job of it, taking down Palu. They know they've got a player stuck in the corner here, but just can't quite find the angle.
And don't tell me he gets away with this. Oh my, has he actually got away with it? He's still here, no? No, he's still tucked in, and he gets the free kill. You knew he was there. Hello, come on. You knew he was there. Boys, we can't keep doing this. This isn't you.
Problem is, I'm starting to think it might be, because these are the mistakes that we are seeing creeping in playday after playday. Like you say, huge mistake there with Dafo. Complete inability to deal with the player in that corner. You've got another player coming through. You've got a player under new balcony, all trying to support you, and still Dafo gets away with 2 out of the 3 kills. It just can't happen like that. Los, unsurprisingly, take the round. It's 3-2, and we move on to round 6.
I'm dog shit at this game. I've just about scraped plat so far. But even I could know and hear when the laser gate went up and down. Guess what? It didn't. That meant he was still on that balcony. Yet you get the way they reacted. It was like they didn't even know he was there still. They've given him 3 separate 1v1s. They had flashes that the ace could make use of for the engagement. But I don't know, man. I don't know. You can't be letting it happen. You just cannot. 3-2 then to Los. They're looking good for this half. Granted, given 2 rounds over to Fluxo so far off the back of cons, as I've already alluded to, him and Dodes have been doing the work. Can they get them over one more line? Because you know what? If we get to the end of this half and it's 3-3, I'll give it. Fair play. You've managed to smash and grab 3 rounds out of seemingly nowhere, despite the rounds you've lost looking very, very poor. They maybe then have a chance going on to the defensive side here. Either way, it's been crazy. I don't really know what to say. It has been a ridiculous half. That's all I can say.
It's certainly been something. That much is fair to say. We're going to see the Razor Bloom under the piano. A nice spot there because it does cover off the entire stage. Of course, those Razor Blooms having quite a big area of effect on them where they will be triggered. So a couple of nice placements there. Going to make it very difficult to move across and take that top floor. I have the shield here. We've got a lot of utility expended towards holding on to this. It has worked in the past. And we're hoping for it to work now. No early damage done, 30 seconds into the round, but I like this from Lobin. I think this is what Fluxo W7M need to be doing, is turning up the pace a little bit, turning up the heat. We can see utility already turning up the heat indeed, just getting caught in a few of those flames. But Banshee is taken out, and that is a pathway towards sight already established.
It does hurt me that it's only now got to a point where we're seeing a util operator coming along. Like you spoke about the lack of the KB earlier on, the fact that we only now seen the Snake come out in round 6. That would have been great earlier on when you know there's aggression coming on towards you. Think about how valuable the Snake would have been on Snowdora as an example. It's a bit of a mind boggler, but at least it is on board and I'm with you. I like we've seen Lobin going a bit more aggressive. However, he is 0-3 on entry so far throughout this half. He has not been able to get the earlies that he needs. Maybe that now changes with him being on a more intel-based operator.
Continue now with those snake scans. Won't see quite that distance the Soliton radar. Cons does manage to pick up the kill onto Perez. That's far too easy. Dark just strays into the line of sight of Dots, and you feel this time that Los aren't really 100% sure where this attack is coming from at all times. Keep just straying into those lines of sight. Nade goes out onto White just to chase down the player who was just trying to exit out of that situation there. Dash on and run out, manages to pick up Palu. 3 versus 2, still in favour of Fluxo, and they know he's coming up wide. It's too easy. They're giving themselves away in this round of loss.
They've fallen shy to the thing that they know Los have done all half long, which is play a lot on the windows. Like we've seen it every single round. Late round, 3-4 players still sat on windows. They've lost 2 players realistically to that here. I mean, understandably, Dash shouldn't be getting a kill in the 2 versus 4 on that run out anyway. You'd expect when it gets down to 4 versus 2, all the players would flood their way in and then look to be hitting the site or look to punish those that they can find inside the map. Either way, it's another round to Fluxo. And like I say, at 3-3 at the half, you'll forgive them for all of their transgressions. That hasn't come out too bad for them. Milosh, Fox, what did you make of that?
I mean, Jamaican me crazy, my friend. What is that? There's a bunch of rounds here from Fluxo where we're losing our minds, and there was specifically one round, even though we're even at the half, there's one round that we need to play. And I think that's round 5 here where I guess the commentary itself spoke for the moments that we were having. Fluxo on the attack, still collecting 3, but there were questionable moments like this one, Fox.
Yeah, very questionable situations. It seems like whenever Los is in the driver's seat, they have man advantage. It seems like they just can't stop themselves from moving, but at the end of the day, it's up to Fluxo W7M to have to go get those kills. And we just see Daffo get a big 2-piece, and he just stays alive. I think that's the biggest part, is him being in such a death spot. They know where he is. They're not isolating him well enough. They're giving him 1v1s, and he's able to win it. I mean, I think that's the biggest downfall for Fluxo W7M. And just to reinforce the fact that we talked about in the pre-match was, since picking up Collins, Paulo and Lobin, these 2 players that we're consistently always talking about being the main slayers for the team, Paula has 0 kills, Lobin has 1 kills going into the half, and that's something that needs to change going on to defense because, again, yes, you have cons. Maybe things are getting shaken up, but the comfortability aspect is something that these 2 players are struggling on. On a map like Cafe, it's going to be easier for them to get a little bit more active and find those kills when it comes to the defensive side. And we know that Los is going to give them those opportunities because some of those rounds looked like Los could have just been closing them out, even in that last one. But again, they give them the gunfights. But at this point, it's just an aspect of them not getting the kills. So if Paula and Lobin can make sure that, hey, it's 3-3, despite us not being able, we got 1 kill amongst both of these players. If we can just focus up and realize it's a very easy match, very easy to win it, let's just play calm, play the siege that we're even known to be good at. they'll be in a good position to be able to run away with it on defense.
Absolutely. So this is definitely not over. I want to repeat this. We're being critical for the sake of it, just because we're expecting things to not be as chaotic as they ended up being there, but score-wise, it's still very doable. Like Fluxo getting those 3 rounds on attack, they're going to be pretty happy with it on Cafe. Can that continue, or will Lost fight back? We got a pulse ban in the big 2-6. All right. Sorry, Tim, but you are out of this game. Somehow you're going to have to cast it. Enjoy, Ace and Des.
You stole my joke, man. I was going to come back and say, oh, they banned Tim. Like, I got to cast by myself now. Oh, what a shame.
I'm going nowhere. There's absolutely no banning me, Des. No matter how hard they try, but
I think someone could muzzle you, and you would still be screaming.
I'd still get the job done. Castle and Pulse, yeah, very unusual defensive bans. There's obviously a very specific gameplay in mind here for Los, whether they've seen something on the side of Fluxo or whether they're going to, try something specifically. We don't really see too much Castle on Cafe at a pro level, I will say that. We do see it occasionally, but recently,
it's definitely a read from last week, right? We said about this at the head. Like, we saw them win 7-1 over Imperial last week. They only played downstairs, and they played the 2 second-floor sites. You'll love this, Tim. Not once did they go upstairs. When they were playing the 2 second-floor sites, they always brought along the Pulse. It was like their go-to. They had to play it. Castle, they didn't get to play it all. Didn't choose to play it all. Obviously, I'm not sure why that ban's come on through. I think it's more Los' side of acknowledging, okay, well, we don't want to have to bring things along that are going to have to help us destroy our way through a lot of castle barricades, so we can leave our path relatively clear and not have to risk playing up against the Pulse all the time if we take that away. So I quite like the bans here. It's very much one, leaning in towards their own play style, not wanting to have to deal with the castle, but the second side, acknowledging what was good for Fluxo when they came up against Imperial last week.
Ram, as always, going straight towards the red stairs window there. Just going to dump a boogie drone in once they feel it's safe. Going to be a little bit of drone in beforehand. And it needs to be, because Lobin is there and would be able to disable that gadget very, very quickly if it gets sent in. They are aware of his position, but Lobin at the same time does drop away from that fight a little bit. Doesn't want to be giving his life away too early in the round. We're only a minute in. And so far, every round has gone in favour of the entry. I have continued tracking that. Everyone has been a successful conversion. So both teams not really wanting to give up that man advantage too soon.
No, really can't fault them either. But let's see how the movement through the map comes about. That's the most important part. Roughly is in line with what we saw from Fluxo when attacking this side. To be fair, about 140. We've got the round gadget starting to go on down. Although shot off there and destroyed relatively early. Got to be careful. Of course, they've got the book to also make use of it. I believe he's off towards his left. Making sure they've got the other angles going open inside a fireplace. So good work, good progress by Low so far. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Just working the verticals now as we get towards that final minute mark. Going to have the hatch open as well. Just looking across the side of the defenders, we've still got dots on the Azami in position in VIP. That's going to be somewhere that needs to be dealt with. I think Nux is going to be heading there on the blitz now. Maybe drop down through the double window, try and put some pressure onto the Azami in that position. But if they're unable to do it, you feel that Los are going to struggle to progress much further than they have at this point. Fluxo W7M defensively are playing this well. They're giving them absolutely nothing on the verticals. They are, as I suggested, just trying to create a little bit of an avenue, an alleyway to go and challenge onto this Azami. But there is support there as well from Palu on the Tubarao. They've got one inside of court check as well. This is really well done. Los have just played into Fluxo W7M's defense.
Yeah, I mean, so far, so good by Fluxo. They've tried their very, very best. The Los here feel may actually, hang on a minute. I say VIP has been ignored, but they've managed to get the pincer on him as well. But no, Loban gets away with one. How is he not dead? Yeah, Dart's digging in deep there and getting 2 kills inside of VIP. They failed to deal with what would have been the easy target for the Blitz. They've been far too focused on Coat and in towards Long Desk, and they paid the price for it. Good round for Fluxo.
Yeah, good round. Like I say, Lords just played perfectly into their defense, like trying to go in through restaurant double window, like you're asking for trouble. There's one in court check, there's one Palu playing in bar, you've got one in VIP on the Azame, and you're just trying to sort of walk in with a light screen and get your blitz through there. You really are asking for trouble because you've got to cover so many angles there. So I feel like Los certainly didn't do themselves any favours in that round, and Fluxo W7M likely going to take a lot of confidence out of that one. Big finish for them, and again we continue with that consistent conversion of entry kills. Neither of these two teams really showing an ability to fight from behind. Every time one of them gets on top, they tend to stay there. Round 8 then, and we are going to mining this time around. Nothing too wild on the side of Fluxo W7M. Ones to watch out for, the Thorn and the Valkyrie particularly, I would say. And they've also got those Vulcan canisters as well this time around, just to prevent. I always like that on this site, because you've got that direct entry that can come in through the window from the half roof over bakery. And so I think just having that availability of the Goyo canisters to be able to slow that down if needs be is always a positive.
I was taking a dig through like lineups from last week in their game against Imperial, and there's really not all that much variation from the side of Fluxo. They played a lot of Warden. They always played a Rooney, for example. They had the Pulse coming along, which now been replaced with the Valkyrie. They played quite a bit of Thorn. There is nothing new here for Los they won't have seen Fluxo doing last week. So in my mind, if you're picking to come to this map, yeah, you force them into a choice between this and Consulate, knowing they wouldn't go to Consulate because you battered them there last time. Los have got no excuse but to not have an answer to what they're seeing being put up before them. So now it all comes onto them and their ability to attack. Fluxo are going to like hunker down and play the same thing that worked out so well for them last week. Why fix what ain't broken?
Will be racing around Piano. There's an awful lot to see, awful lot to take in there, checking the corners, and that's just going to give them the opportunity to drop into red stairs, which I think is exactly where Perez will go once this nade goes off and removes some of that utility. He's going to try. He's going to try, but Cons just strays onto red stairs. No drone watching it, no flank watch there in place, and that is the solid Snake gone off the board, and that's a big loss when you haven't got the map control that you want. Snake being so good at taking it.
It's again, you've got a Nomad on side, you've got teammates on side. Is a player going to aggress you inside the opening 60 seconds at top red? Yeah, absolutely. And you've given an absolute freebie over towards Conser. He won't complain about it, no way. Yes, they get at least one back, but it's another string taken out of the bow from Los on the attacking side. They're now basically out of information as well. A single drone left on side as a C4 comes on through. Again, a response to the other side. Tim, this one is going blow for blow between the two teams.
Buddha's just going to hold that long angle through bar back storage, just continuing to try and prevent access to the top floor. It's a big miss for Dash as Dores manages to react and get the kill. 2 versus 2. Dafo there for the trade, but honestly, the damage is done there. There's no way that they should have been getting away with that. The Aruni should not have had a kill in that situation. 54 seconds left to go. Are they aware that they've got dots up on the top floor with them? I'm not 100% sure that they are. They're looking completely the opposite way. Not a clue. There you go. Dots manages to take him down. Dark has a response. 1 versus 1. 35 seconds.
This is big as well. Either up to 5 and 3 with a 2-round deficit or things stay the same. Dark's got the right idea. Dark's taking a lick of damage as he just steps on away. He's had a good half so far. 0 complaints if he gets it done. But Dark sorely needs this 1v1 win. Angle being held off and Dots has found his man. DCSG sings, and that's Fluxo up 5-3.
Yeah, really nice defensive game from Fluxo there. Had to keep battling back into it. They kept kind of getting, brought back into line. Every time they got a kill, there'd be a trade there. It was well done from Los on that side, but Fluxo W7M always had the next answer. They were always just a step ahead in that round. They get us now up to 5-3, and that is Los going to be calling the tactical timeout.
Yeah, don't blame them. This half has not been their cup of tea so far. It's been close, granted. You know, round 7, they had a couple of players left on the side of Los. Obviously, in the side of Fluxo, sorry. In that previous round, it came down to a 1 versus 1 at the end. What I'm worried is that Los sort of lack the teeth in the mid to late round, where it seems Fluxo were very, very slow at the start of their rounds and therefore got punished by Los being aggressive in a few of the rounds in that first half. We did see Fluxo manage to recover it into the latter parts of the round. That doesn't quite appear to be the case for Los so far. Even if they find themselves with a good start to the round, yes, they haven't got the entry so far. they just struggle to then hold on to this mid-round advantage they've got. They're walking into Valkyrie pings throughout all of that last round, for example. The hip up on the top floor, that's exactly what she went down to. So you're missing out on a couple of the basics here, namely in terms of clearing out the utility that's impeding you, and they're paying the price for it. Fluxo now with a golden chance, if they get this right here, to go up 6-3, which basically all but cements a lock-in win for them. I think I really struggled to see how Los would win 3 rounds on the bounce, even with what felt like a bit of a disastrous attacking half at points from the side of Fluxo. That 3-3 scoreline is all anyone will care about or anyone will remember.
We move on then to Reading Room this time for Fluxo W7M. Los have to find the answers on the back of the tactical timeout. Simple as that. Fluxo get this one. It is a huge, huge loss for Los, as they have no more mistakes left to burn. Going to see a top floor clearance, I am almost certain. We've got the Ram on side. Nux is actually going to switch away from Blackbeard to bring the Ram. So, you know, a big switch there, deciding not to bring the shields. It's also fascinating to see the mirror played. We really don't get very much mirror play these days. Generally banned out. Not going to be the case here. Is brought along, and I think a cracking time to use it.
Absolutely. Well, they're also now heavily in towards this lockdown, right, with the gridlock on side, with the Nomad on side. They've still got the intel coming out of the Snake. So I like how the lineup has gone. I like what the approach has been. They very clearly want that top floor with the Ram on side too. All the right ideas for Los, but having the right idea, Tim, as we have seen many a time in Siege, does not always guarantee an outcome. It means also also demands perfect execution. So for now, Fluxo will be keeping an eye on and seeing what they do. I've got to raise as well. Palu's 0-8 so far in the game. I know it's not all about kills, but given as the Death said, you know, he has been one of the main slayers for this side alongside Logan. They both had a good stage so far. Seeing him playing like this, it's not exactly awe-inspiring, I'm afraid.
No, it's really not. Needs to get himself on the board. Could be... It's not necessary that Fluxo W7M need a difference maker. They have got themselves in the driving seat over the last couple of rounds. It's 3 in a row for them at the minute, but it could be the bit that takes them over the edge, if you will. Dash manages to take down Lobin. That's going to be the Thorn gone. Razor Blooms will largely be in position. May have been one in pocket for late round usage if a shield presents itself or if a plant is going down, for example. But I would expect the majority to be out there. Fluxo W7M need to find an answer here. They haven't got the trade, being that the kill came in from outside of the map, but they need to make sure that the next is theirs.
I'm more nervous for Los, being honest with you, because similar to as we were saying about Flukes in the first half, yet to really get themselves inside the building. Now, at least admittedly, they're starting to drop in. But Daffo needs to be the one leading the charge. He's playing on the Snake. He can figure out what angles they're holding, what they've then got to do about it. C4 coming out from Palu finally gets himself on the board, Tim. Good to get rid of one. Admittedly, the striker not the most critical to remove. I really would have liked to have seen that Snake on away. He's now stepped himself in towards White as well, so he's moving his way forward. It will force the defenders to drop off here. They've done their work upstairs. They've got the kill. They've wasted 2 minutes. This ain't bad progress at all for Fluxo.
No, it's not. They're doing a good job so far. If the next kill is theirs, you really fancy them for the round, because then you're going to have time ticking down and you're going to have a man advantage as well. Daffer just ranging across the top of there at the minute, just trying to find anybody. He does, but he misses his shots. They've done that a couple of times today where there's fights that they really should be winning and then they end up losing the round on the back of it. 20 seconds and they just have to start making a move. They know that the players are all deep. Toxic Babe canister comes out. Dark manages to find Dots. Cons onto Nux. That stops the diffuser going down. 3v2 as Palu manages to get second in the round, second in the game. Can he find a third? Yes, he can. Daffo taken down. Palu's walking up just as you asked for, Des. Cons with the last, and that puts them onto match point.
Both teams really haven't been good at playing the clock so far today, although they got into a good spot at the end there, Los. They have vertical control, one standing on Snow Door, one who could try and get the diffuser down. There was still smokes left in back pocket for the smoke, so he smokes off the door, completely obscures the vision of the Snake, and that lets Con step across, get rid of Nux, shut down the diffuser. And we spoke about Palu often being late to the party in the first half. Same story here, but at exactly the right time. He hits the flank through pillars, gets 2 kills on towards Snowside. Wonderful stuff for Con to then get the close on towards Dark. So those two really doing a lot of work there, between them both getting all 5 kills in the round. Flukes are up 6-3. It hasn't been the cleanest game, Tim, but as I've often said, all history will remember is that they got 3 points.
Exactly that. Exactly that. It's all about what goes into the table. Where do you climb? How do you move? Just want to have a look at that table and see exactly
they will
how
jump
this...
into fourth.
Yeah, it's going to put them on to 7 points. So it puts them tied fourth with Loud. Jumps them 2 places above Los, who have teams, all 3 teams below them, Black Dragons, INTZ and Imperial, all yet to play today. So, yeah, not a good outcome for Los. They really need to dig deep and fight back here, but it feels like after the last couple of rounds, it could be a big ask. So, round 10, we move into no more mistakes for Los. They've got to get 3 consecutive attacks, and this time they're going to be attacking into Kitchen.
Absolutely. You know, again, this is the thing for Los is they almost forced this map pick. They didn't really leave Fluxo with the choice. They knew what they were doing. They've seen exactly how Fluxo played this map against INTZ. They've done exactly the same thing they did last week, Fluxo, here, in terms of the sites they're going to, the operator line they're bringing along. They might be playing a bit more aggressive against Los than what they did against INTZ last week. But I think what's quite disappointing for Los, and they'll be kicking themselves about this later, is, again, they had the full read on this. They knew exactly what was going to happen, yet they're still seeing these rounds, like round after round after round, slip them by. They've now lost 4 in a row, and this could potentially be the last.
Keeper Barricade just going to block off that door bottom right stairs, just showing that there is still very much some attention being paid. Palu manages to find Dark. Dots, I think, was considering having a little look out of there if there was a fight available for him to take, but as the entry comes without him doing that, he decides to drop himself back into VIP and just a little bit more security, which I think was absolutely the right play from him, VIP being such an important place on this map. Perez does manage to find Lobin. That's going to be the Warden taken down. Looking across the side of Los, there are 4 flashes on side, but there's no operator like Blitz. You don't have a smoke and a glass combo, for example. So the Warden, not a huge loss in this situation.
No, not really the end of the world. I think they'll be happy again just chewing numbers down because Los has shown that this clock has really escaped them at points. Granted, last time they were attacking downstairs, they were pretty good with the clock because I said around 140 they were opening up the floor. We had the Ram raining on through. We had Dash opening up Fireplace. Looks to be more of the same, really, but look at the reverse angle being held. It's Cons trying to challenge upwards, hoping to get a freebie as a C4 comes up and through the wall. It's going to find Dash. A great C4 by Palu, and I can almost guarantee you that is a read on the previous round that we were defending on this site. They knew that the book was inside a Fireplace, opening things up from the hallway itself, and he has placed that to perfection.
It's going to see Palu hiding himself away now inside of that main door. Got the purple black ice, by the way. Very, very nice. On the DMR. Just waiting for his opportunity. And the thing is, it's perfect because with 50 seconds left to go, not much util left for Los in terms of drones. Palu's now in a prime position to just stay hidden. And as you say, with the clock ticking, they don't have no option here but to just go for it. All 3 of them crowding together. Dots does take some damage there, as does Palu, actually. They're both down. This is 2v2.
He's got to finish one's Perez, though, with the smoke. And now stepping out for that long angle is Nux. Surely they can hold on here, Tim, as well. Diffuser should go down in just a second. But Dodes is ready. Don't risk it. Don't step yourself up there. You expose the head. He might take it clean off. And sure enough, Tim, no! Arguably giving it away. Dafo's now got to step in and win out against the DMR of Dodos, who's had a brilliant game. 12-5 as we get towards the last 10. Dafo has no choice but to push. Not 100% sure where his man is. Now given some info by those bullet lines. But of course, Dodos ain't going to lose that one. Flukes will get the 7-3. They have a perfect second half. It may have been scrappy, but it's 3 points that count, Tim.
Yeah, just too many mistakes from Los, essentially, there. W7M doing well to punish them at every opportunity, and I'm sure Los will look away from that, and they will be kicking themselves because there were opportunities, but W7M looking better than they have in the last few play days.
I'm pretty sure on round difference here as well, that does mean that we find Fluxo jumping up 3 places in the table into 4th place. Might not have been pretty, but they've got themselves in a commanding position, Tim. Can't wait to see how they carry on playing across our next couple of play days. For now, we'll go to our desk. Boys, what did you make of that?
Honestly, scrappy, but a recovery nonetheless. As you guys have mentioned, still, I will just have to repeat it because there's no better way to say it. At the end of the day, history will only remember that you got 3 points out of this. Could not have said it any better myself. Des and Ace, though Fox, before you and I break down this game with the numbers themselves, we got Loban ready for us on interview. Let's bring him up. Loban, congratulations on the win. Thank you very much for joining us. it has been a bit. We haven't been able to see you as much this stage. What do you think that's been the case? There's been some ups and downs for Fluxo.
I think it's a little bit about like the mindset that we had. There's 2 games that we played that we were playing like good, but the individual choices that we were making in the middle of the rounds were costing every round for us, especially on defense. That you have to like always do the right choice, some way to say it. And we were like losing confidence. So this week of training, we would just focus on like get your confidence back. To just play like relax. There's no focus on like, oh, we have to do this. No, bro, just do whatever you feel like. Let's not put pressure on us because that pressure that we are putting on us is not working. So like today, I was 3-8 and was still picking everything, like just doing whatever because that's the way that we always played, and we were trying to change that and it was not working for us. And I think that's pretty much it because tactical and strat-wise, we didn't change anything. It was just pretty much the same thing.
Do you feel those issues in communications and confidence still persisted today during the game? Because at least the first half, yes, whilst technically you were up and you kind of won that half on the attack, there were still some scrappy moments that were happening.
Yeah. I think the first 2 rounds were the worst ones because we like communicate the first step of the play. And then when we were to go to the next step, we weren't communicating it. We just like playing like solo, and it wasn't working. Thank God we have VODs and we shoot like 3 heads and get around for us. And then after that, like Palu and Dots were pretty like communicative about that. Like they were like, "Oh, guys, let's focus on that. We are making mistakes round after round, so let's change, let's relax, let's give space to cons to communicate." And then after that, I think the rounds were pretty much better.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations on the win. I just want to know, did you know at the half? Thank God, you know, your teammates were there. Thank God, Dotas and Dots were there. You had 1 kill and Paula had 0 kills. Did you know that?
Yeah, we were joking. Okay. It's because I think they don't get on the stream, but like after I got my first kill, I screamed, and when Paulo got his first kill, he screamed like we won the round, like in the middle of the round. But didn't care because, bro, it was tough for us too today.
Yeah, and my follow-up question to that is, for you mentally, right? At least when I was a player, I felt like the more you wouldn't get a kill round after round, the more pressure you put on yourself, and then you can't get a kill because you're so stressed out. How did you figure it out and just bounce back once side swapped?
Yeah, like sometimes it gets to you. Like today, it wasn't a day that I was stressed or anything like that. I was just literally playing my game and doing my role that my team wants me to do. Just that, like takes time from them and die sometimes. That's it. Like, that's what I can do. But like sometimes it gets to you and you get stressed and you'll be like, I need to get a kill. So you sometimes get more aggressive or you get less aggressive. So you change your play style. What I focus on always like, let's just do what I do in train. Let's do what I'm doing when I'm playing good. I know what I do when I'm playing good. So I focus on doing that. There's no need to change it just because you're not getting kills. Sometimes you're just unlucky. So just have to accept that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Loban, tomorrow's opportunity to collect points against INTZ, because after that, like, your games become, Liquid, Furia, Loud. It doesn't get any easier. So how do you feel? What's going to be your mindset going into the match tomorrow and in the coming weeks as well?
I think the same way that we thought for today. You just play your game and don't be stressed about it, like random things that doesn't need to be stressed about. And probably focus on just getting the points. The same mindset we had against Imperial, do our game, and yeah.
Fair enough.
Killing. Yeah, let's get more friends. We're gonna make sure to get some more kills. The duel for the left side of the room is not doing great, but we're gonna make better.
It has to do with the seat that you're taking, so you got to swap it around. Next time we'll see if there's a curse in the seat itself. Loban, thank you very much. As always, a pleasure to have you on here in the interviews. Good luck in your match tomorrow. We'll see you then.
All right, see you.
There it is, Fox. Good to have Loban, as always, a chat, and I feel a very honest one, right? You're very down to earth saying, hey, there are issues. Sometimes we get in our own head. We try to change too much. It overcomplicated things. We were more laid back today. We try to focus on those fundamentals and on giving ourselves good communications. We struggled in the first 2 rounds, and then we just talked it out and we got it back. And clearly they did, because from that moment on, it was a Fluxo train the whole way. We're being critical, but I think we just expect a lot from them because they have shown that they can play up to the top level of Siege no matter where they are internationally.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, Fluxo W7 is a team that we're expecting to make the major. We're expecting to make events and do fairly well, potentially win. So at the end of the day, to see them have a rough start to the stage and slowly whittle their way through, I mean, that's something that every team goes through. So right now we're just watching the process of it. That being said, this game, thankfully, they were able to talk it out and at least get a 3-3 split. Thankfully, they had Dotas being able to be in the server on the attacking half, because this game could have easily snowballed out of control if it was a 4-2 or a 5-1 half. There were a lot of those attacking rounds for Fluxo W7. They were on the man disadvantage. Los was in a great position, but it just seemed like they got a little overzealous. Los couldn't really stop moving. If they watch this back from the VOD review perspective and be able to take time and see what went wrong, they'll be able to isolate these factors of, even when they're in man advantage situations, stop moving, take a pause, fall back, play the utility, play the man advantage, play the crossfires. That's where we saw Los on their defense start to struggle. And Fluxo W7M, I mean, if you have two guys, you're pretty much playing a 3v5 on attack and you're still going 3-3. It's no wonder that once the sides swap and everyone's a lot more comfortable, they're able to get a little bit more kills on the board. That's where we see them just run away with it. And I think it's a shame, because we talked about it, that for Los, this was going to be a good litmus test going forward, because they got NIP next, they got Imperial next, so they got Black Dragons next, and now it doesn't really seem too confident for Los going into those matches to be able to get enough points, and they're in the 6th place spot now. But with Fluxo W7M jumping over them, they're in a situation where they need points on the board. They need to be able to be a little bit more confident. Those over aggressive peaks, individual 1v1s, that's something that needs to be cut out, because good teams will take advantage of it. Fluxo W7 took advantage of it today.
The Fluxo W7M run out with 3 points is very important, and I'll see, maybe we can bring up the updated standings board either now or after we come back from our break, because it's very important to situate our teams after this second game today. It has a massive impact on the middle of the pack, and I'll remind you, Dota's obviously played really well today, but the important part is that now Fluxo are in the top 6. They're actually at 5th place, even maybe tied up with Loud at 7 points. That pushes Team Liquid down, that pushes Los down, that changes things up around that middle part. And guess who they're playing tomorrow? Fluxo W7M are up against INTZ, a situation where they could easily, technically, theoretically, collect all 3 points as well. Who do they play the game after and played A7? Next Saturday, they go up against Liquid. Their entire stage for both Fluxo W7M and Liquid to who qualifies to the playoffs might be decided on that specific game. And I know I look like I'm losing my mind going through all of different numbers and the positions and who can go where, because that's part of the beauty of watching the stage, no matter the region, but especially in SAL. Things are so volatile, and you can have all of this theory, the best players in the world, but once you're in the server and you're out and going back in and checking on that scoreboard every week, it really starts to melt away how quickly this stage slips from your fingers, and you can't afford to skip more events. Most of these teams have already skipped out on Salt Lake City. They can't afford to skip off on EWC. However, Fox, let's take a quick break, you and I, just to reset mentally and get back into this, because Game 3 is Imperial versus NIP. Let's get into it.
Ah, ótimo. 3 balas, acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Errou! Oh, mas isso aí... Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, peraí, pô. Peraí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai. Como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mano, eu vou engolir.
Pô, mastigar fica mais difícil.
O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de snake.
Fora de snake.
Stop. Isso que eu faço. Stop. Não tem como não.
100.
Oh.
Flores. Tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
O que foi?
Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê?
Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o time reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê?
Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal.
Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Welcome back, my friends, to SAL. We continue on with our action as we have hit the halfway mark. Imperial versus NIP is our next matchup here, but Fox, before we start talking about our specific teams, I would like to take a look at our standings here in the region just to show you the impact that our first 2 games have had on the standings. That'll be Fury Loud, Fluxo W7M, and Los. Loud unable to collect any points. That's one thing. They stay at 5th place. But look who has jumped them. Fluxo W7M with their big victory over Lost. Lost are now knocked down to 7th place out of the top 6 where they want to be to qualify into playoffs. And Team Liquid Alienware down another spot before they get to play their matchup. That's the impact that these middle of the pack games where all 3 points are won by one of the teams can have on the standings. And this is ever changing. We're in day 5. There's not a lot of time left.
Not at all. And every point matters. Yes, Fluxo W7 got to top 4, but like you were saying, Milosh, I mean, it only gets harder for them. They have to go up against Liquid, Furia, Loud. So all teams that, are within the top 6, if they don't win and get more points, you could easily see things completely transfer around. And that's why at the end of the day, even if you're getting an overtime win, overtime loss, every point matters as long as you're getting on the board.
Absolutely. Whenever we are playing ball, you and I, Fox, we're both on the board, high up there. Let's talk about our rosters. Imperial is in. Last time I played some ball, Fox, I was still in school. That's how long ago it was.
What ball are you talking about? From Europe? Are you talking about football? Or are you talking about basketball?
Basketball. I'm Lebanese. Basketball's our national sport.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I suck at it, but still, that's...
Well,
my dad was always the better one.
Well, speaking about sucking at things, the Imperial roster, they haven't really looked too hot when it comes to this stage. We just saw in one of the interviews right there, they were saying that if there was a team that you could exclude from the SAL, it would be the Imperial team. A lot of mixed match of talent. I know the biggest name for me on this roster is Machina, obviously. I think I will say from him specifically, he's been having an amazing stage so far. And he was one of the biggest reasons on why they kept it so close against Furia. So that being said, their only point was in that matchup. So hopefully that overtime shows that they're able to get some points on the board from Imperial's side of things, and maybe they can get a win today.
Well, it's very important for NIP to get the victory today, at least on their ends, because that will punch them up in the standings, right? It's very important to remain in this position. You don't want anybody to catch up to you. They win this, they get 3 extra points. They'll remain in the top 3, of course, but they might be able to jump over FaZe Clan depending on how their game also comes up today. It's always a must win. And one person that's been at the forefront of NIP's pushes has been Hates. Mr. Consistent on the team, putting up the numbers when needed. Also with 3 plants, not too bad in these days. 74% cost at 103 FPS. This man is putting up numbers whenever they are needed. And here in SAL, they are needed every single time. I think their game against Fluxo W7M last week, that was a lot of stats batting, and no two ways around it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he got 18 kills in that series. I mean, he was a big proponent as to why they were able to shut down Fluxo W7M. That being said, he's also very versatile, being on that flex role, being on Twitch, being on Rooney, being able to constantly bring utility for the team. And also if a support goes down or if an entry goes down, he picks up that position. So he's very versatile on both ends of the playing field. And he's a big reason on why NIP has been able to find success alongside of their objective style of play. They are one of the most objective based team. They have Besetto with 5 plants, Hates has 3 plants. So them as a team, I never thought I'd say this, but NIP playing objectively was not something that I expected from them at all. They've always been that team that is balls to the wall, going for kills, getting aggressive, getting in your face with the entries. Fantasy, a player that everyone always talks about, can just make or break a game. And now NIP finally having a little bit more synergy, slowing down the tempo, being able to focus on the objective play with that same aggressive style of entry. I think that's something that's been their edge. And when you look at their road to getting to this matchup against Imperial, I mean, everything's been pretty straightforward for them. Some beautiful games, just blowing out team after team. 7-2 against Fluxo W7M, 7-0 against Black Dragons. They really are on pace to be able to make playoffs, so to say. And I don't see them slowing down, at least not today, against Imperial.
Well, speaking of entry kills, at least, let's see what map I'm going to be on. Maybe something that facilitates those in our veto. Oh, speaking of being blown out, Fox, can you please take us through this?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Imperial, there's no good map to go to. So if you are NIP, you're going to pick something that has a little bit more roamability to it. Bank is going to be that map. They ban out Consulate because it is a little bit more of a even playing field. It gives lesser teams the opportunity to come back into it. Bank does the same thing. It's a little bit more utility based. I think the one thing that Imperial has going for them is Machina, is their entries. Really, if he just stays consistent, he has to be the win condition for this team because they're struggling on the utility game. They're struggling on being able to focus on the trades and focus on those objectives. So he has to be that spearhead for this roster. Bring it to a map like Bank. it limits where he can go. There's there's not many places that he can entry in from. It's telegraphed where he's going to be coming from, so they put him on a pedestal to where that they can just watch Machina. And at NIP, they have been very focused on that objective game. So I'm expecting to see a lot of denial from them when they're playing the basement or top floor with the utility, and on attack, fast pace, maybe some shields, being able to take position very early on and abuse wherever Machina's not playing.
Well, Fox, I don't want to take this away from you. Of course, as you know, I've never been a professional player in any game. Yes, really. I know it surprises you, but there seems to be a way here where if you're Imperial and you're going up against NIP on a map that they're so comfortable in, where they can roam and spread their wings, especially when they're starting on defense, you don't want to meet them in traditional standard play. You don't want to be just doing the usual checklist, because NIP are going to find ways to get picks here and there. And by the time you're trying to get onto his site, you've already lost 2 players, you barely have any map control, and you're going to get shot down regardless. So my important thing here for Imperial is just do not play standard. Try to bring something out of the box, even if it means you're going to be uncomfortable, maybe losing some positions or rounds here and there. It's not going to be easy if you play traditional. Don't attempt that. That's been a rule that we've been trying to anchor in here when you play against opponents that have a lot of experience, a lot of things that they can apply on the map itself. We'll see what they pull out here. Thank you, Fox. We're sending it to our casters. It's Des. Take it away.
Des and no Tim. Screw you, Tim. You heard the man. You're not allowed to cast.
He said Ace and Des.
Tim. I heard Des and that was it.
Definitely said Ace and Des.
Nah, I don't think he did.
Nah,
He said
I'm
Des.
not. No. I'm not having this. I'm backing Milosh.
Nah.
100%.
Nah. It's the heat. That's what I was saying. The heat just wipes out any mention of Ace from my brain.
Milosh would never.
Either way, I think one thing worth looking at is the last time Imperial played this map was a couple of months ago against Team Liquid Alienware. Do you have a guess on what the score was back then, Tim? Just what you know of Imperial, what do you think approximately the score would be?
7-1.
It was 7-0, so you were close. Either way, they couldn't win a single attacking round. So you'll forgive me for being a little bit nervous about their odds of getting a round away from NIP, given right now they are a very respectable team. Of course, we saw them making it to Salt Lake City. We've seen them now consistently punching up into our top 4 and displacing teams like Team Liquid Alienware, like Los, for example, who would typically be in there. So I think Imperial, unless they've really got to work on this map, are in for a bit of a rough ride, because even looking at their preference for this map, i.e. based on their banning behavior, do they actually like playing this map? The answer is no. It is right down at the bottom, but I don't think it really matters what map you go to against NIP. You're probably in for quite a rough ride anyway. So let's hope they've got something cooking here. Let's hope they've got some crazy stuff planned for us. As Milos was saying, playing standard probably ain't going to see you over the line. They've got to play like the scrappy underdog that they are if they're going to find any success here against NIP. Let's get into it.
The thing is, it's a little bit difficult to say too much for Imperial at the minute, because their first 4 play days that they've had have been against what we would expect to be, there's a question mark over one of these, but what we would expect to be the top 4 teams in the league. They've been really unlucky with their schedule in a lot of ways. They've come in, they've played FaZe, they've played Team Liquid Alienware, they've played Furia, and they've played Flux OW7M. Like, that's been their list of opponents so far. It's mental. And then you follow it up with NIP, the other, maybe 4th place team. They're going to try a little bit of a rush here. They've gone straight for the hot drop down into gold bars, and they've actually taken a lot of ground here quite quickly. I'm not sure how aware of this NIP are, but they're going to have some serious fighting to do. Wizard does start it off, and yeah, so does Fantasy. 5 versus 3, and it starts to crumble for Imperial.
Yeah, I really thought they had something cooking then. I really thought they did. The problem is they've got themselves inside a vault, and then they've stopped. They've realised, oh, there's no rotate for us to play through and towards site. We have no idea where anybody is. We should slow down a little bit. And while the other players upstairs have kept on moving on 4s, they've been destroyed by the Romans, who can now very safely start falling back towards site. And again, Machina, we heard about he was the key player. He was the one who got inside the vault, and I thought, great, he can rip this site apart. Watch hatches, watch main stairs. But no, it's all fallen apart on what could have been their golden opportunity to get around over the line here.
Still, there is chances for them as Mitrix manages to find Fantasy. Gives at least some hope. 2 versus 3. They need the next kill realistically, and they've got a lot of time with which they can do it. They do have a drone in pocket should Mitrix find the opportunity. A little bit difficult now that he's deep in sight, and he's going to be challenged from just about everywhere. In fact, he's going to go in and look for a plant here. There's a bit of support from Florio. Has to win this gunfight. That's the big key. As it is, Mitrix has come off the plant there, but Florio does win the gunfight. 2 versus 2. Passetto, though, drops the diffuser down in no man's land. Florio very low health, and what looked like a winnable situation for Imperial looks a lot less so now.
Yeah, if Passetto loses that challenge on the flank, there is just no way that you manage to see the last man stepping around and managing to get the diffuser stopped there. It would have been a round win, but Passetto goes up big. 3 kills for him in the round, and the first one goes the way of NIP. But I will give points to Imperial here, at least honourable points. I can't give them actual in-game points, but honourable points, kudos, if you will, for their approach. It was a bit different. They went in nice and quick there. They were willing to take a risk that could have paid off for them if they'd just been willing to take the next step of faith and actually gone for it.
How many honourable points is it to qualify to EWC, Des?
I'm still negotiating that one. I can't give you an answer right now.
So they are worthless at this point in time. I just, you know...
Hey. At this point in time, I need you to have some optimism here, Tim. We'll figure it out. It's okay.
I don't think you will.
People with experience, Tim. It's one of them.
If I'm honest, I don't think you will. Honourable points are a wonderful thing, but they're not going to get you anywhere. EWC or otherwise, Imperial, you've got to be getting those rounds won and on the board. Look, it was a nice attempt. It was a valiant attempt from them. Hot drop into Vault, try and push and get aggressive. They kept themselves in it for most of the round. They were there or thereabouts, but ultimately, NIP, they cut it down quite quickly when it went to 5 versus 3. Despite Imperial getting themselves back into it in small ways, it was always seeming like it was just a little bit beyond them. I thought the Azami, I thought Hits was going to get dumped down the hatch then when he opened that out. Always a hilarious trick for your teammates, by the way. Make sure that make sure you're in an actual squad. Don't do it to strangers. That's a bit toxic. But when your mate's running across the hatch, just shoot it out from under him. Very, very funny.
Try not to kill him at the same time, ideally.
Well, if it's in prep phase, there's no team damage. That's why I said it's fine.
Get away with it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people will be very, very annoyed. The one that always gets me is playing on Blackjack Poker Defense on Casino at the minute. When you go into Secret to go and like play on the window, and then people reinforce behind you and trap you in there, you're doomed. You just can't get out. You have to go out the window and try and get around to the top yellow window, and you don't have a hope in hell. It's unreal. It's happened to be twice in rank so far, so I didn't particularly enjoy that.
Solus is going to spot a couple of droners on the outside of the building. Intel will be fed back in. NIP, I feel like they don't really need to play... What are they doing? They don't really need to play this defense too aggressively necessarily. Passetto gets completely caught out there, just wandering into no man's land at top square. Machina walks in and finds Wizard. Florio on Pino. 2 versus 3. They also know where Fantasy is attacking them from, so he's going to be watched and taken down. Machina finding the kill. 3 versus 1 now. It's all up to Hits. Gets the first. Mr. Consistent is what Milosh called him. Is he able to deliver? He's got keeper barricades that he can use to support, and he's an age on the clock. That might actually be to his detriment here on the defense. It's a long time to hold on for.
I'm very mindful last round where they started to fall apart was 1, they slowed down, 2, they started taking 1v1s that NIP came out on top of in the majority of situations. And as soon as I saw Yates get upstairs and start running across the top, I started feeling very, very nervous for Florio because look, even here, he's got a bulletproof watching absolutely everything that he's doing. They know exactly where he is. They know when he's going to step on through, which means Yex is technically in a 1v1 against Hates here. He's still upstairs right now and not seemingly 100% sure of where he is. He drops in a spot now where he's got to win this gunfight. This is crucial, but no, Hates gets one into the 1v1 against Florio and against him. They know exactly where he is. This camera's going to feed everything. I think he's now destroyed it away. So all things now being a little bit equal. He gets him on the spray through the soft surface. That's a big round to win out there for the side of Imperial.
Yeah, that's really good from Florio there. He has a rough idea of where Hates chances, and sometimes you've just got to put some bullets down range and see what happens, and I like that from Florio. I'm just going to send him in his direction. Who knows? Maybe I get lucky. I've got more in the tank. I don't need to worry about reloading really on a DMR, and that's worked out brilliantly for him. Takes hits down, levels things up 1-1. A better round from Imperial, and some mistakes from NIP there. Fantasy got himself into no man's land when he got aggressive out of Archives, and Bassetto, I don't know what he was doing when he just strolled into top square. No idea that there was an Imperial player there, and Yex was only too happy to oblige and take him down. So some mistakes there from NIP, but as I always say, mistake is only a mistake if it's punished. Imperial made sure that they were.
100%. For a second, I really thought the Solos could have got away with stopping Machina on the charge on through, but that was the missed opportunity. It's twice now that Machina has seen a gap and has run into it. That second round at the very least, it opened everything off the back of it. The first one was where he, I think, got a little bit hesitant, was waiting for his team to play catch up. So I'm glad there that they really did press the advantage and get them to where they are now. So it's already better than the last time they played on Banked Him. As a reminder, it was that 7-0 against Team Liquid Alienware that really hurt them. This time, at least they have one to their name, and given how they're playing so far, I could see them getting at least a couple more in this half.
Yeah, I think they've been good value for the round that they've won so far. There's mistakes on both sides here. NIP have made a few, Imperial have made a few. What a start. Sexy Cake just spraying down that barricade, takes out Fantasy. Couldn't ask for a better start, really, taking down Fantasy. I've spoken about his position that he plays here a lot, if you remember. He plays on the Tuberei, and he plays just outside of these windows on Banana, and he'll lie down flat, and he watches all the way down through the bookshelf, along the windows, to the breach at the bottom. And honestly, the amount of 2 and 3Ks I've seen Fantasy get from that spot is unreal. So I don't know how, purposeful that was from Sexy Cake. I think he was opening up a line of sight, but it goes to show, open up your lines of sight by shooting through barricades. Even if you're close to them, don't bother smashing them with a melee. It makes the same amount of noise, but if there's a bullet zipping through it, you might actually just catch somebody. And that's exactly what's happened. Perfect start for Imperial.
All right. I'll give the NIP showing a bit too much too early is what's put them into the position they are. Now, look how Hayes was also then trying to re-attempt onto that window to try and get a response back, but they're having absolutely nothing on the other side. Sexy Cake wasn't going to expose himself again and give him a chance to get a trade, so far, looking so good. But, as we saw back on our last map on Captivate Team, getting the entry, although most of the time did result in the round win, it doesn't guarantee it, and often it can be those rounds where things look safe that it ends up falling apart. But coming down towards the last 75, they've still got lots of time to work with here. They've got square control. They've got lobby controllers we've seen. They've got players on the windows. This has been good work by Imperial, but now I've got to see it actually convert into a round win.
Just going to continue the pressure from the windows. Smoke is going to go out. Oh, no, we're going to switch over back to the asphyxiation bolts. That was a big mistake. Hits. Oh, no. What a double from Hits. Absolutely beautiful stuff. He's just brought NIP screaming back into this. Not only does he take out the Capitao utility, he removes Sexy Cake as well and gives NIP the man advantage. Big problems for Imperial.
I say this a lot, when you take too long as the attacking side, you leave too much room to go, too much time to work. The other side will just bite back. Machina brings at least one back, gets rid of that DMR, but the damage arguably has been done. Final 25, one coming up through lobby. They've got themselves in on the Repel 2. They don't have as much control as they did earlier on, but it's still winnable for Imperial. Just worry about the clock though, Tim.
They've no position to put a plant down. That's the problem here. And NIP know it. That's why they're just sitting deep. They're waiting to hear that case going down, and then they'll do something about it. But they don't really need to bother. They're now going to walk in. There you go. You see, that's exactly what NIP were waiting for. Perfectly played, perfectly timed. Final kill comes in. NIP recognise their position. 3v3. They have to plant. There's 30 seconds, 20 seconds left on the clock. Let's just play them for time, and we can just swing if we need to, if we hear that diffuser going down. There was one in Janitor who would hear meeting. There was Pino just by the long table who would hear the other side. And just basically, we just sit there and we just wait for that to happen. Beautiful stuff from NIP. Really good.
It was the right idea by Imperial. So again, I'll give them kudos. I can't give them much else, I'm afraid. The way they were approaching it was sensible because Pino, as you say, was on long desk. And so if you have Machina walking up through main stairs and two players on windows, they should be able to get a pinch on towards him. That's what the Candelas were trying to do. But they didn't go deep enough and left themselves far too little time to be able to get a good gunfight onto Pino. He walks away with 2 kills in the close there. So a bit of a slip by Imperial. Close, but no cigar. Now in the second quarter, we'll find ourselves going back down to the basement, so I expect we'll see the same 3-site rotation, basement, up to first floor for staff and open, and then towards lounge and CEO to close.
You would have expected. So this is the site, of course, that NIP won back in the first round. This time they're going to be doing it without having to face up to the Ying as well. We just saw the Ying brought along in that last round. So Imperial, they went. I'm looking forward to seeing Imperial attack this time, because last time it was, of course, it was a genuine attack, but it wasn't like one of their normal textbook genuine attacks. They hot dropped into vault. They tried to get aggressive, tried to just take the fight to NIP. I don't think it was a bad idea, but I'm looking forward to seeing what their maybe more structured approach to attacking this is. Do they take control of open area, for example? Are they aware of players up on the top floor? Fantasy, he just gets all over the map. He's going to be causing a nuisance of himself here and just refusing to give up anything.
Well, again, I like some of what I'm seeing from Imperial. It's the right idea. They just don't get the end result they're looking for. And that's what I'm hoping will improve. Now we've had a couple more bands come on through. The Azami, the Ying being taken away. No surprises at all. Saw the Ying wheeled out in round 3 and Azami. Although we only saw it the once. In fact, no, we saw it twice, didn't we? Second and third round. Did see it a little bit in the final one as well. No surprises at all that we want to see that taken away. To try and remove more of the safe spots the defenders have got to play inside of. Also got to see us actually rotate this time around, Tim. This wall was left fully, like, it was soft, but it was fully closed off still back in round 1 when Makina made that drop in towards gold bars.
Definitely a slower approach this time, although they do have a blitz. I was going to say, they do have a blitz, which doesn't scream slow. It's not going to be towards site, though. It's going to be about taking top blue. It's going to be about getting into server. It's going to be about aggressing in those positions rather than into site. It hasn't really worked so far. We've still got Pasetto locked in here. He had a Vulcan canister to play behind, was more than happy to pop that out and just burn a bit of time, back up that blitz. He's now going to start using the Toxic Babe canisters. First one is deployed, 2 more in pocket. So again, he's got another sort of 30 seconds easily that he can waste here on blue stairs, which takes us down to the minute mark. Imperial, they've got to find themselves a plan and they've got to get moving quickly.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're showing their hand with that blitz pushing towards you. Not that it's a bad thing, because you do want your like being cleared out. Like, you've done part of the hard yards, but then still not managed to get full control, because as we can see, they've still got a player on blue. They've got a second one playing around server itself. This is just looking pretty horrific. Normally through the hatch, you get a control on towards a player that's playing inside a server itself. But I just worry that we're running out of time. We're down to 60. They've still got themselves the ability to play in behind the smoke. They've still got 3 C4s to play behind. They've still got Goyo canisters they can pop out. I think Imperial have already left it too late, Tim.
Yeah, I think you might be right. 54 seconds and lots and lots of work to be done, and the big problem is not a lot of control. They don't really have a position to do it from. They're not even inside a server still, despite having cleared it out. They're now going to rotate a little bit, I think, just trying to draw some attention in towards that position, but it's not really going to buy them anything. Hates is ready, takes down Mitrix, 5 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, and you can see the flames that are just stopping the progress now. Fantasy onto Makina, and Imperial really starting to pay the price of sitting stationary for too long in this round. It's easy for Hates, manages to pick up a second in the round. He's not going to pick up his seat. Is he going to pick up his seat? I think he's going to pick Pino up now. Fantasy manages to get the kill. Pasetto with the last, and it is going to be NIP super comfortable inside of site, inside of basement, absolutely no move in them, and Imperial just did not do enough in the early parts of that round. They had a blitz, and it was like that was their entire plan to clear out blue. And when it didn't work, they didn't really know what to do.
Got gated off, I think, by the Goyo canister at top blue, which slowed them down. But like you say, from there, they just completely got paralyzed. It was like, okay, what do we do? And it took, what, a minute to a minute and a half and to decide, okay, let's smoke bottom blue. Let's smoke on the site rotate or the site door. Maybe we get away with it. And sure enough, they did. Because Makina then managed to get the drop in towards server and take control of that. They managed to force NIP back, and that was great. But they then lacked teeth. The problem is they do all this investment in getting control of servers, then rotate everyone over towards main stairs where they have very little control. Yes, they got the down towards Pino, but Hates just hates things, and he always will is going to be the challenge there, I'm afraid. So, not, again, lacking a bit of teeth on Imperial's side, even if the idea was okay. It's 3-1 to NIP. We now go back to the site they did manage to win in the first quarter, which is Saffron Open. Hopefully we see a repeat performance without it requiring a 1v1 clutch from Florio.
Let's get back into round 5 then and see how much of an impact the tactical timeout has on Imperial, whether they're able to get themselves around. We're going to be going to open area. We saw this is same rotation from NIP. It's a second choice. I like this, and I've said it a couple of times. I'll say it again. I don't know if I've spoken about it here on SAL recently, but top floor sites, we're starting to see, I feel that we're starting to see, especially in Brazil, a little bit of a slip in their popularity recently, whether that be Night Haven top floor, Bank top floor, Cafe top floor. I've spoken about it at length over the years in relation to Cafe, but I will say the same of anywhere. Top floors reduce your options as defenders because it's difficult as defenders to fight upwards vertically. You've only really got a Solus that's generally going to have a really big impact vertically, and they're usually easily cleared out. So the big problem then when you're defending that top floor is you are limited. You can't burn the clock down. You can't play a roam. You can't play a particularly big extension a lot of the time. And until somebody figures out a really consistent way of doing that, it puts you at a little bit of a disadvantage by playing the top floor because you've got less tools in your arsenal to call upon. Whereas on mid-floor here, now, NIP have got a top floor presence. They've got roamers there. They've got that extension upstairs. They can have much more impact down into sight should they need to. And it's just a better setup for them. So it gives the attackers that additional layer that they have to deal with, that they have to work their way through. So I think we're going to see this trend away from top floor sites continue in a lot of cases.
Kind of pulls us back to the previous match where we didn't see the top floor at all on Cafe, but I think the less said about that, the better, as Tim has been screaming it for years now, it feels like. Maybe Bank starts to follow on towards the same. Either way, Florio starts out the entry onto Fantasy again from a similar spot as well. They were playing on Windows a lot last time around. It was off towards Lobby where they got the entry last time around in this kind of position. It just feels like that's the second time now we've seen NIP fall foul of the same sort of angle, again losing a player to the Windows without very little response.
Seto's just going to hold that close angle on Janitor, but how about that? Florio manages to get himself a second, surely. They must have known about his position, but H just strays straight out into his line of fire and leaves NIP now in a 3 versus 5. Rotero drones are going to be sent in to try and clear out some utility. Just need to be dodging the mute jammers around Janitors. Try and make sure that they're not losing that. There isn't anybody up on top floor for NIP now. They have all been forced back, so Imperial can start thinking about site itself and particularly some vertical work.
Well, the majority of them are asking questions downstairs right now, and that's a bit of a freebie. Easy. Come on, boys, you've got to know Electric is going to be an angle at one point. Wizard a bit too keen to assist his teammates off towards the other side. Pino almost being caught on his retreat back to site the same way that Hates was earlier on. Not looking good for NIP, but fantastic for Imperial. They've been great at punishing NIP when they've been playing out on the roam. That now forces Besetto and NIP as the final two to hold inside the site itself and hope to God that they get pushed at independent times here so they can force out separate gunfights. But I think NIP, they're smelling, IMP, I was going to say, Imperial, they're smelling blood in the water. They know this is a golden chance to get a win.
5 versus 1 as Mitrix picks up Pino. Surely this one has got to be close to over. Besetto manages to find one, can't find a second, has to switch over to the shotgun. Not ideal at range. Florio finds his man with the DMR, and that is going to be Imperial getting themselves round 5 and at least keeping themselves in this. It's 3-2 to NIP.
Yeah, really, really well played for on around to Imperial, identifying that he was off towards Electric and thought, cool, if all 4 of us drop now, we get site control, we can plant, we can go for the kill, whatever we want. So good read towards the end of things. It's not bad, given, to be fair, how crushed they've looked in the rounds that they've lost, I'd say. To have 2 on the board already feels fantastic. Dare I say, it feels very reminiscent of our last match back on Cafe when we were just like, there's no way here that Team Lucas should have 3 rounds on the board, but look exactly where they got. They managed to get dangerously close, and even managed to get, Flux OW7M, not Team Lucas Alienware. I'm combining team names here all over the shop. Flux OW7M, sorry, we're in a spot where we thought there's no way they'd have a 3-3 half. That's exactly what they got. Imperial have actually played well, though, across a couple of those rounds that they've seen themselves coming away on top of. If they can get a 3-3 here, this is going to be spectacular.
It's an absolute, daylight robbery if they're able to get away with it. It's brilliant stuff from Imperial to dig deep and get themselves back into it. NIP, I think, will be pretty upset with themselves at that point because it really should have been, better from them if it does end a 3-3. So, last one will be that top floor site. Remember what I said last time around? It limits your defenders a little bit. There's less roam possibility, less extension possibility. Can often make a more difficult site to defend. Imperial, this is your last chance on the attack. I think like you say, if they can get a 3-3 here, they are absolutely laughing, and they're going to carry so much momentum and confidence into that second half. It'll be absolutely brilliant for them. So, some last-minute intel going on. 30 seconds into the round. They know what the setup is largely going to be. I'm going to ask the same question I do a lot of the time. When we've got the mirror available and the mirror is played in closet, what's the plan? How are you clearing it out? They've got the Twitch drones from Sexy Cake. Is that the plan? Is it a Selma on the front inside some smoke to be able to detonate it and clear it out? But they really do need to, because there's 3 nitros on the side of NIP. If they can get into Janitor behind that mirror window, you're never going to plant unless you've cleared it out.
Sure, a lot dug in, right? Like you said, it's 3C4 to one thing, but the fact they've got so much utility to shoot through as well means Imperial have certainly got their work cut out for them. Can't imagine we'll see anything too drastic to what we saw last time. They had a really good spread to give it to them last time. They had lobby control from the entry they managed to get. They got control of square with the X. They had 2 or 3 players then on windows. I was like, perfect. The only thing you're missing really was the backstabbing towards stock or someone to threaten on towards white directly. Hopefully, that changes a little bit here. They identify where they were missing a bit of pressure last time around, especially given they managed to get the entry in the previous round in towards white corridor from that double window rappel.
Confirming that there's nobody directly inside of sight at the minute. Pickings go out just to signify that we've got that player deep inside of front desk. It's likely to be Fantasy. I look at his player card and I see that it is. It's the position he's always going to be taking up. Hits will be over that side as well. But Sexy Cake, once again, able to deal with Fantasy. That is a brilliant start for Imperial. I'm looking at the clock, though. That would be my main concern at the minute. 45 seconds and not yet in a position to put the diffuser down. They need to find themselves a little bit of an entry now. How much of a joy are they going to have walking up Marble?
Well, we'll see, but the important thing is Simic gets some pressure on the backside. The one thing I said they were missing. Mitris is good for one, but Hayes gets the slam down onto Sexy Cake. So at least for now, it's a man advantage to the side of Imperial as Machina starts his march on forward. This ain't looking too bad at all. Machina is tearing them apart here, Tim. Not a bad spot to be in. Surely able to convert it here as Bassetto is left alive alone.
Machina just going to take a little bit of extra damage there, but the plant is going down. Bassetto just getting... Lincoln tries to fight his way back into his own site, manages to find the down. 1v3 becomes a 1v2, but the plant is down. Nobody has gone out of the windows. That's the big thing. He doesn't have an external threat. So this is winnable for Bassetto, but he needs to find both fights without them knowing. Because if he takes a direct challenge, he almost certainly dies. He's dipping around. He's seeing what he can see. There's one on Banana, going to take the swing. Bassetto finds the man. It becomes a 1v1, Des.
There's just no time here. Even if he gets up for this challenge, he won't have time to get back on it. He gets the kill, but no! Like I say, he wouldn't have enough time. Yex managed to lay it out, I guess. But that's a big 4K for Bassetto. Just unfortunate to not win the round, but Imperial, they get the 3-3 half they were looking for.
Yeah, he's literally about 0.7 seconds short there. Absolutely agonising for Bassetto, but a great round and half for Imperial.
Yeah, impressive to say the least. Milosh, Fox, what do you guys think?
I mean, gentlemen, aside from that last round, my God, Bassetto, insane play in general. I don't really know how to describe it. However, Fox, we are tied 3-3 at the half. Imperial, who a lot of people would really put them way down because they are at the very bottom of the standings, they're doing excellently in this to tie it 3-3 on their attacking side. That's got to show some promise, right?
Of course it does. I mean, it goes without saying they're playing exceptionally well on the objective base of the game, going for the objective, trying to get the diffuser down, taking their time. I mean, Bank's one of those maps. I mean, we just saw at the CEO bomb site is very finicky because if you get top floor control, there's not many positions for NIP to hide. And we were talking about that with NIP, the highlight of them being having those rat plays, having a player roam around CEO, roam around open, and then falling back down to the sites and then adding the layers. But it seems like Imperial is doing a really good job at taking time, taking positioning. But I think the biggest takeaway is they're not giving those opening kills. They're not giving extra area, losing bodies while they're trying to clear. And it's coming into these situations where they can really go for executes with all their utility up and put themselves in the best case scenario. Something that we haven't seen throughout the stage is them going for the objective, them getting that diffuser down. So far, it seems like they have been cooking with gas at what they want to be able to get done. So if they just stay on that front as a team effort, as a collective, it seems to be going very well for them. But now the sides are swapping. Now Imperial has to go onto the defense. This is where NIP is going to be scared because we don't know exactly how Imperial is going to play it. If they run a lot of utility, if they're adding those layers that NIP did not run, that's where NIP could get caught up. They could get caught up by a C4, die to the utility. And this is where I'm hoping to see Machina come in big because he's been exceptionally well for Imperial throughout the stage, even though they haven't really gotten any wins under their belt. He's been a big proponent as to why why they've been able to win rounds. So on defense, this is where his time to shine is now.
It absolutely is the moment for it, and our operator bans are just coming in. Of course, we have swap sides, a Ying ban and a Castle ban. Okay.
Interesting. I mean,
all right.
Castleband makes sense. A lot of teams love to be able to run it just to stall that extra little bit of time. So just getting it off the board. I mean, NIP wants to go fast. That's what I'm assuming.
That absolutely could be the case here. Second ops, we see Akaid, Tubarao ban, both pretty effective. Capital Akaid, there you go. All in, all set. And our first one is going to be down in the basement. We're going to lock our CCTV. We'll send it back to our casters then. Does an ace. Take it away. And I did say both does an ace.
Thank you very much, Milos. I'll forgive you. Clearly, it was me that was confused. I'll blame the heat. That's all you got to know. I was going to say, though, for these bans, Tim, like NIP don't really have a lot to go off of because Imperial only played one round on the defense in that 7-0 loss against Team Liquid Alienware back in at kickoff. So this is all very much their own preferences, I think, and trying to remove obstacles that might slow them down. Kaid, very understandable for the hatches, the castle. I think we've seen a large number of teams make good use of the operator up on the top floor. It makes it much more defendable, but it does mean they've got to face off against things like a mirror potentially in future rounds.
It's always about, I think these days, you know, it's something that Alpha has spoken about a lot as well. It's what are you leaving behind? It's, yes, what are you taking, but what are you leaving? And it really is pick your poison. You know, if you're going to take away things like the Cade, I think it's a good ban here on Bank. You know, the hatches are particularly important for the attackers. I don't think it's a bad ban, but it does mean, like you say, you've got the Mirror, you've got the Azami, you've got, you know, Fenrir, you've got Ella, you've got all these difficult operators that are going to waste a lot of your time that you are going to have to survive with. So, yep, you might save a little bit of time from, you know, we often speak about this in terms of the Cade and Bandit double ban, you know, but they're going to save you a little bit of time, but you're also going to cost yourself some time and some pain as well with what you leave up. And I like that as far as a banning system goes. You know, I think it makes the choices much more, you know, kind of have a bit more gravity to them. You know, if it's obvious which 2 and 3 operators that you should ban every time, then there's no gravity to those choices. Whereas this, you know, we're in a position where it does feel like there is a lot of choice between where you should go. It takes some thought.
Absolutely. Well, the importance here, of course, is for NIP to be strong on the attacking side. 3 rounds for Imperial. You can't, I'm not saying this to be horrible about a Challenger Series promoted team, but we've seen them struggle. As you did rightly say, they have played against all the big boys first. And I'd say NIP are still one of those big boys. 3 rounds on the attack is a very, very impressive half for them. NIP needs to better that, if not at the very least match it, to show that they belong amongst, air quotes, the big boys here in SAL. Seto has got things started on the Monty. They're inside the lobby. They've got the control they're looking for. Not quite the same kind of pace that we saw out of Machina back in the very first round, but it is starting to apply pressure down through the lobby as we've already got the hatch mostly being opened up by Fantasy. He is down to just the 4 Hibana pellets left, though, so not tons more to work with. But as they get the 1, there's a response on the other side. Hate shut down by Yex, who I know is only 4 and 6, has found himself involved in some pretty big scenarios so far. Even winning out that 1v1 of the close of round 6, arguably the biggest of them all. But here comes Fantasy up through Garage by himself. This backstab that we saw missing for Imperial Team back in that first half on this site, already being coming to life here for Fantasy.
That was a really nice kill for Fantasy as well. Just beautiful reactions to find his man. Mitrix is going to take a big chunk of damage elsewhere in the map as well. It's just NIP need to clear out server now, and they'll really start moving. Look at this though. Paseto's actually just walking on into sight, and as soon as they try to react, it's Fantasy who reacts, manages to get himself another 2 with the secondary. That's 3 in the round, and it is now Florio completely stuck out in the cold as the diffuser goes down. He needs to fight his way back into his own side. Does manage to get it down, but there was a hail of lead coming his way, and it was Fantasy's bullets who found their target. Surprise, surprise, as that's going to be 4 in the round for Fantasy, and a round to kick things off on the attack for NIP, 4-3.
All from the backstab as well. Imperial probably like scratching their heads a little bit there. Is this real life or is it just fantasy? It's just fantasy. This happens. We've seen so many rounds where he comes up big just like that. And that first round, they'll be looking at it, I think, Imperial and saying, right, forget about it. It didn't happen. Reset and go again. Don't let Fantasy get a 4K, because that it can happen so many times. Though we had it from Baseto back in round 6. We had a Baseto 3K back in round 1. We're yet to see a multi-kill from an individual on the side of Imperial. And you might be thinking, Des, why does it matter if someone gets a multi-kill or not? I'd argue it doesn't especially. But what hero plays by individual players, I tend to call them, lets you get away with, is rounds where maybe it wouldn't quite go your way if all things were equal and there were 1-for-1s going all across the map. If you can have a player step up and basically solo like single-handedly or solo win you the round, great. Nothing else really matters. That's kind of a fallback to then be able to rely on strategy as a team afterwards. Imperial haven't got that in their wheelhouse yet. We need to see a couple of players start going big, and obviously all eyes will fall to Machina when I say that. Hopefully they wake up a little bit here and can get the round on the board. If this goes to 5-3, I think NIP to start running away with this.
I would agree. Yeah, I think if they can get a little bit of space between them, it's important that Imperial, as you say, kind of cling on to the coattails of NIP here. They could be in for a hell of a ride if they start getting a bit of momentum up. But yeah, that's the best game plan for Imperial here, is don't let NIP have any breathing space at all. Just keep absolutely breathing down the net, keep right on top of them, and keep the pressure on. So we're going to go up to the top floor for Imperial's second defense. They've brought the Clash along this time. That's one to keep an eye on. Yext has got that shield. What are NIP going to do to deal with that? They've got Nomad with the air jabs. They may choose to use them there. They may not. They could do, because they've got Gridlock to close off any flanks as well. So that's one option. They've also got the Dokkaebi calls. The Clash could well just let the phone detonate, take the 40 damage, and then, you know, at least they don't have to worry about that continuing to happen.
Well, eyes on Hates, no doubt, because he's the one with the operator that can make a big impact here. Spoke a lot about Raura over time, and typically if you see one being brought along, it's because they have walls or doorways that they intend to use them on. You don't bring it along just in case you see one that makes sense to use it on. No, you normally have some kind of execute in mind, but before they can start pulling off that execute, they've got to make sure they've moved key players around. That's where things like frag grenades might come in, or where being able to open up angles or making use of the Dokkaebi might start to help them out there. So there'll be a little bit of prep work to do. Then I think you'll see NIP pull the trigger.
Long range angle going to be taken in through the soft wall towards Janitor. No damage done as of yet. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. NIP not inside of the map. This is all 3 of them stacked up on the windows at the minute. They don't have top square. They don't have stock control. You've still got Florio able to play around vending machine. Big problems right now for NIP as they run into the Clash of Yex, who's able to open things up with a kill. I love this play in the Clash from Janitor. It's almost like a portable mirror window the way it's being used. You don't have to deal with the mirror, you know, being taken out from Janitor. If they start opening up the floor, you just grab the shield and off you go. Brilliant stuff. But there's a couple of quick kills come in. Wizard does manage to find the Clash. Shield off the board. 3 versus 2 NIP.
Well, it's another 2K for Fantasy so far. I was going to say his nade surely should be the one that comes in to help deal with the Clash shield, but he just kills Yex instead. That is good enough. Now waiting to see what the next play is. Machina. Oh, he's playing with fire here, Tim. When you know there's a Dokkaebi on the other side, that is serious fire he's playing away with, but he keeps himself alive. Slips his way across and even deals with that literally at the very last second. There was no red bar left then on the status symbol above his name, but gets up and gets rid of Fantasy. Crucial kill, 2v2. And now we're down to the last 15. This is looking great. Wizard making it into a 1v1. Can he win it out against Machina? I said this would be so crucial if NIP can get a 5-3 that it feels like the round is done. If Machina wins this, it is anybody's game. At least a zap going off here. Up comes Wizard off the diffuser as well. Half HP to his name, but a snap on towards the head. A triple for Machina. I said they needed a hero, Tim. He's done that KP in round 8. He'll make it 4-4.
The Clash Shield being left activated actually comes in clutch there because it gives away the position of Wizard. Yes, he gets the plant done, but as he strays a little bit too close to it, what it does is tell Machina he must be somewhere in line of sight of that shield. So, best guess, he's behind the desk. Machina uses that information beautifully to get his kill, levels things up, gets the round for Imperial. It is 4-4, and right now they are doing exactly what they need to do, and that's keeping in touching distance. Dare they get themselves a round ahead? Ooh, NIP might start to panic.
Well, you've had 2 rounds there that have come down to individuals, right? I've touched on it throughout the game, how NIP have had these big rounds from individuals. Imperial were kind of lacking that. Now they've had Machina obviously step up big. The one thing I haven't overly, I guess I kind of saw it back in the first half, but not yet seen this half, is a proper team round where they win as a group. Yes, you can look at those multi-kills and say they were enabled by team members, but I want to see everyone getting involved here to see how things then settle and how the teams stack up when there isn't one player going absolutely nuts in a given round. This might well prove to be it. We've got that third site rotation. Small difference between the two, by the way, it's worth touching on. Imperial have gone from basement to top floor, then their off-site is staff and open, whereas it was the opposite for NIP. They started in basement, but then staff open was their second, with that second floor being the alternative, the tertiary site to step into. Although, interestingly, it was the first floor site where they found themselves losing out more often than not. We'll see if NIP can reproduce a similar result and get themselves a win here to pull themselves back into the lead.
Okay, third choice site is underway. FNAT's going to be activated over on the far side, over towards main lobby. So what they're trying to do there is just prevent that little kind of sneak push coming in main lobby through into Teller's archives and then putting pressure onto site through the soft wall, but also getting aggressive on towards square then. From there, it gives you a really good beachhead to do that. So going to be a little bit more difficult for NIP should they consider that. But right now, their attention is quite rightly focused towards that top floor. If we have a look across the list, they've got Yekts and they've got Mitrix up there. It's the Clash and the Goyle that need to be dealt with and moved along.
Absolutely. Slow start, and not at all one I'd be really complaining about on the side of NIP. And looking at the tools they've got, they haven't got anything too crazy in terms of like ascends to roll on their way through. Of course, for this site, really looking towards that. It's more about the verticals, but even then, not got much in the way of vertical control to establish. And there's no bot, there's no sledge, there's no ram. So they're going to have to just try and play through hatches for the most part, make use of whatever they can open up with secondaries, which isn't an awful lot, given the lineup they have got. Is that more point towards they want to try and execute in through square, or maybe in through the archives, rotate, or force their way in towards beepers? Either way, they feel somewhat limited on choice given the lineup they've got. Ooh.
Just sees the opportunity up through the hatch, can't quite find the shot. Always worth a little look there from Sexy Cake. Halfway through the round, 1 minute 30. Drone inside of sight is going to be feeding a lot of intel and going to be seeing an awful lot because basically everybody is back inside of sight apart from Yekts at the minute, who is very, very close by. He's just on beepers outside of the double door leading into sight. So there's going to be a lot of pressure here for Imperial. I feel like they need to fight their way out. They need to try and get themselves back into this one. One's just dropped to basement. That could be a big moment. Basetto manages to pick up the Clash and another one onto Machina. They know that there's one hidden behind. I don't think they knew that. They didn't know that the hatch was there open.
He did say, I think he did because he
Unless maybe he did.
Oh, I don't know.
That's a mad challenge to take through choice.
Mitrix, what's going on? I don't know. Okay, fair enough. Fancy you'll try again. It's fine. Now step up and go somewhere else. It's right, guys. I was always here all along. Not a problem. Florio gets one back, but it feels the time they've got here. NIP can see this one over the line. A flash going in deep. Doesn't quite find Florio, but it's doing enough to keep him at bay.
Pino is going to keep him at bay permanently as he manages to find the kill. Diffuser going down as well. They will stick. No, they won't need to stick this. Fantasy manages to get himself back into the action. I would love to ask Fantasy whether that hatch drop was purposeful or not. It definitely wasn't. It was a hell of an angle to take onto Mitrix if it was, but it's a big risk. And like you said, I think it was a little bit accidental. But look, he made the best of a bad situation. 5-4 now. We find NIP as we head into round 10. We'll have those bans coming in to see who will not make it through.
Is he our interviewer? I don't know who our interview is with actually after this game, but if it is, then I would actually love to ask the question. Because to be fair to him, what he did do straight away was then get himself under the hatch and get the Goyo.
He reacted.
So I was like, well, exactly. He's found his freebie. And maybe it was a call that someone came out. No, the hatch that he sat on actually isn't there. He's just dancing around the skirting of it, in which case, fine. A free kill can come from below, and that's exactly what he found. But given he was so close to taking his head off, like on a lateral level, I don't know if it necessarily mandated dropping his way down. Could have done a lot more by staying up on that first floor and getting the information from the state, for example, being able to push him from admin office. You've then got a full cut as a team, but they make it work, so it doesn't particularly matter. NIP up to 5-4, Tim. Very interestingly, they're the ones taking attack time out, despite having a good quarter so far.
Yeah, on the back of a winning round, they decide that they just need a little pause. They need to have a chat. And like you say, it's always a question, because you think, does that affect your momentum? Is that going to maybe give Imperial the opportunity? You don't really want to be giving Imperial any opportunity to have a chat about what's gone wrong, do you? Keep the pressure on, keep going. We'll see how this next round turns out. But yeah, I think there's question marks for me over that one. No surprise to see the clash taken away. Yex has been a bit of a nuisance with the defensive shield so far, using it consistently 2 out of the 4 rounds. So, you know, at least half of the time we're seeing that. So yeah, I think no surprises that's gone, but tough one now coming up, because we're going to need to see NIP getting themselves this attacking round after they've kind of broken their own momentum there.
All right, this is a crucial round. I think you can't let NIP get up to 6-4, else I can see it being over in regulation. Imperial have impressed, I've got to say. I think after back of the first half especially, they impressed in some of those rounds they came away on top of. They've done okay in this half so far as well. They have somewhat kept the tide of NIP away. It did come down to Machina in the one round they managed to come away as the winner of. But there's every chance they can bring this one back to even keels and have it at 5 apiece and guarantee that we see all 12 rounds of regulation. NIP, they're digging back into the bank really here, a bit of an NIP classic, at least historically, and getting the shield on side. That Monty going to give them a lot of control. The Sens, I speak about an awful lot and just how potent she is for executes at the moment. And Fantasy being on that glass, like he needs any more help to get kills. Tim, a one-way gunfight against Fantasy feels disgusting.
Well, it feels like a lose-lose, doesn't it, really? There's not many people come away with anything from that situation. And I have hits. Just going to open up the long angle. I like that from this double window. Quite often gets overlooked. You can open up the angle towards marble and towards elevators and just take default count. You can do an awful lot of work from those windows, and quite often there's opportunities there. If players on the defensive side are going to be rotating back to site, particularly, can often be caught out around the top of marble. So very much stacked up for Imperial inside a site there. 3 of them in CCTV. We're going to have Vault Hatch opened by the attackers. That's going to draw like a magnet almost all those defenders across to that side of the site, concerned for the possibility of a hatch drop. It's not going to come from NIP. I think it's more of a phantom pressure situation.
For now, it's wants to reverse what we saw when Imperial attacking on towards this side. Wanted to get blue control. The big mistake that we saw Imperial make was they took about 1.5 minutes once they managed to push in aggressively towards top blue, then backed off and spent 1.5 minutes deliberating on what to do before they tried to full send it down main stairs. I imagine here NIP will not back away. Look at this, the pressure that's coming on through. They've got the hatch. They know that realistically someone should be up there looking to challenge, but granted, the Keepers being well placed are giving protection towards Yex, who now is definitely in a dangerous spot. He's trapped here in the back corner, Tim, and he ain't getting out of this one alive, that's for sure. Either he kills everyone or he dies.
Yeah, just going to try and give himself a little bit of cover with that keeper barricade from the hatch. But, yeah, realistically, I don't really see much of a way out now that the Monty's got himself down here. There's a player on the hatch as well. Yex just needs to make a choice, and I actually quite like this choice. Just get himself into dirt and cause a constant nuisance now. They have to go and clear him out, and it's more about wasting time. They know they've got to make the challenge. If he takes anybody with him...
Oh, my God.
This is about as good as he can do. 40 seconds left to go, and he continues to waste time. It's the time that's the factor here. 5v5 still, yes, they get him, but now at 30 seconds left to go, what price have they paid?
To be fair, he's wasted a lot of time. I will give him that. 100% has done the right thing, although it looked crazy at the time. I think he's made the right decision. The problem now is you've got all this utility to face up against. A shield, the light screens, the smokes that have got to come on through. There is still one smoke in the back pocket of Floria, but they can send this deep if they've got to. And sure enough, that's what Fantasy's going to do. Sends it in deep, not as the one going for a plant, but as the one who's trying to look for kills, Tim.
Mitrix manages to find him in the middle of everything going on. 4 versus 4. No chance of putting the diffuser down just yet. 3 seconds. Basetto will start the process. Are they going to manage to find the kill onto him? 1 apiece. 3 versus 3. 2 versus 2. It just goes back and forwards. 2 versus 1. It's all up to Wizard. He's got them above. He's got them above. Can he find a little bit of magic?
But the angle, I was going to say, okay, he might just about still find it. Yeah, he will. But no, they've got the perfect angle from the hand. They've seen this one a few times. Has no poise, but to drop, and Mitrix is there ready and waiting. Disable comes on through. Imperial balance things back out at 5 apiece.
And Yek's run into Dirt Tunnel is not looking so crazy anymore. It was such a difficult take for NIP to be able to get it done in the short amount of time, playing through the utility, losing Fantasy in the middle of sight. It left them so few options other than to just throw the diffuser down wherever they could. Imperial were then able to take advantage of that. Really well played. We've got a guaranteed 12 rounds. There could be a few extras as well because there is nothing to separate these two teams. I came in saying that Imperial had a rough start with the teams that they'd been playing against. In the latest matchup before this, they managed to take Furia to overtime. There is capability in this team. There is experience in this team. And they are starting to show it.
Oh, boy. Fair to say, Imperial, although we have obviously in recent weeks seen them be absolutely battered by those top 5 teams that we've spoken about, NIP, I'd say, should have been one of those teams. I'm mildly impressed. And the best part is it's a real team effort. Like, I know we spoke about Machina, but look up and down the scoreboard. 5 being the lowest, 8 being the highest. It is a real team effort that they've shown so far, outside of that one magic round by Machina where he picked up the 3K. So I'm actually really excited to see how they fare against other teams like INTZ, like Loud, like Lowe's, who maybe haven't been the best so far. Lowe's had a pretty rocky performance earlier on. I think if Imperial play like how they have done today against those teams, they could be picking up points on the regular and find themselves inside of playoffs.
Very, very aware of the long angle that Fantasy lost his life to. They are certainly not going to suffer that in return here, Imperial. Machina just watching that with the DMR of Tubarão, as the windows do start to be used by Bassetto, but not the ones that are going to cause Machina too much of a problem. Instead, looking to put the challenge on towards elevators, as we usually see before heading up to the rooftop. Rotero drone will go in through square, going to be looking for that soft wall. Try and get it opened up. There we go. Will be successful. So a minute into the round, and NIP are making good progress so far.
Yeah, not at all bad. They can keep on slowing things down, though, here, really, because Hate's still got 3 of those Roteros to use. There's more utility you can yet chew your way through. Mainly looking in towards Florio's shield, but I guess also in towards Bandit, in towards... Really not a whole ton else, truthfully. The Bandit would be good to clear out so they can get the double wall opened up and get all control down that white corridor. It's Pino's turn on the glass this time round, who would have been a key position and a key player to get control of that, but I imagine instead he'll find himself just marching up the top of lobby stairs and looking to cause some damage. Fantasy at the bottom of white as well. They want to explode him like rats out of the basement here and do some work.
Yeah, you could just see a couple of them, kind of sat waiting there, but are they aware of the Echo drone? They're going to know that they are creeping up into this smoke. Fantasy manages to find Yecht. That's the Bandit taken out. Fantasy with another onto Mitrix just after he managed to get the kill onto Pino. Losing the glass could be a big blow for NIP. 2 versus 2, as once again this round just evolves into a bloodbath, Dev. We've still got the Echo drones on side. That is something NIP need to deal with, because Florio right now is just feeding an absolute ton of intel into his team.
They dealt with Pino really well. That C4 was wonderful. But Fantasy coming up white stairs. I said about the rats exploding out of the basement. He came up and did a lot of damage in the back too. 2 kills for himself. Wizard replacing on towards Pino, gets himself Florio. It's Sexy Kate now left in a 1v2, and he is nowhere near sight at this point. Can try and play Dinar from downstairs, but you know full well they'll just find a way around you no matter what you try and do. So instead, has to come up and try and contest directly. This ain't looking pretty.
I am a little surprised that he hasn't tried to play this from underneath. He does have an impact nade in hand. As it is, he's going to get the same effect. Now would be the time to drop underneath, realistically, for Sexy Cake. 10 seconds left to go. Hates manages to find him on the long angle. And I think by going upstairs, he just overcommits himself a little bit in that situation. So we find ourselves 6-5. It's going to be NIP with the opportunity to close it out in regulation.
Would have been a tickle word if he got underneath it. They'd have jumped upon the desk and gone for a plant instead there. But either way, it's a bit of this, bit of that. There's always going to be a difficulty no matter which one he tried to play there. NIP with a golden chance here to secure the 3 points that I imagine they came into this expecting to walk away with. But again, Imperial have really pushed them to the wire. This could yet still go to OT. And for Imperial, who have 1 point to their name so far, getting even a second off another top 5 team would feel absolutely fantastic for them. NIP, not forgetting, are currently our 3rd place team. They are no slouches. They were in Salt Lake. We all saw them there. We know what they can do. We saw them during kickoff. I'm really impressed with what Imperial have shown. And if they can get to OT and get themselves a point, that single point could be all the difference when it comes around to playoffs.
Imperial are surely going to feel like they've got the easiest second half of a stage ever because, you know, I'm not discrediting the teams they're going to play, but they're going to be playing the teams that we expect to be finishing in the bottom half, the teams that they're going to be, you know, challenging for positions. They've literally had, like, the top 4 teams, the top 5 teams in the first 5 play days, back to back. It has been a rough start for them. And, you know, they might just feel like they've got a little bit more opportunity next play day to be able to actually, you know, get something going here. But 6-5, it stands. They've still got opportunity here. It's been back and forward so far in the second half. You know, over the last 6 rounds, it's been Imperial, NIP, Imperial, NIP, Imperial, NIP. So there is a real chance that they manage to grab this one. They are defending open area. That's the difficulty for them this time. They need to hold on to top floor for as long as they can.
Oh boy. And why not give another player on the team a go on the gloves, by the way? It's Hates' turn now. We've had Fantasy on it. We've had Pino on it. Let's get Hates on there as well. I'm really convinced that they're trying to get everybody to have a go and see what they can do with the operator. Granted, it hasn't been effective in the sense that they've dropped out, they have hit the Fantasy, have dropped down smoke, step inside and slaughter everyone. But it's the attention that it draws to him that is so crucial. Like in the last round, it set Fantasy to come up on the main stairs on the DKB and get 2 kills. Here, Hates gets the entry without having to use any smokes. First one now being dropped. They're going for a fast hit in towards sight, Tim.
It's fast indeed as Basetto manages to find Mitrix, doesn't bother doing anything about the bulletproof cam, doesn't matter. He does get taken down, but the trade is there. Immediately, Machina found by Fantasy. Now 1 versus 4 in the blink of an eye. Sexy Kid manages to find 1 versus 3 as Hates is off the board. That's the glass gone, but a Deimos that can track him out, a Dokubi that can call him. That's just absolutely awful for Sexy Cake at the end. It is going to be a win for NIP.
A big win as well, Tim, because that now puts them on the same number of points as FaZe, 12 points. And then they even jump ahead of FaZe because of round difference, so FaZe still have to play. Either way, our top 3 are starting to run away with things. Furia, FaZe, and NIP all looking great at the top.
Yeah, they really do, don't they? It's becoming very, very difficult for these teams lower down to battle through them and get anything from them, realistically. Imperial just finding that out. NIP managing to get the job done.
Yeah, certainly no complaints. And again, I can't wait to see what Imperial can bring us on future days. For now, though, we'll go to our desk and now break down what you've just seen.
Thank you very much, my friends. And if I'm to describe what I've just seen is a wonderful attempt. So close, Davide, but not enough to close it out at the end of the day. NIP, despite the fact that they got pushed hard here on Bank, they're going to be the ones to collect all 3 points from this game. As our wonderful casters, Des and Ace, were just describing, they're going to be jumping up in those standings. They're going to be very happy about it, but there's a lot of fallout for Imperial. However, I think it's time for us to bring up our interviewee. For this one, as always, it's Pino. Bring it. Hello, Pino. Good to have you back on here on the show one more time. Congratulations on the win, but can you walk me through some of the difficulties you've had here on Bank? Because, at least to us looking at it, Imperial really had your number a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, I think the main part that made that Bank difficult is the opening deaths you're looking on defense. Like, I think the last 3 rounds we got some really early openings that made round more difficult, and one round was comms, so I think that if we could have the 5-1 on defense, I felt like we could, like we trolled 2 rounds there, or maybe even 4-2, it would have been really easier. And on attack, we played a lot slower than usual, so that made us lose a round on CCTV bomb site when we tried to plant they swarmed the site. So I think that's the most part. The comms on defense were not good and a little bit slow on attack.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to Furia earlier today, and they were saying that when they went into the game against Imperial, they underestimated them. They didn't think that they would be as good. Was that something that you guys maybe underestimated Imperial a little bit, or did they come to surprise you guys, or were you just not thinking about Imperial at all and just playing your own game?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, like we they are a new team. They have some additions and they have good ideas. So we didn't underestimate them, but yeah, they're I think they're playing better than last stage, and unfortunately they didn't have a win yet. So they are a good team, and we have to respect everyone we face against. But yeah, I think we started a little slow because of that.
Very good. Now you get into this, you collect all 3 points, you play Lost tomorrow, another opportunity to jump up in the stands. What do you expect out of that matchup?
It's gonna be a great one. Los is since they formed this lineup with Dash, they have been doing pretty great. And last stage we managed to beat them on the qualification match on the playoffs, and it was a great game. So we're hoping to win this one as well, and we are aiming for the top 1, top 2 spots. Pretty important win.
Very good. Pino, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. See you next time.
Thank you. See ya.
And there it is, Fox. You heard it from the man himself. Maybe it was a little bit of underestimation, but in reality, there were some things to fix out throughout this game. NIP at the end of the day, victorious and collecting all 3 points. NIP are going to be happy with this. Yes, they have some things to work on for tomorrow's game against Loss, but a win on bank is a win. 3 points are all that they wanted out of this game, and they jump up in the standings. At the end of the day, we got somebody else really on the team outside of Hayes that really showed up and put the numbers where they were needed. And I tell you, it was no dream, and it was definitely a fantasy.
I mean, this was a game for NIP at the end of the day. Like you said, points are points. They needed it. Fantasy came to play. And that's what we were talking about on a map like Bank, especially with how flexible you can entry into it. There's not many openings, but if you have fantasy getting in there, I mean, he's always good for getting a kill or two. And everybody on the team from NIP, really, I mean, they had 3 players above double-digit kills. And I think Pino is correct. The opening kills weren't necessarily in their favor when they were on the defensive side. But once they were able to get on attack, that's where we saw them kind of run away with it. And it's a bittersweet moment for Imperial because they got so close, almost bringing it to overtime. Every point matters. They're sitting still at the bottom of the leaderboard in 10th with 1 point. And it's unfortunate because I really did enjoy seeing what Imperial brought to the table with how they were trying to find those opening picks and play aggressive. Like you said at the halftime or before we got into the game, we need Imperial to be able to do something different. They can't play a default bank or else they're going to lose it. And that's what we saw them do. They switched it up. They were getting very aggressive. Their retakes on defense were very good. There was one big round with the retake on the basement that was really impressed me. So I think it's safe to say that they are playing better. At the end of the day, still a lot of work to be done on their side. I mean, it was just really unfortunate for them. NIP is just a team with such good individual players that all they really have to do is make sure that they're playing together. I really liked at the end of a lot of those rounds, man advantage, whatever the case may be, they'd slow it down. NIP would figure out what the win condition would be. And that's why on attack, they were able to get 2 diffused plants. And again, they're just stacking up more and more plants. They're one of the #1 planting team right now in the SAL, which I never thought we would be saying. So NIP's definitely got a good grasp on how to be executing on their attacks.
Very much so. I don't remember who it was that was on that round of Solus where it was the 1v2. You're playing the Solus.
The sexy cake.
Yeah, like you got 10 seconds left. You're playing vertical from below. Like you can just stay in archives. You got an impact. You can fire through the holes. Like, and then just completely forgetting what utility you have, what operator you're playing. It's kind of crazy to think about. In that round, I think both you and me were losing our minds watching it, and so was Ace, I guess, at least questioning what was going on. However, fantasy is the one that really plays it up, and is someone that we have been playing up for the past few years. We're seeing more and more fantasy resurgence over 2026 so far. We'll see if that leads to an offline performance. So far, so good for the headliner in these days. Man, I remember when fantasy was just the up-and-comer 3-something years ago where people will talk about him like he is some absolute legend. Now on IP, you're seeing the performance finally pay off. Though Fox, that is only, and I say only with the asterisk here, game number 3, because we still have 2 more games to get through. Liquid and FaZe are in the last 2 games, and that's, of course, Liquid versus Black Dragons that go up against one another. The Dragons versus the Seahorses. We'll talk about it after the break.
Well, my friends, it's true that the Brazilian teams didn't exactly land the best results at the last major. But hey, there's an explanation for that.
Então você pega uma Luz que tinha bastante estreante, da Case, da AFA, eles não tinham jogado, era um time totalmente novo. A Fúria também, apesar de terem jogadores ali mais experientes, é um grupo totalmente novo, o Boxeira estava estreando e tudo mais, então tipo... E aí você pega a própria NiP, que é uma base já mais formada e tal, mas foi o primeiro Major do Baceto como IGL, então acho que isso acabou trazendo um peso um pouco maior, isso óbvio somado com a melhora das outras regiões. E sobre não haver muitas mudanças pós-janela, é porque foi um campeonato muito curto, é o que a gente passou para a própria torcida da Liquid de 2 semanas, sabe? 2 semanas não pode definir um futuro de um time, então já tem que remover um jogador e tudo mais.
And when results like these happen, changes usually follow. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Because out of all 10 SAL teams, only Black Dragons decided to shake things up. So, whether we plan it or not, this video has basically turned into a full-blown Black Dragons roster move special. To put things into perspective, since 2024 and counting the current lineup, no fewer than 17 players have worn the BD jersey. Doing some quick math, that's roughly 1 roster change every 2 months. Yeah, that's a lot.
Acredito que as mudanças foram necessárias. Acho que a gente viu que a gente atingiu um teto ali como equipe, mesmo que muito cedo, né? E acho que mudança, quando é necessária, você tem que fazer. Você não pode ficar demorando tanto assim, porque a própria Team Secret fez mais de 20 mudanças na equipe até ganhar o EWC. Não é que a gente gosta, mas às vezes é necessário.
As for this latest round of moves, Miracle and Lenda are out, while Guto and Romeu are in. And Gustavo Vieira is no stranger to the Dragons. He previously played for the team between 24 and 25, and even represented the organization at the Montreal Major. After that, he took a little trip through Tier 2, absolutely farming the competition with Stellai Gaming, and now he's back. Hopefully to help push Black Dragons toward their first ever eSports World Cup appearance.
A volta do Guto pra BD é muito da hora, sim, porque eu acho que desde o MBR eu queria jogar com ele, queria trabalhar com ele. Ele optou por vir pra BD. Pô, tô bem animado, assim, cara. Eu queria trabalhar com ele desde aquela época lá e ele é um moleque muito bom. Acho que vai ser, mano, uma grande edição aí.
The other new addition is practically a Tier 1 rookie. After spending time with Elevate Academy, Romeu got his biggest shot on the main Elevate roster during Reload, where he played alongside the veterans, Ian and Psycho. Oh, and fun fact, you could say Romeo already knows one of his new teammates pretty well. That's because the two of them shared the stage in last year's Tier 2 Grand Final, just on opposite sides of the server.
Cara, o Romeuzão também é um moleque muito bom, é um cara muito esquilado assim. Teve experiência também, né, de jogar com jogadores muito grandes, como o Psycho, que também ensinou muitas coisas pra ele. O próprio Nusga também, que ajudou ele na Elevate Academy. Então, mas é um moleque novo, tem que pegar cada vez mais experiência, mais ensinamentos, mas isso é só com o tempo.
Alright. That's interesting. It just hit me that we're talking to the most experienced player on Black Dragons right now. And also the guy who's been with the organization the longest. So, before we wrap things up, I want to know exactly what role our man Hari has been playing in this new look Black Dragons roster.
Cara, minha função dentro de jogo é in-game leader e sup 1. Abusa mesmo dos bonecões ali, né, como a gente chama, bonecos que são mais roubados assim nas comps. Então, pô, jogar bastante de shield, jogar com uma Ing de 12, jogar com Glass. E como IGL, você sendo sup 1 fica muito mais fácil de você guiar o time. Como você tem uma visão mais de trás, você consegue coordenar muito bem, conseguir as triangulações ali durante o round e tal.
Well then, all eyes on the Black Dragons team. Who knows? Maybe this fresh blood is exactly what the team needs to make some noise during the first stage of SAL. Best of luck to the boys, and thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye!
Welcome back, my friends, and that was a quick brief on the transfers, all 2 of them at this stage, and they both need to belong to Black Dragons. Of course, that's how it has to be here in SAL. Speaking of which, let's talk about our 2 teams, Team Liquid versus Black Dragons. I'd like to pull up Team Liquid Alienware first here, Fox, because, well, you expect them to play better, right? That kickoff performance showed a lot of promise, and then they messed it up at the last second. They came up against FaZe Clan, could not close it out. JV had some issues in kickoff as well. Then we started stage 1. You wipe all that slate clean. They start the stage pretty well and then immediately fall off. On and off, despite big performances from the man on your screen here, KZ and Maya. There's a lot of questions whether or not the Team Liquid Alienware curse is a real thing or not, Davide.
I mean, it might be, because this team is not looking like the remnants of a team that was just dominant for a whole year. Yes, they do have Maya now. Everyone would have thought that this roster would have gotten that much better. And despite Maya and KZ performing every single play day and always putting their team on the back as best as they can, they just don't look like a team that's going to be top 2, a team that's going to be rivaling FaZe at the moment. It takes time to get there. But when we look at the previous weeks and who they've been playing and losing to, I mean, they're losing to good teams. They're losing to Furia. They're losing to Loud. So I'm expecting them to still make playoffs regardless. That being said, making the major, I could absolutely see them as also doing. Past that point, I don't know. But we know that they have great individual players. And unfortunately, I do think they fall in the same realm as Shopify Rebellion and NAL, where they rely a lot on those individual performances to carry them through games against lesser teams. When you go up against a big dog, that's where they seem to struggle.
That's where the dogs start barking. And when they bark, it gets real loud. It's like you're playing on Clubhouse and you're in kennels and you just hear it. Woof, woof.
Well, they played loud last week, so
there you go. Whatever that has to do with dogs, I'll take it.
You said
at face value, Fox.
You said the dogs bark loud, so I'm like, they played loud last week.
Fox, can we get a woof woof for the chat?
Woof woof. Let's go to the next team.
There it is. Black Dragons on the other side. Well, they've been quite surprising in their run so far here in this stage, because they're super close to breaking into the top 6. It's just that you're trying to get them in there, right? You have 2 players that just got brought in new on the squad. You got Guto and Romeo, and both have found success, but not enough to pull the team into the top 6.
No, and the games that they've won, they've gotten 2 overtime wins, but their losses, oh my goodness, 7-0, 7-1. It just looks like a night and day difference of when they're succeeding and when they're losing. And when they succeed, it's like a back and forth, a brawl between the 2 teams. When they lose, it just seems like they get discouraged. And I think that's always been the issue with this Black Dragons roster, was how the front line's able to connect to the back line. I think a lot of the pressure is put on the shoulders of players like Rare, players like Gudo, to be able to carry the torch. But at the end of the day, it seems like the flex players are the biggest issues at the moment. For me, watching it, I mean, it's something that we just see them struggle in. Swag and Romeo, they're 2 players that maybe it takes a little bit of time to be able to connect the dots, but that's where we've seen them fall short. When they get absolutely stomped, that's where we see the flexes be the biggest issues for Black Dragons, because they're unable to get the trades, they're unable to hold positions, and a lot of it is just put in a situation where if Black Dragons can't steamroll a round out, they're more often than not clutching a situation out.
Absolutely so. And here you'll see our head-to-head 2 players that are incredibly important to these rosters. And I gotta say, in general, you have to have everybody performing on all cylinders. We cannot have yet another upset day. Not in a situation where it couldn't be Liquid that finally, I guess, hold themselves in a comfortable spot. KZ has been someone that's been an anchor for the team, as you see on the screen in front of you. So you really have to have it show up and just be the rock that the team needs.
Yeah, They absolutely, Black Dragons, everyone needs to be playing at peak performance. And I mean, if there's a curse, if there's a team for that to wake up against, it would be against Team TLA. For Black Dragons, I mean, all it takes is this one win for them to be able to be tied within the top 6. They would also be tied with Liquid themselves. So it's really dependent on the map. I feel like Team Liquid Alienware, they want to get aggressive. They want to play these fast-paced maps. There might be a little bit of an element of underestimating Black Dragons, specifically since their last 2 series have not been that great. Like we said, the games they're winning, they're barely winning. So when you put it at base value, player versus player, Team Liquid Alienware is going to win it every single time. So Black Dragons, in the same vein as Imperial, has to play from out of the ordinary. They have to play different. They have to be able to catch Team Liquid Alienware off guard if they want to be able to stay in the server.
Then let's take a look at our map, Vito, here and see what map we're going to be playing on, just to kind of give us a read on what to expect and actually start to talk strategy. Instead of, theorizing this player and this one over there. Maybe there's some operator bands that could be playing some specific strategies. Oh, okay. We're going to go to the ultimate equalizer here. Lair eliminated. Clubhouse is Liquid's defense start as they have picked it. So, Fox, to me, it seems like we're on a fundamentals map. This technically favors a solid team of Liquid.
Yeah, no pun intended. I'm never going to understand why a good team will allow Clubhouse as such a default map to be played against a team that you should statistically be beating. I don't like this map pick from Team Liquid, regardless of if it's a good map for them. When it comes down to just the basics, like you said, everybody knows how to play Clubhouse. There's not too much intricacies to come to it. Maybe that's why TLA went to this map, is to keep things simple. So Black Dragons, they're struggling. They don't have the players to compete on it as Team Liquid. So maybe that's where they want to go for an even playing field. But if Black Dragons comes to play, they're shooting, they're firing on all cylinders. This is going to be a brawl essentially between these two teams. And it's the best situation for Black Dragons to find themselves in.
It might actually be the case here, though, for, I guess, the first time of our day. I'd like to bring in our wonderful casters, kind of gauge the situation in their minds. I know that currently we're facing a bit of a hot spot just because of how warm it is. This is your 1 hour hydration check to make sure everybody's having a little drink in the middle of all of this. Before Des, you completely melt.
I think my camera's melting by the looks of it and how I'm appearing on camera now, right? It's getting there slowly. Christ. I actually ran to the shop. Other cold drinks are available. I went and got a very, very nice cold Lucas A Sport Orange. It's doing me great right now. Other cold drinks are available.
My friend, my laptop right now, because I had to literally move spaces. It's that warm. My room right now that I usually broadcast from is 45 degrees Celsius in there. It is not a spot you want to be in. It's not much better down here.
What I hate is outside it's actually really nice and cool right now.
What?
But because our houses are so good at retaining heat, it is impossible to get them to cool down. It's killing me.
I want to hear from the hot stuff himself, Tim, as what happens here on Clubhouse. You're taking Team Liquid to it, and Liquid can lock down their defense effectively, but how do you break through them?
I think you've just got to play with a bit of a lack of respect, to be honest. If you go in thinking, oh, we're playing Team Liquid Alienware, then yeah, you're probably going to lose. But all honesty, they've lost the last 2 games. They've lost against Fury, they've lost against Loud. They're on a bit of a back foot at the minute. So I think you go in and play with a bit of confidence. You play like you're playing the bottom team, not one of the top teams. Right now, after today's games, by the way, Liquid sit in 6th place. So if they don't get anything out of this game, they are right on the edge of playoff qualification at this point. Like, they need something here and play like it if you're against them. Go and threaten them a bit. Get them panicking.
Whoa. I love this, Tim. He's so in there. Get in their faces.
I like the map personally for both. I think like both teams over the last 6 months have banned it once. They both love playing the map. Just other teams don't let them play the map is the key thing. So I think you're in for a really good Clubhouse showing here.
This is important when it comes to the standings. As you see, Black Dragons can break through into the top 6 by winning this matchup, and that'll put them at 7 points, right? They'll be in 5th place there. They'll be ahead of Team Liquid Alienware, but also if BD win in overtime, should it get to it, they'll be tied with Team Liquid Alienware, but they would have won the head-to-head. So given what would happen later on in tiebreaks, it might be an advantage for them. But We have to set the theories aside and put it all to practice. Ace and Des, please, all yours, professors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milosh. Okay, Timmy Tam, I'm actually quite excited for this one. As I've just said, both teams never get to play this map because it is always banned away against them. They're both very good on it. It's one of their go-to favorites. They have both won and lost on this map over the last 6 months. This could be, do I dare curse it? I'll say it. This could be a bit of a masterclass of a clubhouse from both sides. I've said it. I'll put it out there in the open. Please don't be a car crash of a game. Let's find out as we've got through our bans.
It's going to be the worst clubhouse we've ever seen, isn't it?
Yeah, I've just set us off.
Going to be riddled with No, I don't think it's going to be. I think we're going to have a good game here. Team Liquid Alienware then against Black Dragons. Coming up with the bans, we're going to kick off down in Church and Arsenal. Ace and Habana. So it's going to be a double hard breach ban for Team Liquid Alienware. Thermite is still available. Going to be a heavy reliance on him for the first half at least. Maybe a little bit of Maverick as well. Interesting now with... So previously, I would have said you'd have almost certainly taken Maverick because you had an issue with opening those hatches. And I'm talking like years ago now, a couple of years ago. Now we've got so many other options for the hard breach. You could bring the Thermite anyway because he's got 3 hard breach exothermic charges, so he can get all 3 of the hatches anyway. But also you could bring him, even if you wanted to open, say, Dirt Tunnel, because you could bring, say, they've got Monte, you could have the hard breach charges on Monte, the secondary hard breach charges, which are enough to open a hatch. So plenty of options to work around those bans now.
Absolutely. More than anything else, I think it's redefined on the attacking side. You've heard the desk kind of pointing towards it as well, their history. Team Liquid Alienware, very good at defending on this map, 70% defensive win rate. On the other side of things for Black Dragons, both attack and defense, they hover around the mid-30s. So they've got something to show on this map. They've got to prove that they can do a good job. Admittedly, the team that they got battered by was FaZe 7-0, which is never going to help anyone's attack or defensive win percentage. So you can forgive them for that at least a little bit. But they've got to do a little bit of work, I think, on the attacking side to show us that they can earn the right to go on and have a good defensive half as well. Now, we've seen a couple of castle bans so far today. It being available here for Team Liquid Alienware, you can already see it being utilised by JV, who has kept himself busy and no doubt has put up a few roadblocks the attackers have to work their way through. Pairing that up with the Mirror and with the Azami, that is a lot for Black Dragons to have to work their way through, but getting rid of Maya at the start, certainly going to reduce those problems.
Yeah, big pickup there with the Azami taken down as well. We often see Azami building this kind of little fortress in the corner of Armory down by the boxes near the tunnel door. So that's a big one to be able to take that Azami away. It means it's going to be much more difficult for Team Liquid Alienware to hold on to that area of sight. Might give you a little bit more freedom from a kitchen hatch drop. Might give you a bit more chance down Dirt Tunnel into blue. All sorts of areas that starts to free up a little bit. So Black Dragons, I want to see them take advantage of that and get that opportunity taken to find multiple angles of attack, to get in there and be aggressive from several sides so that Team Liquid Alienware can't just focus on one location.
Sure, but the verticals they've got are fantastic here as well, making use of the breach of charge on the soft wall opens up the other side of them as well. We've seen a couple of times that this step has been skipped throughout this stage, Tim, and it has really bitten teams in the backside. So I'm glad that so far Black Dragons are following the air quotes checklist that we're very used to seeing on Clubhouse. So far, so good. Really needs to focus on getting this hatch opened up too, which I imagine is why Guto is now stepping across. Always a slight risk to have to get the Thermite on it because you're having to get right up and close to it, which means C4s can always be a threat, but with all the floor opened up around it, no one can get close to challenge. Otherwise, Romeo has got their number. Final 60 seconds, and surely you're thinking here the Black Dragons can get this done.
Yeah, you'd have to expect so. We see successful attacks on this site with 15-20 seconds left to go at this point, so definitely doable. Team Liquid Alienware, they do have numbers though. Still 4 left alive. That's my concern for Black Dragons. It's not time, it's not utility, it's that they haven't found enough kills at this point because they are going to be going down into lots of guns facing them. We see the drop in front of us into Moto. That's going to take a little bit of attention. There comes the next kill. Swag manages to find JV92. Nade goes out to just move the mirror here. Felipox cannot get the detonation on the Nitro. And with that Goyo fire on the floor, 14 seconds. Rare walks in, gets the kill. Diffuser starts going down. 10 seconds as the fight back is on from Team Liquid Alienware. Is it going to be too little too late? Yes. Yes, it is. Swag and Guto finding the final kills. And that's round 1. And a tough site to attack secured for Black Dragons.
Well, really good first attack. Again, we sort of said it came down to the last 15-30 seconds. You still see executes work all across the pro scene around the world. and they pulled it off there brilliantly. Identified a very small slither they actually needed, which was going to be in through the church wall to get the plant down, and otherwise a bit of pressure towards through kitchen hatch, a bit of pressure in towards blue to keep those at bay that were defending that side of the map. Really well orchestrated attack, and for Black Dragons, I'm very, very impressed. Now they've got to show us what they can do upstairs, so on what many would consider the easiest of the 3 sites that we tend to see coming out from teams on this map. Typically, you'll see Church Arsenal first, then Gym Bedroom, or maybe the 2 being swapped around. Cash CC is typically the tertiary site because it's so easy to get control of as attackers. And I say control of, you open up the main breach, you've got a wonderful angle of sight in towards one of those sites. You get a little bit of pressure in towards construction. It suddenly becomes very, very difficult for the defenders to play inside of, especially when things like a Deimos are available that can open up the floor below them as well. So, let's see how Team Liquid Alienware fare. They've chose to go here as their second, not Gym Bedroom. This is where Black Dragons, I think, are getting themselves off to a flying start and maybe even launched into a 2-0.
There is a possibility. We're going to see one mirror window deployed, I think. Yes, there we do. Nade is going to deploy one. I'm just going to keep an eye on whether he deploys that second one or not. We do see quite often what we'd call, I guess, mirror tricking on this site. Once they try to get the hard breach on that external breach, you'll get the mirror window popped on there. That'll stop them doing one, but then there's also the possibility to throw explosives out of there to then take out any further breaching. It can really stop things. It does still offer the line of sight once it's popped open. It still offers that line of sight to be able to view in through CCTV, but it does at least stop it being a direct point of entry. I mean, all you're really looking for here is a line of sight. If you can watch it, it means nobody can stray from cache into CCTV. So if you're an attacker, that means you've got the start of a safe space at least. Once you've taken garage and lounge, you can then get a plant down. So still got it. No, it has been deployed now as that second mirror. So we'll see as the game catches up whether it was used on that main breach or not.
Certainly not to deny away. You can hear that going off now. It's a thermic of Guto. Same as in the previous round, getting it open. Swag downstairs was the player that I mentioned earlier on that I thought we'd see him trying to do some work maybe underneath to force players out of cash, but instead he's working his way across from in towards bedroom side. So no extended roam out towards that side of the map means it starts to look quite simple for Black Dragons. My only worry is, Tim, you're coming up against world champions here. This ain't a team that you can say, yeah, we've got map control, we've got main breach, this is easy, right? Very rarely is it. There is still a lot to work their way through. They need lounge control at the same time. You've seen barbed wire and keepers down here too. A couple of players dancing around the bottom of red stairs here on the side of Team Liquid Alienware, looking to keep control of it. So still a lot for Black Dragons to do, even though their work upstairs is done.
That's a big loss. They're going to lose the thermite to a headshot. So any breaching that hasn't been done is not going to be done in any great fashion. We've got we did have the Grim with a couple of hard breach charges. That's not going to be the case either for the time being, at least. So Team Liquid Alienware, I think, are looking pretty good at the minute, Des. They managed to get a second kill, and there's very little progress actually been made towards site. It's too easy for Philippox, and that is going to be 5 versus 1 now. Unlikely that Romeo is able to turn this around. Finds his first man, nice shot. Can he find a second? No. Philippox manages to find that kill. Team Liquid Alienware, they level it up 1-1.
Yeah, I really liked how that round started out for Black Dragons because, again, managed to get main breach, managed to get construction side open. The mirror was a bit of an issue. That really has to be banned after the third round, by the way. That'll continue being a headache if they don't see it removed away. But they did all they had to do upstairs. The problem was they then couldn't safely plant downstairs because they didn't have stock control. The double reinforced wall meant C4s could be played inside of there. The Azami was there to reinforce that part of the map to make sure they could still play in there, even if the wall got opened up, and they had lounge control. So well done. You've got site control. Anywhere you step, you're getting C4s, you're getting shot. You have to go and clear downstairs. And admittedly, we don't see holes like that come through very often. So it was very, very well architected by Team Liquid Alienware. It gave Black Dragons an awful lot to work through. It's not bad. Back downstairs we go. Let's see if this time around, Team Liquid Alienware can hold on downstairs because Black Dragons attacked it so well back in the first.
Yeah, I mean, we often talk about how teams will just complete their rotation no matter what. I think this is a good shout from Team Liquid Alienware. I think they've woken up in the second round. It's been very convincing, and they know that they've got a real kind of diamond sat there in their pocket. They've got this absolute power site that they can get one in, and yeah, I think it's a good shout. I think you go down there, you get the win, you take the next ban, and then you worry about gym and bedroom further down the line. That'll be their next choice. Then back to CCTV cache. Then they can finish their defensive rotation down in basement again, so it gets them 3 basement defenses essentially, and I think that's a good shout.
Okay, I wonder, maybe try and work your way in through dirt this time around as well. They did, really well last time with their focus on getting the moto dropping, getting their way down main stairs, having kitchen control. They did all the right steps. Nothing really in blue until late in the round for late pressure, which granted I was a bit nervous about. We still saw a couple of Goyo canisters around blue that I thought if they try and rotate over and push down here, they're going to be in trouble. So maybe it was actually more of a conscious choice to choose to ignore blue altogether and just focus on what they knew and understood. As you've just seen though, on the front door, there is that castle yet again from JV. So there's more funny business going on here, you might say, from the side of the defenders. They want to keep themselves busy, and sure enough, we're up on this top floor. They've got the full roam to have to work their way through. So Black Dragons haven't got the luxury of just focusing solely on sight here. They've got a lot to chew through. Liquid Alienware really making sure they've got to think about this one, and they've already lost the stake.
Chew through that. KZ manages to get himself an absolute beauty through the softball. Romeo's taken a bunch of damage as well, as has JV92, but Team Liquid Alienware certainly coming out on the top of those early exchanges. Black Dragons now largely in control of top floor, but need to be aware of Maya. Currently just playing around those eastern stairs. Is going to just hold his position for the time being, and yeah, they've definitely got to be aware of this. He drops back down now through lounge and into garage, so got away with that one, Black Dragons. But a minute 15 left on the clock, and they've really not done very much towards sight at all at this point. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, getting the entry and dropping away, beautiful. They've managed to get nearly everybody back. There's still 2 or 3, just 2 at this point, to be fair, Nade and Casey, that are hanging up on first floor. So maybe Black Dragons get lured into a false sense of security, thinking, okay, we've got most of the control here, still got to be cautious, but they could still yet be bitten in the backside by these two. I love the style of play that's coming out from Team Liquid Alienware. It's been wonderful across these last 2 rounds. They get another one for free on towards Rare. Black Dragons just can't adapt when the gameplay isn't standard, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is much more what we would expect to see out of Team Liquid Alienware, really. You know, doing things a little bit differently, but fantastically well. 4 versus 2 now, as Guto does manage to find one. It's going to be KZ, but in all honesty, KZ has done the damage so far this round, so it's really not a big deal to him, you know, to lose his life at that point. The silhouette is behind the wall, don't get carried away. And Felipox manages to find one. Maya peeks around that wall and finds the second, and that is going to be Team Liquid Alienware with a very comfortable second round for them on the board. 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking good when things aren't being played standard is the way that I'd summarize it, though. Those last 2 rounds have both been creative defenses, not things that are like new. Like, we've definitely seen these things done before, and no doubt Black Dragons players have also seen them done before. But knowing how to adapt to them can be the difficulty when you haven't necessarily prepared for it. So what happens when Black Dragons do start to figure that out? That's the mirror that I thought we might see taken away. I also love the thermite ban that comes out here, because all 3 rounds we've seen that be the go-to hard breach for Black Dragons, very understandably. Big massive holes that it opens up, 3 charges to play with, gets the business done no matter what site they're attacking into. Now they'll get forced in towards hard breach charges, in towards playing something like, can't play the Habana obviously, maybe playing in towards the Maverick, which isn't really ideal. So I think the more likely outcome is they have to lean now more into more hard breach charges. And very interesting, this is when they choose to go on the defense of Gym Bedroom. Now they're taking the thermite away. Maybe some real mind games at play from Team Liquid Alienware here, Tim. I like it. It's cool.
Well, let's see how Black Dragons respond to it. They're going to need a plan to deal with the clash. I'm just looking across the lineup. Don't see too much of one. There's, you know, the possibility of nades there. But, yeah, definitely need a plan to deal with nade. He can be very, very good on the shield ops. Be very good on anything, to be fair, can nade. But there goes the air jabs of Nomad being brought in instead of Snake and Carly. So that is the response. Capitao as well with the fire arrows. They've now got an abundance of utility to deal with the clash. So nade needs to be very, very careful.
Absolutely. The last thing they really want to do is play into more and more chaos. This will be very interesting on terms of hard breach gadget. Of course, I mentioned about the massive holes that a thermite opens up. You can then run in through that. You can do work with shields, for example. That's the last benefit of seeing all 3 hard breach bans taken away, is that you can play a lot of shields here if you wanted to. But so far, Black Dragons haven't lent into that style of play. They've very much tried to play their own style, which I think what some would look at and say, well, there's a reason why shields are meta right now, and you're choosing to swerve them when you know you're into a little bit of bother. But that's why I think the clash on the other side is there as a reactive pick in case there are shields that come along. But it's instead open up the opportunity for things like the Carly to get brought along as a potential counter.
Not the ideal operator to be peeking. We see His army of KZ just getting away with it there, but I don't think they will continue trying after they hear those shots going off. They'll know exactly what they are facing up against. And right now, Black Dragons are working towards getting control of CCTV's side. That is very unfortunate. KZ takes no damage there. I think the movement was just fractionally in his favour, and it just took him out of that line of sight as the trigger was pressed. But here comes Black Dragons. The Deimos working the way up into cash. That area is now for the taking, as is construction. Team Liquid Alienware forced right back to site, and there's a minute and 30 left on the clock yet, Des. This is a long time to try and hold on.
Hey, just. And bearing in mind again that we're talking about extensions out across the map still, that they haven't fully cleared their way through. You've still got Philippots running around downstairs. He has been trapped out by Swag, so they at least know that he's working around downstairs, which suggests at some point he should probably come and rejoin his team. For now, he's not going to bother. As the heat now starts to build up on site, you're seeing all those Kivas taken away. You're seeing Grimbies coming on through. KZ permanently being pinged out by them, has no choice but to leave site entirely. Really, the windows is all it feels Black Dragons have to work with here. They got someone on breach? No, wow.
No, it's a lot of work for them to do, as you say, Team Liquid Alien, where it will be possible for them to kind of just, you know, keep themselves tucked tight and in difficult positions. They know that the flank is coming. Just going to see the man bottom red. The track goes out, and that's it. Philippots has to dip away a little bit here. He's going to go, I think, rotate all the way underneath, try and get himself back to site. 30 seconds left to go. Black Dragons not making too much progress just yet. A clash still to deal with. Philippots gets the first, but here comes Black Dragons. The Grim of Rare managing to find him in a trade. 4 versus 4, 15 seconds.
They're all coming from the windows, though, Tim. However, they found 2 off the back of it. Maya got at least 1 back, but Rare confirms another. It's a 1 versus 2 for the clash. Nade forcing out a 1 versus 1 here. He's got to win the fight against Outlaw, but no! Outlaw wins out against him. Wonderful round, but I was very nervous because on paper, that looked to me like a Team Liquid Alienware round.
Yeah, it really did for a minute there. Like you say, 30 seconds left to go. Clash still stood in the middle of master bedroom. You'd think, yeah, they've probably got this. This is 4v4. There's no advantage really for Black Dragons. They didn't have a huge answer in terms of utility, but one way or another, they got it done. And sometimes you've just got to be direct. You've got to get in through the windows. And how many times do we say it? Well, a team's playing well, but they just need to find the kills. They just need to win the gunfights. And that's exactly what Black Dragons went and did there. Perfect example of what we mean when we say that. And it's going to see Team Liquid Alienware in round 5 moving back on to cash and CCTV. This time they have to manage it without the mirror, which was a major sticking point for Black Dragons last time that they attacked this site.
I really like the approach over. I mean, one, fair play for Black Dragons for cracking it open, but, Philippot's covering downstairs and the Goyo Snorker flank main stairs. They only had the single hard breach hole on main breach itself, so again, very limited in that regard too. I was very nervous when they had everyone stacked up on windows, but they get the job done and they keep things even and competitive. That was the real win coming off the back of that for Black Dragons. Let's see how they fare in round 5. I swear all we've seen so far today has been these 3-3 halves for the most part, right? And we could be heading towards yet another one if we carry on at this pace.
Yeah, it's been a very close day, at least as the start of games go. Not always been the case in the sort of finishing of games, but definitely not much to separate these two at the minute. Team Liquid Alienware just on, I won't say quite the back foot, but certainly losing rounds from positions that you would maybe have expected them to win them. The last one being a great example. Maya manages to get a nice opener. That's 4 entries, in a row now for Team Liquid Alienware. Only the first round has gone to Black Dragons, so you really feel like Black Dragons could be doing themselves a big favour here and not playing every round 4v5 if they could just improve things in the entry, but that's going to be the Dockerby of all players to go as well. Black Dragons have just lost, I would say, probably the most powerful piece of utility at the minute, and that is in a lineup with Ying and Solid Snake, by the way.
Yeah, Sox been playing quite a lot of Deimos too, and he was just in that previous round that we saw. He was all about keeping tabs on Philippots the entire time. Knowing where he was downstairs, when he was pushing and where he was pushing was really valuable to them. Yes, you had that. I said they've still got the stake on side too, but now they've lost that too. That's not good. You've lost both of your intel operators. This is not looking pretty at all for the attackers. 4 versus 3, and still tons of utility that Team Liquid Alienware can sit behind.
Got Maya in the middle of sight there with the TCSG. Can be a little bit of a headshot machine, can that weapon. gets, you know, any invitation, I'm sure Maya will be more than happy to accept. 1 minute 20 left to go. We hear the secondary hard breach charge just going off to provide another angle, another line of sight. They're going to try and pressure from CCTV wall at the minute, but they don't really have a lot of control here is the problem for Black Dragons. They're just having to walk in. They've got no pressure onto red stairs. Nobody coming from lounge, for example. They haven't done anything about garage. They haven't got control of catwalk, and they're just trying to work solely from this breach at the minute, and it's proving to be a huge problem for them.
It is, and it feels like surely here a team on the caliber of Team Liquid Alienware's don't let this one slip by. Yeah, they've got loads of utility. They've got the Grim Bees. They've still got the fire. They've still got the smoke. But I just don't think you as a team see this one going all the way against you. Especially when we've seen in this region, like some really interesting defenses of this site making use of people like Nade on the Chanka, sat really far back. FaZe showed a really interesting attack to it. We saw a great response when they played internationally at SLC from one of the NA teams in trying to counter this new form strat for this site. Now, try as he might here, Outlaw's going to charge on through and find at least one. Not bad, breaking their ankles a little bit as Rare hits him from the side. The timing has been beautiful, but he's slightly off on the aim, unfortunately. Nade finds him, and Outlaw's got it all to do. One on red stairs with only 10 seconds to play. There's only one way that this goes, and that is to Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, red stairs is completely undone Black Dragons there. Nade was allowed to play in that position throughout the entire round without any real pressure onto him. He's got a 3K and just absolutely, you know, deleted the attack, really. There's been nothing that Black Dragons could do about that. I feel like there is things they could have done to make their life easier in the round. Get control of lounge, make Nade think about something else, get control of catwalk. These absolute basics when it comes to attacking CCTV cache, and they've just overlooked them there and ended up working from, you know, predictable angles that Team Liquid Alienware have been able to punish them on.
Okay. Downstairs has been fine, except for when we've had this crazy roam style coming out from Team Liquid Alienware, and maybe we see a bit more, though. Given their lineup this time around without the castle on side, I think it'll be a little more dug in. Maybe one or two up on the first floor. I don't think we'll see a foot. We are going to see it because we've got a mute up on top floor. And that is always a telling sign, Tim. It's why the SSG roam became such a thing all those years ago, was because there are a lot of doorways that you have to work through on that top floor, single doorways at that. Mute jammers are just absolutely perfect, and even now with them being increased in terms of radius, it's even more frustrating to clear your way through that top floor. So you can waste a lot of time upstairs and force them to have to go for a full map clear. We saw how well running the clock down last time worked out. Back in the first round, it didn't work out so well, and they didn't try and do that at all. So for Leapbox, it's very critical here. How much time can he and Maya waste? That'll be what determines whether or not they win this round.
We will keep an eye on that as we go. And we'll not just, I think, about time for Black Dragons here. If the last couple of times that they've gone for this top floor clearance, they've lost bodies as well. KZ got a 3K out on the roam last time. So that's the other thing for Black Dragons. They need to punish Team Liquid Alienware. It's not just about, you know, preserving time. It's about not letting them get on top of you in terms of the man count. Philippebox has just taken a ton of damage up there on the top floor. He's going to continue to keep his presence there. As you said, it's very, very important with the amount of utility they've invested up in this top floor that they get the value out of it. So he's around top red, he's around cash at the minute, but it's not going to take much to deal with him and take him out of things here. And I think as soon as they get a sniff of where Philippebox is, they will know that they've done some damage to him. They need to, as I said at the beginning of the game, take the fight to them, get in there, get aggressive and find that entry.
And that felt like the opportunity to get it as well, Tim. Bit of a kicker not to pick up Maya. He'll slip his way back. Both him and Philippebox getting away by the skin of their teeth so far in the round. But 90 seconds in, and everyone's back down in basement. This is looking a lot like round one, where we saw Black Dragons coming out on top in pretty convincing fashion. It was that church side execute that came out on top for them with the plant just inside of the main wall. They're on course for another thing yet again here. And to Liquid Alienware, I think, losing control of the map. They'll look back at that and think we really should have held on a bit longer.
Yeah, much better from Black Dragons this time. Like I say, if you think about this compared to the last time we saw this site where KZ held on for 2.5 minutes and got 3 kills, very, very different outcome this time around. Black Dragons now able to start that vertical work inside of kitchen. Hatches getting open. Still a minute left on the clock, which for this site is absolutely plenty. Low health for, you know, 2 of the players now. We've got low health Maya, low health for Leapbox, full health across the board for Black Dragons. And that's why low health matters. Romeo able to hit 1 bullet into the leg of Philippebox, and that's it. Entry kill secured.
Absolutely. It'll be the same fate for Mara if he gets himself exposed. Not that it matters, because Outlaw has found the head. Casey at least is there for the trade, but I'm looking at the Candelas, the Grimbees, the fire, the smoke. They've got so much to throw at this Team Liquid Alienware side, Tim. The only worry is KZU, of course, can negate quite a lot of that. The Candelas and the smoke being the main one. Romeo in for a kill on towards him, though. Him being gone now means this one is surely cooked. 4 versus 1. What a fantastic half for Black Dragons, Tim. 3-3.
Yeah, absolute textbook attacking onto Church and Arsenal there. No major rush from them. Just got that top floor clearance, got a lot of damage done, and then started working the site. Really good stuff.
Well, Fox, Milos, what did you make of that?
A great half. Sick one here for Black Dragons, really defying expectations in many ways. The onus is on Team Liquid Alienware to show up in this one, folks.
I mean, we said Black Dragons is not a bad team. Have they had a good run throughout the start of this stage? And not necessarily, but every factor that you could possibly give them to have an even playing field against a team like Team Liquid Alienware. Going to Clubhouse, 3-3 split's not the end of the world for TLA. You know, being on defense or going on to attack. Attack is usually the more favorable side, but when you're a team at this caliber going up against Black Dragons, you would have hoped for a 4-2, a 5-1 to put it lightly. So if anything, Black Dragons is just playing very good. Clubhouse is just naturally a claustrophobic map, and Team Liquid kept to defaulting to shoot a couple drones, stall time, and then fall back to site and bunker in all of the sites. And Black Dragons was just doing a great job at not letting that hinder them, not giving up those early kills without getting a trade back. And then once they go for the site, like that last round, they can just sledge the floor, open up all the hatches, and there's not many places for 5 players from TLA to be able to just play in the site. And that's why we see the picks come out, and one after the other, they just fall like flies.
It's too passive on the T-Law side, and I know we're being more critical of Team Liquid Alienware versus Black Dragons because we expect them to be on a higher level. But
yes,
there's some questionable moments there. Too passive for a situation where you have the opportunity to roam around the map, to be more aggressive, get in the face of Black Dragons, not just give them positions for free and free picks when you're just bunkered down and just kind of waiting for the soft breach to do its work. That's always expected on here. There's a reason why we talk about Clubhouse being this fundamentals heavy map where you know the checklist, you know how to get through it, but you also know how to deal with it on the other side, how to really be the thorn in your opponent's side regardless. Bandit, Grim are going to be our first 2 operator bans at this halfway mark, as remember, we are all tied up. Team Liquid swapping over to the attacking side. Hide and Ace. All right. Well, there always has to be a hard breach taken down. Grim, great for isolating crowd control. Great to push anybody away from power positions. That's also removed. And then you have the Bandit and the Cloud. Just less wall denial. Probably going to see it to Tubarão being played on the other side, depending on the side we're on. But regardless, Fox, it's not you and me that are casting in this. Thank God. It's actually Ace and Dez. Let's send it back to them.
Thank you very much, Milos. Indeed. Now, I did say I wanted to see how both teams defended because Black Dragons didn't have the best record on it, Tim, but they did get absolutely pasted by FaZe. That still said, Team Liquid Alienware aren't slouches either. If they get rolled over here, it's going to be a pretty ugly affair. And given how impressive they looked on the attacking side, I'd like to believe that they can do well in this half and get a win over Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, I at least hope that we'll see it, a bit competitive. I hope we see Black Dragons continue in the vein that they left off. As you say, very impressive at times on the attack. Just hopefully they can bring the same energy here. Always going to be tough. Always a difficult team to play against. Like you say, having been sort of knocked about by FaZe a little bit is not the end of the world for anybody. You join a very long list of teams there if that's the case for you. But yeah, let's see how we go. We go into round 7 then. Defense is going to be down in the basement to kick things off. Team Liquid Alienware straight away looking to get some map control. And that's going to include a top floor down clearance. It doesn't really need to. They can actually do this quite quickly with drones. They've got one in bar, one here on blue stairs, one on main stairs, and that's it. There's nobody on the top floor. So if Team Liquid Alienware recognise that and can force these few players out of mid floor, I think a little bit of pressure will see Black Dragons running back to site, to be honest. They could save themselves a lot of time.
Yeah, It's putting up with the Monty, I think, is going to be their big frustration, given the only thing they've really got to slow them down is going to be the Goyo. And a single C4, I don't know. I think Team Liquid are in a really good spot, given how this is stacked up in terms of their attacking lineup versus what the defenders have got to put in a good first attack here. Now, to start things out, Shock Horror, we're going to focus on a couple of hatches. For JV92, that means getting inside a kitchen and starting to open this up. He's anticipating the impact trick to come out. But dare I say, Romeo probably needs to hold on to those to help deal with the Monty. Not that they know one is necessarily coming their way right now, but there we go. First one comes out. We'll have to do the same again, which means they have even less to deal with the Monty. Oh, this goes so wrong late round. I'm very worried.
There we go. We're going to see the battle over kitchen hatch continue. And just looking across the side of the defenders, they don't really have too many options left anymore. That's both of the impact nades gone. They could use an archer if they really wanted to, but it'd be, I would suggest, a massive waste of that utility, given that you're just going to get another 2 pellets on there. That was more about wasting time than anything else. We've got Nid getting to work on the book, using that skeleton key to open up the ceiling above the heads of any defenders brave enough to play inside of Arsenal. Team Liquid Alienware are building their attack nicely here. They're going to look to maybe go down oil pit, get that pressure into blue, a little bit of a relocation. I hope somebody does go into blue in some description, because they've got main stairs, they've got a kitchen hatch, and I just love attacks that go from multiple directions on this site.
Very, very similar right now to what we saw out of the side of Team Liquid Alienware. Adding the backstab, JV's in and good for one. This is where the diffuser could start going down, because they really don't have much to respond to it with. Philippox in a very good position. Maya now swinging around the bat and getting rid of Outlaw. Tries to convert onto Swag, but can't quite get him. Guto gets him inside of the long. Now Philippox getting flanked. That's a freebie coming in from main stairs. Excellent attack. I said I was worried about the Monty, Tim, and it punishes them hard inside of sight.
Yeah, Nade's just done a great job of covering his planter there. Second most important job in the game beyond, behind planting, of course. But yeah, no, he does a great job there. Completely aware of where both of those attacks. And I think Black Dragons just mistimed that a little bit. They needed to guarantee their position. I think you've got it. They probably didn't know that Nade was on main stairs. They were hoping to flank round the back of the Monty and have 2 of them challenging. If he backed out of the breach, then they'd just be there ready waiting to kill him. But it just didn't pay off, because Team Liquid Alienware were a step ahead. So we're going to move on. It's going to be round 8, and we're going to be up on the top floor, gym and bedroom this time.
Well, so far, seen a brilliant first attack. The response on either side is to bring along the clash. Romeo in particular, one to keep your eye on. Of course, a pretty good direct counter towards shields, constantly forces the guard break, puts you in a very precarious situation, makes you look more like paper, because you haven't got a gun that you can fight back with when that shield is up and deployed. So Team Liquid Alienware are now the ones that have to adapt, and the answer for that, Tim, is let's just drop the shield entirely. Who cares about a little bit of clash and a little bit of a zap? And we can roll through with a lot of other utility. Namely, again, I'm looking at that Sens every time I see it, and I'd encourage everyone to do the same. Keep an eye on where the Sens player goes, because they will be where all the action happens.
It's certainly going to be the focus of the attack. Also, I would suggest keep an eye on that clash for the same reason, because those clash players tend to be like magnets for attention from the attackers. There's going to have to be a plan. Just looking at what that plan could be to deal with it, and it's really down to Maya. They've got a couple of nades on the side of JV92 and Philippox, so they could maybe do a little bit of something about it as well. But a good clash player won't be threatened too much by nades. As soon as they see one getting thrown, they'll pick that shield up, they'll back away, and they'll protect it, as much as they can. But for now, Jacuzzi Breach is getting opened by Team Liquid Alienware, so that's a good solid start from them. 45 seconds into the round. That's already, it's not even phantom pressure at the minute, because they're playing quite aggressively on there. JV92 manages to pick up rare on the upside down repel. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah,
they're going to get Shower's wall open as well. And look, that's the mirror dealt with. Good start, Team Liquid Alienware.
I think their rare got baited into trying to swing on towards that breach, impact tricking it or something, but it was just so beautifully done. 2 more kills follow through. Guto getting at least 1 back, but it feels too little, too late, dare I say. Off on the rappel towards his side. Very rare you see a player sat on this rappel, admittedly. Puts pressure on. The Clash has got no choice there. It's going to die towards his right or die in front of him. No way out there. Look like hell in a cell. Guto with it all to do. Even with the light screen down, of course, no play was made off the back of it, and he can't see through it. So he's in a very, very difficult situation. Maya going to find the close. A very simple attack for Team Liquid Alienware. They saw the clash, they changed what they were doing, and they did so beautifully.
No diffuser, no problem. It was down in no man's land, but they were able to just pick up the final kill in the middle of bedroom instead, and that leaves Team Liquid Alienware 5-3 on the scoreboard now. Successful first 2 attacks, as Fox quite rightly said, coming in here. You know, it is about the attack on Clubhouse. The attackers do tend to have a little bit of an advantage. Team Liquid Alienware proving that for fun at the minute. 2 back-to-back rounds. They're going to be looking to extend that. So much so, Black Dragons have decided it necessary to go for that tactical timeout.
All right. I said earlier on I was a bit nervous. Granted, it was against FaZe that Black Dragons couldn't win a single defense against FaZe. Was 7-0. FaZe took all 6 attacks, then the final defensive round, and saw themselves over the line. This is looking to go in a very similar direction, and I think they know that. It's why the attack timeout has come on through. But I've got to say, like, I don't think it's down to anything that Black Dragons is really doing wrong here. Just Team Liquid Alienware have adapted brilliantly in both rounds. They identified the weakness of dealing with shields in the first round. They identified there was a clash and just spun hard away from shields in the next. It's making it very tough for Black Dragons. They are being battered by attacker repick here, arguably.
Yeah, they really are. Like I said, just we do see teams sometimes, you know, try and keep somebody off the radar, try and prevent that attacker repick, you know, try and stop teams adapting to what they're seeing in front of them, whether it be the Clash, whether it be the Kaid, whether it be, in this case, something like Swag on the Scorpos. It can, you know, try and sort of hide away in a corner, wait until the last 10 seconds, keep off the drones, but it's very, very difficult against a team like Team Liquid Alien, where they're so good with that intel game. I have a very good idea exactly what they're going up against. Now, they're going to be attacking onto Church and Arsenal once again. Just looking at the lineup that we've got, the Ram is going to be brought in favour of the Book. I quite like that. I think it puts you at a little bit less risk when you've got a site like Church and Arsenal, where down in Kitchen you can play with a lot of nitros. We see nitros thrown out over triple wall as well. Taking the Ram just lets you do it at a little bit more of a distance. You can't always be as precise as you can with the Book. Ooh, early challenge opportunity there. Rare. See, this is why sometimes it's good to just spray your barricades. You never know. It's 1 in 100, 1 in 200, but you never know what might be on the other side.
Oh, but they're passed him by now. Opportunity's gone, I'm afraid. I doubt he goes for anything as crazy to jump out as well. He'd orchestrate the whole thing and they'd know that he was coming. So nothing too crazy will come off the back of it. He'll just slip his way back in towards site here and rejoin his team. Main worry for me is they all start stacking back up in site too early, like we saw back in the first half. Black Dragons had success when they managed to force all of the defenders back inside about a minute 30 or so. Here they've even got the pick on towards the Azami, which is not ideal. They're just got to be careful of Guto, who's lurking around upstairs, currently in bathroom. But I imagine the goal is to get across towards Lodgy and try and deny pressure coming into towards Kitchen, which is exactly where JV is right now.
They've also done very well on the entry so far of Team Liquid Alienware when being on the attack. This is yet another round that they have picked that up. That's 3 in a row now. JV92 every time, by the way. He's having an absolute tear now that he's only got 4 kills. 3 of them have been entries in the last 3 rounds. It just shows sometimes that switch from defense to attack or vice versa can do players and teams wonders. And Team Liquid Alienware is certainly looking like they are benefiting from the latter. Blackbeard is going to be positioned inside a dirt tunnel. Little shots towards, just gives the little nod that we know you're there, but it's always the problem with the Blackbeard, isn't it? It's all well and good knowing they're there. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
My eyes have watched Guto this whole time, by the way. He's barely moved. He went across the Lodgy, but then hasn't struck, and now he's seen him being chewed up and spat out on sites itself. He can try for a bit of a flank, but I expect they know that he's coming, Tim. He's in a 1 versus 5. He's left it far too late to make a move. Team Liquid Alienware pick up an ace there, I think, because Black Dragons, a little bit asleep at the wheel, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I also think that Team Liquid Alienware have just hit their stride now on this attacking half. They're just doing everything so well. They've got everybody pinned down. They know where everybody is. They're going in and pressuring them, moving them around. Black Dragons, there's very little they can do other than kind of, try and get back to site, try and turtle up and hope for the best. But when you've then got, Blackbeard being thrown at you, with Philippox, with a Lion Scan, Ram going off above, there's an awful lot to try and deal with there. Very, very tough situation for them at the minute. 6-3, we find ourselves now, Team Liquid Alienware. 3 opportunities to close this one out for a full 3 points, and they will be desperate to do it. They've lost their last 2 games. That's been, I'm sure, a big blow for them, and so having the opportunity to maybe right those wrongs, get back on track now, it's going to be big. They'll want to get it done here and now.
if they do, here's a fun stat for you. Black Dragons will have lost 12 of their last 17 defenses on Clubhouse. One of the maps that typically sits in the middle of our pool for defensive win rate, if not slightly towards the defensive side. They are just so far coming up against very, very stiff opposition, where attacks clearly are dominating the show as of right now. I even said coming into this game, like I thought we could see one of the best clubhouses we're going to see. I didn't quite go as far as saying in El Clasico because I didn't think it would be that far. But I thought it'd be good, given it's a team that it's a map that both teams love. Again, they've only banned it away once over the last few months. Both have been desperate to play it, and now given the chance, both have shown really good attacking halves, I'd say. Just clearly where Team Liquid Alienware could scrap together a few defenses, Black Dragons have not been able to do the same.
I think that just shows the... I'm not going to call it a gulf, because I don't think that's quite fair on Black Dragons, but it just shows the difference in quality between the two teams. I think, you know, Team Liquid Alienware, like you say, even in difficult circumstances, when pressured, are still able to scrap through a few defensive rounds, where Black Dragons really starting to kind of feel that pressure and inability to do so against this attack inside. So, immediate presence inside of Garage. There's a shield stacked up in front of them. Yes, there's the clash. Perfect to deal with shields. Doesn't do any damage through them anymore, but the most important thing is the electricity will force a shield break. So if they can get that activated and onto the shield player, it will make their life a little bit more difficult. So much so that you see Philippox using that big old siege brain and thinking, I don't really want to go anywhere near this clash.
But I also like how smart Bromeo is being here. Rather than playing aggressively on towards him, he stepped his way back in towards construction or has sat on the door because of KZ, the man on your screen right now. If he gets a track on the clash and challenges from below, that'll be a very, very precarious spot to be in. He can't afford to lock himself down and be picking up the shield or deploying it because he'll just die to KZ straight away. So he's played it very, very carefully. He's still looked to waste a good chunk of time. Not in a bad spot to be in with about 90 seconds left to play. They've done what they can, but now ultimately have had to give up that control. Team Liquid Alienware, once again, I'd say looking in very fine form.
Yeah, starting to circle now. Get a little bit of control of sight. That's going to be the next step. And they're going to do it on the back of Philippox and his Monty, I would imagine. He can just start getting into a position to start feeding some intel. Needs to be very careful. It's just about found space to get in there behind that fire, but doesn't want to stick around. I think a little call has been made there. Hang on, there's a gap on bedroom door. Get yourself in through there. Let that flash wear off, and then he's going to be feeding all that intel in. And here comes the pressure from the windows. Maya manages to get the first, taking down Swag. 5 versus 4 now. Going to be Guto next, JV92, Nade. It's all coming together now for Team Liquid Alienware. Plant is going down as well. Black Dragons, it's now or never. Clash is gone. 1v5. It's going to be Mr. Outlaw. Manages to find one, but no more. JV with the final kill. And Team Liquid Alienware with a solid 3-point win, winning every single attack to take down Black Dragons.
Like you say, Tim, it was all about the attacks in that game, and unfortunately it confirms that stat that I said for Black Dragons. They have now lost 12 of the last 17 attacks on that map. They've got to do some work on that side of things. They look good in the first half. Their attacks themselves look good, but I think it's fair to say there is work to do on the defensive side. Either way, really entertaining game. We'll go to the desk. I'm sure they have got plenty to talk about. Or not.
Well, I would assume that you're able to hear me in a moment like this. But yes, as you see in the standings, Team Liquid Alienware have been able to advance a few spots up. A big win together, all 3 points here. And they will be very happy. Despite the first half, that was an even split regardless. Black Dragons unable to close things out against Team Liquid, where, again, T-Law are finding opportunities, Fox. It's actually happening. Yeah. Fox has just reconnected. Don't worry about it, guys. There's some hard-hitting analysis in the meantime if you weren't sure about it, but I'll continue on just to wrap this game up. Black Dragons really did try their best. There's not enough at the end of the day. Mr. Outlaw Botla is always been something that's been on my head as there's intrusive thoughts of trying to say the name. But yes, Mr. Outlaw has been someone that's shown up on the team. Unfortunately, today it would not be enough. As the pure energy of Team Liquid Alienware on that second half absolutely shut down Black Dragons. They're going to be very happy with that, especially in that last round. It was over before the objective was even gotten to. The entirety of that top floor was cleared out and done and ready. Maya, yet again, being, I guess, a player that you can always rely on, no matter the roster. Hello to you, Fox.
Hello. I think we've solved the mic issue, and I think Team Liquid Alienware has solved the issue of their inconsistency. I mean, at the end of the day, when they go up against teams that aren't as cohesive, aren't as good, aren't that top echelon of team, they're going to have players like Maya, JV92, KZ be able to pop off. Today, it was Maya. Any other given day, it's going to be one of these other players. So that's the strength of this roster. Now, the consistency aspect that they need to make sure that they batten down the hatches on so that when they go up against a team like FaZe or a team like Loud, they're able to also have the same level of consistent performance against them. That's what I want to see as the next level for Team Liquid Alienware to be able to reach.
And honestly, I can't wait to have a chat with them because there's some questions we got to ask about where things are going. Let's bring in the one and only Felipox.
Yeah.
Hello, Feli. Thank you very much for joining us. Congrats on the win. I want to address the elephant in the room before we talk about today. What happened in the last play day? I guess last week was just an off one for you and the team.
Hello, guys. Basically, we choked. That's it.
Honest.
We were playing really nervous the game against Furia, and because of the history and all that. And I don't know, we weren't playing like ourselves. And then against Loud, we literally shit in our pants. We weren't doing anything right. Like we weren't playing cohesive. We weren't communicating things. We were just, I don't know, not being ourselves. So we talked a lot about that this week, about the problems, the mental problems that we are facing. And how we can deal with that, how we can improve that, and I think it's better now.
Yeah,
I hope it's better.
I mean,
now.
Sure.
Hello,
looked better.
Hello, João. João Vitor. Hey, JV.
So are you trying to say that you guys were nervous to play against Herds?
Yeah, we kind of were because of the history that we have, and I think he was too, and. It's an emotional game, of course. We knew that, but we let that. Man.
Oh my God, he's getting thrown around.
I can't do the interview, guys. I can't do the interview. I'm sorry.
You should
tell one teammate.
You should tell JV92 that we saw him put 6 crackers in his mouth and try to say operator names. You should let him know that we saw him do that.
Eles falaram que viram vocês colocando as paçoca na boca e não falando nada, falando tudo errado lá, os operadores. He left here.
There he is. What did
he said?
He's happy.
He said he wants to do a podcast with you guys again.
Honestly, you guys qualify to EWC, and maybe we can find something to do.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Thank you. Well, Feli, today, like we're talking about it, you were very comfortable. It showed in the result. Tomorrow, though, is another huge game, right? You were talking about the nerves that got to you against Furia. What happens now when you play FaZe? Because in the lower bracket qualification to Salt Lake City and Lock-in, it was kind of a rough moment where it was also a bit of a choke situation that happened there. What can you expect tomorrow?
Exactly. It was a tough game for us. Like I said before, I think that game was in our hands in the second map, and they did 6 clutches in that game, 3 from Vita King, 3 from Souls. So tomorrow, it's a BO1 game, so it's not like we have something to prove. It's like a revenge or something. But it's going to be a good game for us to see the level that we are, facing a top tier team. And I hope that we can play as we play today, like happy, doing the things that we know how to do and not getting nervous in the match.
Very good. All right, good. Thank you very much, Feli. Thank you, Fox. Let's then close this out. Feli, congratulations for today, and good luck tomorrow. I'm sure it's going to be an incredible match.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good night. And here we are, Feli trying to give us some straight answers, and JV being a silly goose, as is tradition. Fox. Who do you think is the silliest person that you've ever competed alongside with on a team?
Alongside? I mean, I think it has to be Newers, easily. I mean, very interesting character. Newers is a personality similar to JV92. And honestly, I think the most impressive thing about today was that JV92 was able to fit so much food in his mouth and still be able to talk. I think there was a lot of space in there, and that was probably the most impressive thing that we've seen all day.
It's very easy to impress you, Fox. All it takes is showing how much you... Anyways, I'm going to stop here. This is not my show. Thank you, Fox. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll go in for a final match of FaZe versus INTZ.
Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Fala pessoal, eu tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1, por quê? Pô, uma mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Ah, que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não. Só... Mas hoje ele tá bem. Hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano... Acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi a Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Obrigado. Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos.
2 no-doubts pra você escolher qual que você vai. Qual que eu quero? É. Vou jogar pistolinha, então. Então vem tomando, então. Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
a maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma. Tem mais 4 chances de você acertar ainda. Faz 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes não tive sorte principiante. É isso.
Obrigado. Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, velho? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos ver aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé. Vamos jogar chalé. O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo. Exato. O KDS vai sorrir. Exato. E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0... Não aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League.
Vai lá jogar na Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League.
Bom dia, o sol já nasceu lá na nossa liga.
Acorda o pipoqueiro e o Betinha, e aquele bagre que não dá balinha.
Levanta, que o ninja tirou todo o seu pijama, que o Panterinha agora come grama, e o nosso nome já caiu na lama.
Lá na Farmers League amanhã, deixa o metro e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora é hora de pinar. Que drama, só mete hate, mas sei que me ama. Parece que apagou a nossa chama. O Invi desse ano não valeu a fama.
Perdoa, tem gente que se queima à toa. Na internet qualquer gata é leoa. Se a nossa liga é ruim,
Imagine a boa. Lá na Farmers League amanhã,
deixa o map e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora só vai começar.
Alô, rapaziada, cheguei, mas quer dizer que essa roça vai aqui é a melhor liga do mundo?
My friends, nobody does entertainment like SAL, I tell you that much. Alamau can talk shit all he wants and say, oh, Farmers League, caralho. It doesn't matter here, because at the end of the day, you bring in the players, they're going to have some fun with it, and they're going to show up on LAN. At least that's what we're hoping. Come EWC, we still don't know the teams that are qualified to it, but I tell you, FaZe Clan, one of our up-and-coming squads here in our next match, our final one for the evening. They are very much high up there, and they've been looking really good qualifying into the playoffs. G2 on the other side with Alamau, they're looking good in EML. Anyways, though, Fox, my friend, it's time for us to talk about our rosters. Let's bring up whatever we'd like to talk about first. Why not just bring up FaZe, and then we'll talk about specifically Cyber in his case. But I want to mention, just talk generally about FaZe before we lock in on that. Have they impressed you? I know you have high standards, David.
Has FaZe impressed me? Yeah, of course. FaZe has impressed every single avenue, every time, especially interregionally. They're always that team that just is going to be at the top interregionally. They go to the event, they're making top 4. They're a picture-perfect team. They've been together for, around 3 years. And there's really no weak spots to this team. They have 4 players that I would say are a little bit more passive. They got Cyber, who's obviously, we're going to talk about him. He's one of the most aggressive players in the world when it comes to Siege itself. And they just are constantly adapting and being able to add different renditions of this roster and how they want to play it. And a big portion of that is Cyber specifically. I mean, he's not only one of the best entry fraggers in SAL, but in the world. He's currently leading the SAL in opening kills. He's got 15 opening kills, and he's just that player that no matter where he is, if he's on the entry, if he's on the lurk, sometimes we even see him on the thermite, and we see him on support, and he's still getting entries. So he's just that player that is so versatile, and that's not something you see in many entry fraggers. So FaZe can just put him wherever they need, depending on what the other team is showing at them to try to shut Cyber down. They always have another trick up their sleeve.
Look, this is it. Cyber is not a professional footballer just yet. I'll remind you, a lot of pro players here in SAL come from, I guess, competitive sports background before they even came in to compete at the highest level in Siege. He is 34 more kills away, and he's going to be overtaking Nesk. I promise you, it's not just a theoretical. He absolutely will. At 2,138 kills, only 34 away to being second and then overtaking Nesk. I'm sure he's going to do it by the end of this stage. 100%. No two ways around it.
He might do it by the end of this game. You never know.
34 kills in a game.
I mean, he could do it. He could do it. He could set another kill record. He's just one of those players that, I mean, I've played against him. It's very scary to go up against him because the FaZe push is coming from one direction, and Cyber is somewhere on the flank. He's coming. But you never know where, when, how, And some way, even if you have information on him, he's always good for 1, good for 2, and he just is a constant thorn in your side. And just when you think, okay, we finally got a beat on him, all of a sudden he's on thermite. He's opening the sight walls, and then as FaZe goes for the execute, he's the first person running in on a hard breach and still getting 1-2 kills. And that's just how good he is and how scary of a player he is to go up against, because he's multi-dimensional. You never know where he's coming from. You know he's coming. You just have to be able to anticipate where that entry is going to appear.
Well, you know what the crazy thing about this, Davide? If I specifically copy-pasted exactly what you just said and put it on any other player on FaZe Clan, it would still be absolutely correct 100%. And that is the scariest part about playing FaZe Clan, is that when you think you have a hold over them, when you think you shut down the one guy that's doing well, it's another one. You're playing whack-a-mole against FaZe constantly, figuratively on the scoreboard, but also realistically in the round itself. They never let up. Unless they're in a grand final against W7M back in the day in Brazil. But that's one moment. Other than that, they never let up.
No, they never do. Unless they're in Brazil in a grand final. But I think they shook that part off. I think since then they've been, Titans. Salt Lake City obviously didn't go as favored. It is very interesting that Alamau called SAL a Farmers League, because I think the EML was arguably the worst region at Salt Lake City. That is very interesting.
Twisted Minds was high up there. They got to semifinals.
They were good.
Don't look at them now. They absolutely, for lack of a better term, shit the bed in the Super Week, but that's neither here nor there. INTZ in here, maybe their opportunity to do something, but I would lose my mind if they did. I think that would be the biggest upset of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, about shitting the bed, INTZ is in the same boat as Imperial Esports. I mean, just very difficult for them. They haven't really found footing. They haven't really gotten good amount of rounds. They kind of get stomped by all the good teams they play. Their closest matchup was an overtime loss to Black Dragons, which is not a team that you would use as a good testament to how you'll be in the rest of the stage. In that game, I mean, Arthur did really well. I think that was one of the biggest takeaways. Everybody on the team was doing pretty good with the SDK and the Angels. I feel like that's the biggest issue with these teams at the bottom of the roster, or at the bottom of the leaderboards in the, 7th to 10th spot, is they'll have 2 to 3 players that are very good, very consistent. They can have good cohesion. And then they just have a few little holes of the flex players not being able to really gel, the synergy, that they're not able to really connect with everybody. I think that's a lot of that pressure is coming from the side of Legacy and Raps, which Legacy has been a player who impressed me a lot of last year, ever since he joined Lowe's back in the NAL. He was a player that was always doing pretty well, and it's just not a good start to the stage. The biggest issue for INTZ, opening kills. They're dying very often. They're one of the worst teams when it comes to opening kills, one of the best teams for opening deaths. I guess that's a positive takeaway. So they are constantly losing these opening kills in positions that they shouldn't be in the first place. It seems very oblivious. The trades aren't there, and you're going up against FaZe that has Cyber. So that would be the biggest thing to practice right now against FaZe, is making sure that we're not dying to Cyber lurking around corners.
Honestly, that's something that any team could want to try to apply against FaZe. In this case, work cut out for you here. If you're INTZ, I'm just going to say it again, just do not play standard against FaZe. You know there's a 99% chance you're going to lose against them. Get aggressive, get in their face, try to play something different. Even if your rounds end up in a loss, you're at least trying to push them in a way where they do not expect it. If you play with too much respect for the players, the names on the other side, it is not going to look good. Really will not be. And for those out there in the chat, don't just think we're yapping for no reason. I love Sydney Sweeney, the person in the chat, not me myself, but saying, hey, we're yapping for a good reason here, because there's some things that you have to learn before you watch FaZe play INTZ, really FaZe play any team out there. You talked about Legacy here on INTZ that's really been showing up. STK is one that there's been he's been hotly contested. Everybody's had their eye on him over the past year. We haven't seen him, I guess, get to that big level just yet. but I know that there's a diamond in the rough here that we can see perform better and better. Maybe this roster is not the best one at this moment. Something to look over in the future. Though I'm curious about our map in this. Have INTZ fallen into some sort of trap that has been pre-prepared and really dug into by FaZe, or have they played the long con here? What do we get, Fox?
Hopefully an aggressive map like Chalet gets banned. Border also equally as good, because if we look at all of the information that we have from INTZ, when it goes to a bigger map where they have to roam clear, they have to deal with problem solving and work on those trades, they struggle. Those are their worst maps so far. But the best maps is when they can really just let loose. And you were talking about SDK being a diamond in the rough. Every player on INTZ has that potential. They have the gun skill, so why not amplify it? Go to a map like Border. Go to these smaller maps, because so far that's where they found the most success in last week's play days, was going to Chalet and going to Clubhouse. Map like Border, I really like the approach. At the end of the day, you're going up against FaZe. They play every single map. They're amazing on every single map. You're not going to catch them slipping at any point. Your best opportunity is to be able to get gunfights in.
Unless you're going to be throwing banana peels all over Border, I'm sure FaZe will not be caught slipping anytime soon. But that's the challenge of any team, no matter the level. If you're able to beat FaZe in this way, then maybe we'll have a lot to show for it. Though our casters are set, Dez and Ace, let's see if you got your 3-3 upgrades for this one. Let's get into it.
Very nice, Milos. Thank you very much. This is quite an interesting map, I think, Tim, because Border is not a map that FaZe ever like to play, let alone pick. They have picked it once in the last year. That was against Falcons back at SI. They lost the map and then went back to no longer picking the map. So you're going to look at a map and say, anywhere we can beat them, it's probably going to be Cafe or Border. But as Fox also said, there isn't really a map in their pool that you would look at and say, oh, they suck on this map. They've still got a 3-2 record on this map. They're still good there. So I think INTZ are taking to a map that clearly teams look at FaZe and say, this is our best chance of getting a win. But we can't ignore or forget that this is still FaZe we're speaking about, right? Hey, Tim, you've done that genius thing where you're on mute.
I was just thinking about what I was going to say.
Yeah, right. Now I saw them lips yapping.
Nah, you give me 5 seconds less than that, and you're like, nah, you're on mute. I was just considering my return, Des. I was just considering my response.
Tim. Talk about the game, Tim. Come on now.
And now that I've considered my response, I'm going to say you're absolutely right, Des. Look, going anywhere against FaZe, you can look at it and think, yeah, we've won the banning phase there. We've got them onto a map that we don't like. It's irrelevant, because they're going to play there confident that they're just going to outclass you. And I'm not just saying that about INTZ. You know, it's no slight to INTZ. They're going to think that about anybody. It's just how FaZe play everywhere. You know, they're going to go up against G2. They're going to go up against Shopify Rebellion. They're going to go at anybody and just think, yeah, it's all right. We'll back ourselves to just outclass you if that's what we've got to do. We'll go for gunfights, no problem. And so, yeah, I don't think there's really, you know, too much to be gained necessarily. We'll see how the first couple of rounds go. INTZ on the attack, so they start on what we would generally consider to be the stronger half of Border. You know, it's about getting inside of the map. Once they can do that, a lot of attacking teams will win once they are established inside the map. So FaZe, you know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to fight them at the borders. They're going to, you know, quite literally, they're going to be right up there at the barricades.
Border, Tim.
Exactly. They're going to be right up there at the barricades. They're going to be preventing them getting inside, preventing them getting a beachhead, and they're just going to give them no space to breathe at all.
Oh, what?
There you go. I did tell you.
What is he doing, man? Okay, cool. That was interesting. Fair play, nice try. Doesn't quite deliver the results they're looking for, though, and still continues not to. Legacy getting rid of souls still leaves it a man disadvantage. Angels gets one back, though, Tim. They could be in for a start here. Everyone's off HP.
Cyber's just battling for his life here in this corner. They know exactly where he is. They've got the Deimos track. They've got everything, but they can't get it done. King actually uses the intel from Cyber to get around there, get the kill and back his teammate up. It's now all up to Legacy. Finds himself in a 1v2 quite literally between a rock and a hard place. He's got King on one side, Cyber on the other. It's going to be the Azami of King who takes him down. That's going to be round one, and that was absolute chaos, and I am expecting a lot more of it.
Maybe less so the chaos of Hanley throwing himself out a sandwich window.
I said to you that FaZe were just going to go at him and they wouldn't let him in the building. I said they'd get crazy.
Yeah, but that's the bad kind of crazy. Like, crazy is lying down under the window or running out. It doesn't mean jumping out of a window where you can no longer ADS. Like, that was probably a little bit much, but I do think you are right otherwise. Being disruptive on this map is an absolute must, and we're only going to see that increase and grow as the game goes on. Vents and Workshop is where we'll step to for our second round. Not really too much to say about that first round. It was a good explosive attempt from INTZ that ultimately failed because Vitter King is an absolute don. 4K in a single round. That's going to happen sometimes, I'm afraid. Let's see if it goes better in the second.
Let's see if we get any more of the phase craze or not. Like you say, I think Handy might.
Craze.
The phasey crazy? I don't know.
The hazy crazy phase?
We could just keep on going.
It's a lyrical maze, Tim.
I don't think that Handy is going to get away. I think Vitter King might just have a word there and say, okay, but let's not have any more of that. So I think he will just rein it in a little bit. But I expect FaZe to come out and play in a similar way. They're holding on to top floor here. They're going to be defending Vent and Workshop to kick things off. A little bit of an unusual rotation. A lot of teams we see preference Bathroom and Tellers now, but FaZe are going to go for the front side. It doesn't really matter. They're going to expect to play them all anyway. But yeah, I think FaZe will continue the aggression. Why not? They've just won round one because of it. They're going to get right up in the faces of INTZ and just find every kill they can. Looking across, you know, there was only 3 kills, 2 of them on the side of Legacy, so only 2 players for INTZ that managed to find kills that round, and they need to make sure everybody's getting a few under their belt and building that confidence a bit, because otherwise, like I say, FaZe will just run all over you.
Every time I just hear the sound, the syllable, what even to call it, of A's now, I'm just thinking of more and more words that you can possibly stack together. They can graze on the face of INTZ for days. It's not looking pretty either way. Here comes a rush. In the least towards customers and supply, but straight in towards Vents Workshop, seeing what they can collapse onto. But no! He with the shield in front of his face! Cyber says not today. Down he goes. Not ideal. Looking for a second as well. Gets the down. Come on now. It's not even fair.
It's really not. INTZ doing everything they can to establish themselves in the round, but FaZe getting the kills anyways. And right now, 5 versus 3. Angels on low health as well on the book, so they're very possibly going to lose a lot of any verticality or all the verticality that they might have had. Candelas go out. It's not really going to gain them too much here, just spraying through the walls. INTZ trying to get anything going that they can. Manage to find Vitter King. That's got to be a bonus, but again, you've taken the RGL offline, but that just gives him the opportunity to kind of sit there and lead the team.
It doesn't matter, does it? He'll happily sit back on cams even, kick his feet up and say, come on, boys, you got the rest of this now. I've done my part. I got 5 kills in a couple of rounds. It's time for you lazy sods to put some work in. And Cyber, I'm sure, is licking his chops at the thought of catching up and getting up to 5. They have bullied them across these first 2. It's the only way it could possibly be put. A little bit bad for Arthur, like I say, he got slammed, and sure enough, Cyber put down, slayed by Legacy. Still 2v3 though. A lot of work to do. Couple of Candelas, smokes, a flash, air jabs. They've got the tools, but FaZe aren't the kind of team to give up this sort of situation.
Just watching that vertical angle, see if they can pick anything. They know that FaZe are just going to hold from above now. Nothing they can do. Raps manages to grab the diffuser as he goes through the door. It was dropped as the kill came in onto Legacy. He's just going to chuck a couple of smokes down. Hopefully he can get something, but no, KDS is there on the hatch. Picks him up. That's going to be 2-0 FaZe, and this has started off much as we expected. The problem for INTZ here is this should be their stronger half. This should be the half where they're able to get some rounds and, you know, maybe put FaZe Clan on the back foot a little bit. But right now, 2-0 FaZe, and it's looking punishing for INTZ.
Yeah. What a bit of a daze, to be honest, Tim. You're a bit crazy. We'll stop now. I'll tell you what, though. You ever thought about doing a rap mid-broadcast?
I have not, Des.
I'd love to hear you do it sometime. I think you'd be a class rapper.
I have many skills, but I will be honest, I'm not sure rapping would be one of them. So I think it's...
I think your name would be MC Tim Tam.
I think
it's got to be MC Tim Tam.
I think it's probably best off, you know, left as one of life's mysteries.
MC Pyrite.
Because if I don't do it, then it's kind of like Schrodinger's, you know, boxes. You know, I could be a great rapper. I could be a terrible rapper. You know, exactly. You know, I am simultaneously great and terrible. And you know what? I'm happy enough to leave the mystery there. So We will leave it alone. It's going to be Bathroom and Tellers for round 3. Can INTZ get themselves into this? And they need to slow. They just need to slow down Cyber and Viking. Well, I don't really understand what the problem is. That's going to be the main focus because those are the two that have run rampant over the last couple of rounds. I think aside from the obvious of doing some of them two, I want to see INTZ get in the map and get themselves established. It's always felt like whenever they're going in, they're like on the back foot all the, it's like they're just surviving. As soon as they're inside the map, they are literally just surviving. They're fighting for their life. Whereas, I want to see them get in there, get established, hold some angles, push FaZe out of position. It'd be nice.
Yes. Sorry, I was really locked up there on how you almost went into a bit of a rap. Cyber's out the window and Angels is out of the server. It's always a pain, it feels like, when you lose early on one of your intel operators, and losing the Snake here, that's the stinger because it's the only one that they've got on side. Arthur on the blitz once again. He's got to be the driving force of this team, but clearly it's the lack of assuredness, the lack of faith in themselves to get this one over the line. They're at least in a spot to be able to look for the default plan, but you think FaZe haven't considered this? I can almost guarantee you they have, Tim.
I think they've actually just trapped the blitz inside there with that next Kiba barricade coming out. It just prevented his teammates joining him. Souls manages to find Legacy. That's the ace taken off the board. Snake is gone as well. Angel's lost along the way. Raps does manage to pick up KDS. That's going to leave us now 4 versus 2 for FaZe as Handy picks up Arthur. That's the blitz gone. Tip of the spear. And your entire focus of the attack lost. If you look at what's left, there's nothing really to play behind in terms of getting that diffuser, creating space, or putting it down on the ground. STK is going to take a ton of damage on the striker as well, leaving us now 4v2 and the INTZ in some serious trouble.
Bit of a Hail Mary, wasn't it, trying to make that happen with the blitz? Yeah. Granted, he wasn't a let's hop in and try and default and try and plant. Let's try and wrap round to default instead. They had something that's a little bit of a twist on it, but no supporting operators or players elsewhere around the map to really make that sing. And as I said, it might work against teams that aren't FaZe, but unfortunately, you're up against FaZe, who are now 3-0 after that first quarter. Maybe they take away the blitz here, but even then, no matter what's been thrown at them, they've always had an answer.
I don't want to jinx it here, Des, but, Brazil are a nation of football fans. I'm not sure if FaZe are trying to do us a little bit of a favour or something here with an absolute speed run. There is, a little...
we kick off in 20 minutes, don't we?
It's a little football, Look, I love my job and I will be here till the end of this game if it goes to round 15. And I'll be excited and focused on it. However, if FaZe were to speedrun this 7-0, it would mean that I would be, not missing the kickoff of the England game. So I don't, maybe FaZe have some sympathy. I'm just,
Rogers starts today.
I'm just wondering if FaZe have a little bit of sympathy there for us. Look and say, look, don't worry, boys, we've got you. We're going to sort this one out because right now this is an absolute speed run. 3-0. INTZ are going to try and put the brakes on with a tactical timeout that has been called. But honestly, they've got 6 kills across 3 rounds. I don't really know what you say at this point. Viking and Cyber have got almost double just between the two of them. Like I said, for me, they didn't manage to achieve it in the last round. Again, get inside the map, get some control, get yourself a little bit of a safe space in there, a little bit of a beachhead that you can start to build forward from, maybe put a bit of pressure onto FaZe. But they've challenged verticals. They've lost every single challenge. They've got aggressive in through the window with blitz and tried to, take the fight. As Milosh said, quite rightly sometimes, take the fight to FaZe. Don't give them that respect. It didn't work. They've been dealt with quite quickly, quite easily. And right now, FaZe seriously on top, 3-0.
I don't know how much truth there is to this, but there was someone in chat who said, Ince's coach said, how many of them are there? And Legacy said it's about 10 of them. I don't know if there are listenings on the main broadcast for Brazil or what.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It could be a joke.
It must feel like that.
Say. It does. Yeah, we said this about W7M when we first saw them play their first game ever. It was on bank. It feels like they're coming out the walls. It feels like you're 5v10 in the server. It is vile. And I imagine INTZ feel the same because every time they've tried to make something happen, there's someone at a window they're being jumped out on. Handy is doing very questionable things back in round 1. And you're looking to hit the site, and it feels like there's 3 or 4 angles always being watched at every move that you try and do. It feels so oppressive. Now look at this. Cyber, once again, being an absolute rat. If he stays here, Tim, does he get the freebie? Is he coming this way? No, he's off to his right, but there is another. He fancies it. He steps out. He can't get this, Tim. He can't get away with it. Surely not. Thank God for that.
Just so blatant, isn't it? It's horrible. Like, can you imagine just like in a pro league match, you're just completely outside of the door. Just wait. Just that's the confidence you've got, that it's just like, yeah, come and take the fight. No problem. I'll take the fight. Cyber doesn't win that one out. He does manage to escape with his life, though. INTZ at least surviving the first 45 seconds of the round this time. They're going to go back to the drones and look, once again, as I've said, to get themselves established inside of the map. Need to be careful, though, because they've got Cyber still downstairs, around bottom main stairs, so he's still proving to try and be a nuisance. I love this from KDS, just using that Zoto. Oh, they do manage to find Cyber, actually. Raps opens up the wall, finds his man. Just using that Zoto canister to try and keep the utility off him. Always a nice technique.
And then has a mirror, which you can step straight back onto and play behind if he really needs to cover off towards east stairs. But the big focus for INTZ has been getting West control. STK falls down to Handy here. That's not a good spot to be in. Once again, losing one of their main intel operators very early in the round.
4 versus 4, 1 minute 20 left to go. Raps half health, and INTZ needing to be a little bit cautious. They are not aware at all. Arthur picked up absolutely for free. Vita King managing to find that one. 4 versus 3, and FaZe's reign of terror continues. Ooh, Handy does give himself away there, though. Angels manages to find him with the Grim. 3 versus 3. But again, look at INTZ. There's nobody's in the map. If you remember, I said the way that attackers win on border is getting themselves inside of the map. And I said FaZe would do everything in their power to stop that happening, to stop INTZ getting themselves that beachhead. They've done a phenomenal job of it so far. This is the first time in this round that anybody from INTZ has been in the map, and what do they manage to do? Get 1 kill, and then they traded, and FaZe win the round. They just cannot get established, and this is just a masterclass from FaZe at the minute.
Bit easy, isn't it, really? A little bit too comfortable for FaZe. The fact that Cyber can get away with that kind of round start tells you a lot. The fact they can kill all 10 drones and then think, yeah, we'll go for a run out of front door, no problem at all, and get a kill off it. INTZ are fighting more than just FaZe here. They're fighting their own demons, I think, because the fear of God looks struck into them. Unable to get themselves set up in the early round, unable to really get a whole lot of anything done. And I can't even fault them, because you're against the back-to-back world reigning champion. Like, good luck. Like, have fun. Enjoy your run around for a little bit. Show you the level you could get to with a lot of work and a lot of application. But many teams have struggled to do what they are trying to do, which is to overcome the titans of the region that are FaZe.
And it's difficult not to just wax lyrical about FaZe. You know, what else do we say really in this situation? FaZe are good. Everybody knows it. Great insight. Thanks, Ace and Des. But it's just the reality of what you're playing against. And, you know, not only are they a great team, but they've turned up looking sharp today. I don't think this is even very much about INTZ, to be honest with you. I'm not even going to be critical of them, because I just think that FaZe have made it so difficult. Like I said, how do you win on border? You stop attacking teams getting in the building. FaZe have done that phenomenally well. INTZ lose at least, I would say, 2 bodies every time that they try to get inside of the building. So you're effectively then playing 5 versus 3, trying to build something. And it's just, you know, so wildly tough. And when they're going to play so aggressively like this, Cyber has got bullets whipping over his shoulder, and he don't care. He's just sat there like, yeah, it don't matter. And why doesn't he care? Because if he dies, Vita King's going to do the job. He's 7-1. And if he dies, Souls is going to do the job. And this is the problem with playing against FaZe.
Oh, Cyber is in the same... like, come on, man.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Teamwork there, brilliant. Handy was the one who pinged him out, because Handy's on the Solis, so he saw him droning, pings him out, and Cyber goes out and gets him. Unbelievable stuff.
And
just
let's shoot through all the drones again. There's only 1 or 2 left on side. Vita King gets another at the back side of things. Like, they're being battered at the entry to the buildings, and they're not even managing to get inside.
That's it. It's been the problem every round for INTZ. As you can see, final 2 players, Arthur, Angels, neither of them are inside of the map, and they're just basically waiting for what FaZe are going to throw at them next is the top and bottom of it. You know, how long is it going to take FaZe to get bored and go out and try and kill them? And that's what it boils down to. Angels has managed to open detention, so he can maybe put a little bit of pressure from there. Nitro comes out, not going to do the job, but out goes the Geschmott mine, trying to get a little shield break on there. Angels manages to pick up Cyber, so he backs his teammate up well. That maybe gives them something to go on. It's 2 versus 4. They do have a shield, so can maybe maybe create a little bit of space. But look at the problem they've got. Even if they get a couple of kills, even if they get in a position to put the diffuser down, they've got Handy up above, who's going to be playing on the Solus to deny it anyway. Very, very tough from here.
So, yeah, you guys keep droning. This is no problem. We're going to know exactly where you are and everything you're trying to do. Getting themselves away in the charge through beepers too. Do they know about the player tucking towards the left? No, I don't think they do. But he's just waiting there. KDS is tucked in. They're so focused on what's happening skyward that he's just sat here saying, go on, boys, take a step in. I'll take your head clean off your shoulders. No problem at all.
Yeah, FaZe have always got the answer, and he knows. He's just looking for the opportunity. There you go. Steps around the corner. Easy as that. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang. Job done. Fitz King manages to pick up the final kill. FaZe 5-0, and that's the intel game. You mentioned it at the beginning of the round, how absolutely shredding the drones, cutting through them. Very, very easy for FaZe to do that when INTZ are having to face check. FaZe are a team that you cannot face check against because that's what's going to happen. So you've got to be playing that drone game. What do INTZ do here? I like the Dockerby pick. Do you bring along extra drones? Do you bring Iana, Twitch, bro? Do you just bring something that's going to get you some intel?
I can't wait for this halftime glaze from Milosh and Fox about FaZe. It's just been dominant all the way through, absolutely dominant. It tells you much when INTZ have got 10 kills, 2 per round. It has not even been close. Fair to say, I think everyone expected it coming in. It's not that there are bad players on the side of INTZ, but you and I have seen and cast a lot of these players many times over the years. It's just that you're coming up against who I think many would agree are the best team in the world right now. So there is a bit of a battle to get anything over the line. If they can get this round done, then great. You carry a small slither of hope into that second half. But I think even being up with just 5-1, even going onto the attacking side, I'd still favour FaZe to get it done 7-1.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. We always are, I always want to paint a picture that it's possible. That anything can happen in Siege, and it can. There's 2 teams in the server. INTZ, could turn this, 2 halves of the game. They could turn this around. Do I think that they're going to? I think it would be embarrassing for me to say that I do, because right now it's just not looking likely. FaZe are just supreme at the minute. I think. Even if this was a G2 or Falcons that they were playing against, I think FaZe would still be looking, absolutely clinical and on top of things at the minute, because they've just made it so difficult. INTZ haven't had space to breathe, and right now FaZe don't show any signs of letting up.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, they're laying up. No. Stop, FaZe. They're already dead.
Nobody's in the building, by the way. Still.
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure I've seen a game where the attackers have been in the building as little as this.
Yeah, I'd love to see any kind of heat map that can measure that, because good Lord.
I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a game where the attackers have spent so little time inside the map.
And it just keeps on getting worse as well. SDK will try. Still not stepped inside the building, by the way. Oh, Tim, they're in! Yay! Progress! And he's gone. Surely. He's gone? He's gone. Traded out by King. It's all down to the Grim of Angels, who will at least get 1 back. It's a bit of a consolation prize in terms of kills, but that will be all she wrote for that first half. That has been pretty ludicrous, and knowing INTZ and FaZe, the second half could prove to be just as quick. However, for now, we've got to throw it over to Fox and Milosh to break down what we've just witnessed.
A massacre. I'm not gonna lie. This was an absolute massacre, destruction, Annihilation Nation. This is what do you expect? I don't think it should be legal to show this sort of thing on a Siege broadcast, online, on the internet, on TV. I'm not the one in charge of it, Fox. I'm just telling you, this is FaZe just living up to expectations.
Yeah, it's a typical FaZe game. I mean, we expected this being the outcome. FaZe doesn't take any game lightly. They're so mentally set when it comes to going up against opponents. They don't take anything for granted. Every win matters. Every point matters. They're so consistent, and that's the strength about FaZe. And yes, this may be another 3 points under their belt, more than likely. But looking ahead, I mean, FaZe really hasn't played any of the other top dogs yet. So if anything, it just puts them in a great position because they go up against Furia, they go up against Loud, they go up against Liquid. Those are their next matchups that are going to be coming up, and Black Dragons. But, you know, obviously the other 3 are definitely scarier. So for FaZe, getting these points puts them at 15. They'll be above Furia. And even if they were to win out, it's safe to say that they're definitely going to be in the top 6, probably within the top 4 minimum. So they're playing it safe. And then they use the opportunity because they have such a big round lead or points lead that they're going to make playoffs. They use the rest of the time to be able to try out different opportunities, different avenues. That's FaZe. They love to be able to test theories out, test play styles out in situations like this once they've already made sure that they're going to be going to playoffs, so that when main stage comes around, they have a little bit of practice for their pocket strats or things that we haven't really seen them try yet. We saw them do it last year with Cyber going from entry, putting them on Thermite throughout the year. They would still make events, and originally they didn't look that great, but then they'd make events, and when they would pull it out, they would look phenomenal. So that's absolutely the strength of FaZe. Can't imagine we'll be more than 7 rounds here for the rest of the series.
Well, actually, I want to take a second here. Hi, I'm Ralphie in the chat. Since this was mentioned, it's like, oh, well, you know what? You put FaZe against the top team and then they'll choke. Let me tell you, the past 2 majors that they played, they lost against the eventual winner of the event. And it was super tight no matter how you cut it. They were #1 in Brazil also on LAN. The Invitational, they beat everybody except for G2 in a game that I would call, yes, it was a bit of a shit show, but everybody else did not last much against them. They would have, aside from the one time with Joom on the board, Fortress, demolished Secret. All the way from there, they have lost the Liquid in a best of 1 that didn't matter. They beat them after that to qualify for Salt Lake City. In Salt Lake City, they lost to the eventual winners of Dark Zero. And at that point, everybody knew that DC would win the whole thing once they've done that. That's just all the things that you need to know leading up to this. But we'll see if this round will be the last one. Let's send it back to Desinase. All yours.
Thanks, Milosh. I think this will be a flying visit, to be honest with you. It might be just under 2 or 3 minutes until we are back with you once again, because FaZe may just choose to barrel through INTZ here and see this over and done with a nice cozy 7-0 to wrap up the night. Tim, we've got 4 minutes. I'm hoping they do it.
This is INTZ's opportunity to turn things around here and get back into it. FaZe banning away the clash is no surprise, because I think, as a team, if you're struggling like INTZ are, it's exactly the sort of operator that you may bring along to try and slow things down. We see a reasonable bit of clash play on border as well, so no surprises there. But look, INTZ, what am I looking for on the defense from them? I'm looking at, honestly, the same as what FaZe have just done for them. Prevent FaZe getting inside the building. Don't allow them to get that beachhead. Don't allow them access. Challenge them on here now. Be taking that peak along. Hopefully you get the kills and you can start building something.
The funniest thing is, Tim, the last time England played against Panama, it was 6-1. And this, I was about to say, couldn't it be a similar scoreline if we have INTZ come out with a good first round? I tell you what, Tim, they've said, oh, we see your energy, we're going to match it. That's a double run out that has got them 2 kills. They found a third. FaZe, come on, you had a chance to be our best buddies here and you're ruining it. God dang it.
I'll be honest, Des, one way or another, I don't think we're going to miss much. If INTZ get around, I'm not sure that they're going to be getting too many more than that, but let's not write them off just yet. Not wanting to offend or insult anybody. Maybe INTZ do turn it around. The stupidest thing is, INTZ, they're a decent team. They've got good players on there. These are capable players who are going to pick up results against other teams. And the fact that FaZe are coming out and just, making them look like... I think they will. I do. I think that they have got results in them. I think that they have got.
Really?
They've played again. They're another one that's had a really bad run of teams.
Tim, they've got NIP to play, they've got Los to play, they've got Flukes OW7, and the only team I can see them beating is Imperial.
That's the problem. But if you look at who they've played Team Liquid Alienware, they've played Furia, they've played Louder when they started their run. The only team they've played close to them is Black Dragons, and it was overtime. So I genuinely think, for the teams around them, they can be competitive. STK is a good player. Raps, decent player. MIBR days, don't forget. Arthur can, really put some numbers up. But it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter with the way FaZe are playing today. They managed to get themselves around. Legacy manages to pick up the final kill, and that at least is the first step on what is going to be a very long journey if they want to bring this back.
they've got some work to do, that's for sure. However, I was impressed with how they played it. Again, matching the energy of FaZe, the run out, the aggression. That's what you got to be doing. If you want to trip these big teams up, you've got to do things they might not necessarily expect. And I think that kind of aggression will be one thing that FaZe may not adapt to all that well, because they are quite a slow team typically on the attacking side, because they like to be very structured. You heard Fox speaking about it. Cyber's the X factor. He's the one who will go off crouch walking around the map and then spring up somewhere to when you least expect him to. The other four are very, very focused on the more structured approach to the game. So it's a good mix that they've got, granted. But I do think at some point, FaZe are going to figure it out. It's just a matter of time until they get that one round that they need. But fair play to INTZ. Good first round. Let's see if we can make it too.
Bathroom and Tellers will be their next objective. This is where I think this is the real test. I could say that every single round, no doubt. But the reason that I say this is a bigger test is INTZ in that last round, they could be concentrated. They were concentrated upstairs. They could work together more. They were playing behind all of their utility. This round, they're now going to be spread thin because they have to hold both floors. They have to take top floor and they have to take side. So we can see their utility is now spread much thinner. As players, they're going to have to, try and stay connected to each other, but over these greater distances. It's going to be much easier for FaZe to single them out here. If they get their drones in there and they start finding people, it's going to be very, very difficult to back each other up as a team, and that's going to be the big challenge for INTZ in round 8.
There's a lot of challenges they've got in round 8, to be honest with you, Tim. That is one on a very long list for sure. Cyber doing just Cyber things, taking the stake, running around the map, all the information for himself, hasn't even got to worry about droning. Tim can basically do whatever the hell he pleases. And whatever the hell he pleases is, no doubt, playing separate to the rest of the team, like I spoke about a little bit earlier on. Otherwise, it's about making sure they can get some map control here with Vidaking and the Lion, and then looking to lock it down with Souls on that Nomad once things are cleared out, not giving any angle for INTZ to hit them on the flank.
Goes the utility, does the player follow for the time being? It's actually going to be the little side swipe as Cyber manages to pick up Legacy. Handy Cyber. It looks like this might be as far as INTZ get. A little bit of damage done. Handy will actually be down but not out as well. Souls was the one who took the chip damage. So we are effectively 2 versus 4. Confirmed 2 versus 4 as Angels manages to get another onto Cyber. Big kill to pick up. 3 versus 2. 3 versus 1. KDS. It is all up to Arthur. I said that he was a big name, big player who could get a job done. He manages to find the first. Surely not. 1v3 becomes a 1v2.
Finds the first and his first. It's worth raising as well, Tim. He can get himself a 3K in the round and be the hero to get his team into it, or it'll be the end of a particularly dark map and a dry map for him at that. KDS and Souls will have all the map control they need. I think the one thing they're worried about is, of course, they haven't got the diffuser. And I imagine that is what Arthur is currently hovering over. They're just waiting to see if he's going to make his move for now. Tucking in tight, trying to isolate a 1v1. Takes a couple of tags. Expects a swing, but it doesn't arrive.
Thing is, they know where he is now, and they've got themselves on either side. So this just comes down to timing. KDS peeks around the corner. Absolutely perfect. Almost perfect from FaZe. With a 7-1 there. INTZ slipping 1 round through the net, but FaZe looking just wildly dominant on border.
They look like FaZe, don't they, right? Ridiculously dominant, extremely good at whatever it is they seem to put their minds to. Even on a map that is one of their permabans, that's a lights-out show for me.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, what message did FaZe need to send other than that? Just perfection.
Well, as you've heard, we've got a football game waiting, so we won't waste any more of your time. We'll throw it over to our desk. We'll close up the show for you. Milos, over to you.
Gentlemen, honesty is a virtue, and I'm very happy that we can be honest in a moment like this. We'll see if it'll be coming home by the end of the month, though, friends. We are indeed back very quickly after this half. INTZ got the 1 singular round. They're going to be happy with that performance. I guess at the end of the day, you cut your losses and you move on from there. FaZe, just another day of the office, huh?
Yep.
Thank you, Fox. Very good. Let's bring up JP. Welcome again, JP, our co-host here on SAL. It's good to see you once again, a permanent face on the broadcast. I'm not going to dilly-dally. What did you prepare? What was your preparation for today like?
Honestly, we didn't have information about their border, but we know like their play style. They like to do quick pushes and stuff like that. So that's why we banned the Monty and the Glass. And I mean, the defense plan was like perfect. We did a 6-0. And on attack, we basically tried to do our defaults. On the first round, we threw a little bit because we tried to do a play that didn't work. But okay, it was a test, and this next round we won.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, a little bit of a sloppy day, huh, JP? 7-1. You guys couldn't 7-0. No, I just want to know, obviously, you guys are at the top of the group, looking amazing. You guys got some pretty heavy-hitting games coming up. When it looks, say you got Furia, I believe Liquid Loud. Those teams, we know what you're going to do against them. We know what you're bringing to them. But in a game like today, how do you guys stay so consistent against teams that are like INTZ or Imperial? Like, how do you not get overconfident when you're playing against weaker teams?
I mean, it's one of the stuff that we are working. Like in scrims, we try to like take it to the more serious as possible. Like even when we are scrimming like tier 2 teams, then when we play teams that they are not that stricter, like we tend to not overconfidence on the gunfights, and like it's paying off. It's working. So I hope it's keep the work going. And let's go.
Let's go. I mean, yeah, I'm not. You can't really talk much about it. I'm very honest. The success story is quite visible in there. And now, if there's anything you'd like to say to Team Liquid on the other side, because yeah, they're Team Liquid Alienware, but they're also in their current form your rivals, right? They inherited the rival crown. What would you like to say to them?
I mean, I don't like to underestimate them. I know their potential. Just hope to have a good game and came out with the victory tomorrow.
Very good. We're just going to leave it at that. Thank you very, very much, JP. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. And yes, that is it. Our play day is done and dusted, but that is not all yet. As of course, tomorrow we'll be back for 5 more matches. That'll be actually, Fox, my last day of the stage here. And I'm very happy that I'll get to spend it with you, talk about all of our teams, and we'll see who gets to be victorious through all of this. Though, FaZe have cleaned up house. They're pretty happy with it. Can you guess the MVP from the FaZe side? Off the top of your head.
Vita King? Cyber?
I mean, could be anybody, really.
Cyber? Vita King? I think Vita
Question
King.
mark?
I would say Vita King. I mean, at the end of the day, like MVP, does an MVP, like glorified MVP, really matter? Like, this was a team win. It wasn't necessarily one aspect. I mean, for INTZ, it's a team loss. For FaZe, team win. Everybody was playing and doing their job, and that's something that I commend them so much on. And why I asked the question to JP is just their discipline in the way that they're always so locked in. There's no plays that are overconfident, no aggressive pushes. And that's something that we don't see too much in NA, because in NA, people get overzealous. They'll get overconfident. You play against a team like Outlast or something, and you're swinging everything because you feel like you're better than them. But FaZe, it doesn't matter who they're going up against. They always look so calm and cool, and they just do the routine that they practice. And that's amazing discipline that they have instilled in that roster. Vita King, I was right with my first guess.
Nice. Very good, Fox. Always on the cash money. And yeah, FaZe Clan are the Vegeta of Rainbow Six, right? No matter who they're facing, they're going to toy around with their food, but then they're going to finish it off once the time is done. It's like, you know what? You've had your chance. You haven't impressed me. You're out of this. I'm going to knock you out of there. And that's really what we got in this game. Once again, like you said, the big king, Vita King, is on 11-3, 75% cost, 152 APS. He's putting everything in there. No two ways around it. The man is always reliable, as is everybody else on this team. But that is it for our evening. Let's talk about our standings at the end of the day. Who's at the top? Of course, it's FaZe, undefeated, 15 points. There's VP that are undefeated, FaZe Clan that are undefeated. Who else is undefeated in other regions? I don't really watch Tier 2 Siege like the NAL, so maybe you can elucidate a bit here for me, Fox. I'll give you a moment for it. But NIP at 12.
Who won Salt Lake City?
It's on home soil, doesn't matter.
Who won Salt Lake City? M80 is undefeated, by the way.
That's true. Yeah. All right, whatever. I wasn't there. I was in Munich. God damn it. I can't really talk. Anyways, we don't need to talk about that or dwell on it at all because now we have a fresh position 5 and 6. Flux with W7M and Loud are in. They pushed Lost down. And Flux with W7M with that success, they're going to be looking pretty darn happy as they're at 7 points apart. But that is a precarious position. You're walking the razor's edge here with Lost and Black Dragon still within fighting range. And our matches for tomorrow will have an impact on all of that. That's where you guys can come back and fill up and get all of those drops that you really, really want. I know that that is the case. And you'll get to spend my final day of the stage of SAL here on the broadcast. We'll have some fun together talking about everything. Maybe tomorrow we can talk to the chat a bit more, Fox, because we don't have a delay, but the game itself has a 3-minute delay. So we get some sort of advantage here where we can discuss all of the Reddit analysis levels or Twitch chat analysis in a different sense. I guess it's really fun to do it in that way because you don't usually get to do it on NAL or EML or whatever. It's too serious on there.
Yeah. I mean, it's serious for the great regions like NAL. I think like the EML guys, like they got some T2 analysts working it, and it's just a whole mess over there. So that region as a whole really needs to put some extra work in. But as for the SAL, yeah, I mean, the games are going so good. So when you have a game like today where FaZe is 7-1-ing, why not read chat, see what people are saying?
What is chat saying then about that Liquid FaZe game at the very end?
Probably very excited. I mean, like you put it, the rivals, for me, that has to be the game of the day. Every other game is good, to be honest. Even though we had some blowouts today, Imperial, they looked very good. They look good.
Never heard that before.
They looked decent. They've been looking like they could have won ish. Not really, but like it got a little close. I think the only team that I really underperformed in my eyes was INTZ. Every other team, I think it's just still very competitive, but the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard obviously have to start getting some wins. IMP and INTZ, I don't know if it's going to get any easier for them.
No, I don't think it will. I'm just going to lay it on there. Fox, thank you very much for joining me today. It's your SAL debut of Stage 1. I had a lot of fun. Tomorrow, we'll continue on with the games that you just saw on here. Same starting time as always. In the meantime, I would like to say CNL is back in the morning. I'm not sure if somebody's co-streaming that. However, Combine is on, Central Combine, for our European fans out there that are watching. Make sure that you catch it on the Rainbow Six Bravo channel, because they're always there on the weekend a bit before we start here in SAL, so you get to watch Siege before you continue on watching even more Siege. But for those out there that are also on the European continent with myself here, make sure that you're hydrating and you're keeping yourself safe, because the temperatures, they are not here to play, just like FaZe Clan. Fox, thanks again. We'll see you tomorrow for more action. Till then, we love you so very much. Have a good night.